annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Good morning, South Africa. Sanibonani, Molweni, Abusheni, Ikamalam, Vingutembi, Nkosingoma. And of course, it is the 2026 State of the Nation address. And we're coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall.
Good morning, Tembikosi. My name is Masiho Dlula. Ralamogela mo kaso ya tlhamalalo ya Parliament TV. Mo re tlo gotlisetsa ha President wa Republic ya rona South Africa a fana ka puo ya pulo ya Parliament. Re tlo gotlisetsa tsotlhe, fashion, the news, the politics, and the calendar event of politics of South Africa, the State of the Nation address this evening at 7 p.m. at the City Hall. And Tepo, good morning.
Good morning, Masiho. Good morning, Teminkosi. And good morning to you, South Africans out there, as we are long awaiting to see the President as he presents the State of the Nation address for the year ahead, 2026. Of course, I'll also be here to bring you some of that fashion segment where we will be judging some of the members and their esteemed guests and asking them the pertinent question of, are you wearing local? So stay tuned. We are here the whole day bringing you the front row seat of the event of today.
And you are watching Parliament TV's exclusive day-long rolling coverage of the 2026 State of the Nation address. And from this very moment, 07:36, on Thursday, the 12th of February, right through until the final reactions tonight, we are your guiding voice. And today, the nation's eye turned to the Cape Town City Hall, where at 7 p.m. sharp, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa will address a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. But this is so much more than just a speech. This is the single item of the national agenda where the judiciary, the executive, and parliament, the three pillars of our state, converge under one roof. It is a day of pageantry, of politics, and most importantly, of purpose.
And of course, Teminkosi is right, because across the length and the breadth of Mzansi, as you watch us here, it is an honor to be part of this broadcast. And today, of course, I said we are your front row seat to the State of the Nation address. We will peel back the layers of this momentous occasion. Now, from the upcoming discussions with Parliament's presiding officers and senior management this morning to the glittering fashion on the red carpet in the afternoon, we have it all covered. And speaking of fashion, allow me to start by acknowledging the incredible local talent that has dressed us for this significant day. Now, I am privileged to be wearing a bespoke dress from the esteemed Noxie J from Eerste Rivier. Now, her craftsmanship, of course, speaks to a modern, confident South African aesthetic, and we are proud to showcase this as part of today's narrative.
Thank you, Sebo, and a wonderful morning, as we've already said. And we're indeed walking the talk of local excellence today. I'm absolutely delighted to be wearing a stunning creation by the visionary Stephen van Eerden. This piece is more than clothing. It's a story of heritage, innovation, and bold South African identity woven into every thread. It's a perfect embodiment of the way local spirit will championing later today. And Temigosi, I must say you're looking exceptionally sharp. And who's the mastermind behind your look today?
Well, thank you, Masiho. I too am proud to stand in support of our homegrown designers. And this powerful contemporary take on traditional attire is the work of the brilliant Nobu Kosi. She is one of the proudest South African designers, and her design philosophy, bold, narrative-driven, and unapologetically African, resonates deeply with her gravity and hope of a day like today. And this is just the beginning of our celebration of South African creativity.
Now, let us map out this expansive day for you. Now, right now, throughout the morning, we begin with substance behind the spectacle. Now, we will bring you in-depth, exclusive interviews with the presiding officers of Parliament, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and of course, we also have the deputies, which is the senior management as well of the National Legislature. So, we will also engage with the heads of our crucial institutions supporting democracy, our Chapter 9 institutions, the speakers of all provincial legislatures. Furthermore, we'll be speaking with economists and the various experts to unpack the nation as what we can expect from the President's address tonight.
Then, as the sun climbs higher, our focus will shift towards elegance. In the afternoon, we present a very special segment sponsored by Proudly South Africa. Together with the Proudly South Africa team, we'll become your fashion police on the red carpet to check who's wearing local. As members of Parliament, dignitaries and guests make their grand walk towards the City Hall here in Cape Town Chambers. We'll be there, mic in hand, to appreciate and analyze the very best of South African design. We'll not only be commenting on the outfits, but also speaking to the talented local designers themselves, some of whom, as you've seen, have already dressed us so beautifully today.
Of course, and as the afternoon matures into the evening, the anticipation will reach a crescendo. We'll bring you a rolling live coverage of the arrival of dignitaries. Watch with us as Deputy President Paul Mashatile arrives, as the Honorable Chief Justice Ms. Mandisa Maya makes her entrance, and then in a grand ceremonial procession, the arrival of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. This will herald the start of the majestic ceremonial proceedings led by the South African National Defence Force. We'll witness the spectacular fly past, the salute dais, the 21-gun salute, and the powerful unifying singing of our national anthem, Nkosi Sikelela i-Africa.
And then the moment we all await at 7 p.m. precisely, all proceedings will lead to that respectful halt. Now, President Cyril Ramaphosa will ascend to the podium, the solemnly decorated chamber. We will take you there live for the 2026 installment of the State of the Nation Address. Now, every word, every promise, every outline of government's priorities for the coming year will be broadcast right here, unfiltered and full.
But the conversation does not end when the president steps down. I like how you say it, President Ramaphosa.
Yes.
Did you hear how you say it? Even after the address, our coverage continues as we dash to get the first raw reactions. We'll hear from MPs across the political spectrum, from leaders of opposition parties, from ministers, and from the many dignitaries in attendance today. We'll hear what resonated, what questions remain. And the debate begins the moment the speech concludes and will be at the heart of it all.
And of course, so settle in with us. This is your front row seat to democracy in action, from the profound to the sectorial, from the ceremonial to the critical. We have it all. Like I said, Kamalam, Dinguthembi Nkosi Ngoma.
La ka lebitso ke Tshepo Mori.
La ka leina ke Masego Tlula. Stay with us on Parliament TV. The journey to the 2026 State of the Nation Address starts right now. You may join the conversation using our social media handle at Parliament of RSA across the platforms. The hashtag for this event is hashtag SONA 2026. But what is the State of the Nation Address? Let's look at this educational clip about what the State of the Nation Address is. The State of the Nation Address is an address to the nation by the President of the Republic of South Africa as the head of state. It is commonly referred to as the annual opening of Parliament. The President uses this occasion to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead in a wide-ranging address to members of Parliament, which is the basis for executive action during that calendar year.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13, subsection 1A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honorable the President to address the joint sitting.
It is one of the rare occasions where the three arms of state, the executive, government, the legislature, parliament, and the judiciary, the courts, gather in one place. The executive is represented by the deputy president and cabinet. The judiciary is represented by the chief justice and judge presidents. The legislature is represented by the presiding officers and members of parliament. Since 1994, the tone of the State of the Nation address has been inclusive, joyful, and informal. The opening of Parliament became an opportunity to showcase the country's cultural diversity.
What a lovely music that was playing there. Welcome back. As the nation awaits the 2026 State of the Nation address, it's a powerful moment, not just to look forward, but to also look back, to trace the arc of our democracy through the very tradition we are about to witness. Since that historic dawn in 1994, South Africa has been steered by distinct presidencies, each leaving an indelible mark on this annual address. From President Mandela's inaugural SONA, which was less a speech and more a healing balm for a wounded nation, to President Thabo Mbeki's intellectual Africa-focused address. You would remember the speech, "I am an African," the stabilizing brevity of President Kgalema Motlanthe, the turn of President Jacob Zuma's 2 terms, and now the renewal-focused address of President Cyril Ramaphosa.
A remarkable journey, of course, there, Teminkosi. And what's truly fascinating for me, having only joined Parliament 4 years ago, is how SONA serves as a living archive. You can chart the nation's shifting priorities, its evolving challenges, and its changing political vocabulary through each president's words. For a newer generation, it's our primary lens into what history has brought.
And that lens, Sefo, is sharpened by memory.
Yes.
I've had the profound privilege of being here within these corridors and studios since President Mbeki's term. And I've witnessed the SONA evolve from a purely parliamentary occasion into the grand, multifaceted national event it is today. The milestone for Parliament itself have been immense.
Of course, then, you're still watching Parliament TV, where we have more for you as we reflect on Parliament's own milestones, and we get to speak to our presiding officers as they will let you know what we can expect for today. Stay tuned.
Did you know the State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours? The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel. Did you know the State of the Nation address marks the official opening of the annual parliamentary program? It is convened by the President in terms of the Constitution to provide the nation with an update on government commitments and to outline the program of action for the new financial year.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Toko Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refulem Tweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Did you know the State of the Nation address sets out the government's key policy priorities for the year ahead? It provides the President an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa. Did you know the State of the Nation address is a joint sitting of the National Assembly, the NA, and the National Council of Provinces, the NCOP, jointly presided over by the Speaker of the NA and the Chairperson of the NCOP.
And of course, welcome to Parliament TV as we await the State of the Nation address that is scheduled to happen tonight at 7 p.m. It will be delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa. Of course, my name is Tepa Mori, and as we've been discussing, today's an event of elegance, ceremony and constitutional reflection. And presiding over the joint sitting today will be the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honourable Ms. Thoko Didiza. And of course, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces as well, Honourable Ms. Refilwe Mthweni-Tsipane. And it is now my privilege to be joined by one of the leaders who will preside over today's proceedings. Speaker, thank you so much for coming to Parliament TV.
Thank you, Tepa, and good morning to you and your listeners.
Speaker, of course, the essence of SONA is that the President is to set out what the year ahead looks like. Now, the nation is watching, of course. SONA is often seen as the President's grand speech, often of promises, right? However, let's just explain to us in a true constitutional way what the significance of such a day is and why South Africans should be so entrusted in it.
This is an important day in the calendar of our country. It is a moment in which the President talks to the nation, shares his reflection on the state of the nation, speaking to the issues that affect our society, our citizens, but also reflecting on the issues that are happening on our neighbors in our continent that have an impact on South Africa, but also given our interconnectedness with the world, looking at the global shifts that are happening, positive or negative, that has got an impact on the country. So it is important for us as citizens to get a sense of what the head of state and the leader of our government is, what are the thoughts about what is happening and how, as our government, they are going to respond to those myriad of issues.
Now, of course, Speaker, SONA happens now within the monumental 30 years of democracy, right? Now, as the presiding officer of the House, that is directly at the heart of, I basically say that Parliament is the custodian of democracy. Now, you being the Speaker of the National Assembly, what are your most poignant reflections on the 3 decades of the Supreme Law, and how has it practically shaped the role, not only just of the National Assembly, but the role that the Speaker plays within Parliament and the Republic?
Well, I can say in the 30 years of our Constitution, one of the important things has been the setting up of a democratic parliament, a legislator of our people, a space in which we craft laws that will impact on our society, a place in which we must appreciate and also uplift the values of our Constitution, the values of equality, the values of non-sexism, the values of integrity, the values of respecting the law of our land and acknowledging that each one of us are accountable for the actions that we take. But also, in the 30 years, our constitutional democracy, through our constitution, has also enabled the role of citizens to participate in parliament, not only through their representatives, but through public participation in lawmaking, through public participation on how we reflect on executive action, on decisions that our government take, where citizens have, through petitions, been able to talk to us as parliamentarians on the issues that affect the most, that require attention.
And Speaker, of course, then tonight is not just about promises and sort of the President's foresight for what can happen for this year. As Parliament, we know that so far the parliamentary calendar is shortened because of the local government elections that are upcoming. Now, in that space, Speaker, how does Parliament and the National Assembly, with its committees, how does it plan to ensure to perform optimal oversight on the promises that the President will do throughout his different cabinets?
I think it's important to understand that the State of the Nation address this year, obviously, there are, I would say, 3 important issues that affect our society that are happening in this year. It's the local government elections, as you say. Secondly, it's the celebration of our 30 years of our Constitution. It's also 50 years where we reflect on the Soweto uprisings and the role that young people played in the delivery of the freedom that we are talking about today. And I think, given the fact that our demographics as a country points to a younger population, it is important as we reflect this year, how do we really engage on issues that affect young people, issues of unemployment, issues of education, issues of livelihood? How do we address those issues for our young people? With them in particular, how do we deal with the social ills that impact our young people? How do we find a solution that our young people today and in the future, they can see a South Africa that they want? But also, in the parliamentary calendar, we are hosting the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, an international conference, which will be here in September, which again, among nations, South Africa will be able to reflect on how they impact on the international sphere, on issues that are happening, and the role of legislators within that.
And having talked about the CPA, Speaker, we've noticed that Parliament has been exceptionally active on the front of multiple platforms throughout the previous year, and now, of course, the CPA this year. Now, with major global events such as the Speakers P20 Summit that happened last year, we had the 58th SADC PF also that happened last year, and our institution took that we were basically at the forefront of this, hosting these nations and their speakers. Conversely, then, Speaker, we also have committees such as the ad hoc committee that perform a function, a specific function that is of the forefront when it comes to South Africa at the moment. How do these endeavors, your SADC PFs, your P20s, your CPA that is upcoming, how do they and many others illustrate the vast scope and adaptive capacity of Parliament's oversight role?
Well, if you look, for instance, in the issues that you have mentioned earlier about setting up the ad hoc committee to look at the allegations that were brought up by General Mkhwanazi, it has created a space in which, as Parliament, in doing our oversight, we can also look at what actually happened, where did things go wrong, what are the weaknesses, and I'm sure part of the recommendations would also deal with what is it that we might need to fix in our system of oversight as Parliament, but also what recommendations can we make on those things that at a governmental level they would need to fix to deal with some of the issues that are emerging now. And I must say, what for me is also comforting is that the head of state as a president was able to set up the Madlanga Commission to actually delve deeper in understanding the challenges in our criminal justice system. And together, those processes, as President indicated, that once he receives the final report, he'll be able to share that with Parliament. It would again strengthen our oversight responsibility as Parliament.
Speaker, the President's speech will end tonight at 8 p.m., right? But the work for Parliament then starts, right? Can you just outline for our viewers and just take us through the immediate parliamentary machinery that kicks in right after the SONA? How do you ensure that lofty promises and that policy directions translate into tangible legislation and also translate into tangible effects that people on the ground can feel?
Let me say the tabling of the State of the Nation address, the President gives an overview, but also indicates specific programs that government will undertake. He also makes a reflection of what he had said last year, how far did those commitments made, I wouldn't say promises, I would say those are commitments, what may have been challenges that made government not to meet some of those commitments. And in the coming week, we will then have a debate where also as Parliament, as different parties, we will be expressing our views on the state of the nation. What do we see, maybe from what the President has said, but also our own reflection of what we believe may be the issues in the environment that have affected our country globally, and what is it that we do think ought to be done. So that's the first phase. The second phase, obviously, is then to look at how the ministers of government, in terms of their presentation of their annual plans and the budget, which finances those plans, how will that work? And that's where our oversight role starts, and that's where holding government to account also emerges through the questions that we would ask based on what would have been presented to us. And again, the next process will dissect the budget that has been tabled to see to what extent will the budget meet those commitments. And again, Parliament will have an opportunity, because at the end, Parliament passes the budget, would have to reflect what, in terms of the competing needs that our society have, where should be the priorities. We will also ensure that we look at the strategic plans of the various departments. We look at their annual reports, which will indicate to us on the spending of those resources against commitments made, and we will make our input. But ongoing oversight by Parliament, it's what we do. Where there's need for lawmaking to strengthen, we will do so. Where private members may feel that there are certain issues where there are gaps and there's a need for legislation, they would also do so. So the ball is now rolling in terms of the parliamentary program and what we need to do. And I must say, though, that Parliament opened very early this year. Yes. On the 13th of January, we were here to pass the budget adjustment estimate. After that, we went back to the constituencies to actually work with our communities on the issues that affect them on a daily basis.
So work has been done and has been done.
Work has been done, and it continues to be done.
So, Speaker, now speaking to the logistics, of course, a question always arises regarding the former heads of states that will be here. Who else among the dignitaries will be attending the SONA 2026?
One of the important things is that as Parliament, we always invite our former heads of state. We invite our former presiding officers. We also invite the judiciary and also other important players who actually play a role in terms of strengthening our democracy. The political parties in particular are an important stakeholder. So apart from members, we also take cognizance that they've got the leaders who actually lead these parties, who are an important constituency for parliament. We also have premiers of the provinces and the speakers of the 9 provinces of our country who also participate, even in the ceremony where they walk in as part of the procession that comes in parliament.
And Speaker, lastly, you announced that the SONA debates will be taking place in the new Minister Dome. Yeah. Are you confident that the facility is well equipped to host events of such magnitude?
I must say that taking over the Dome when Public Works presented last week, I am satisfied that it will do what is necessary. Obviously, this is a temporary structure. It is a tent, but which has got long use because our view is even when Parliament has done its house, it's finished, we will still utilize that dome for other meetings, even for other conferences, because it's a facility of state. We have contributed financially also to it, so as Public Works, and that is the asset that, in our view, should continue to be utilized for the good of our country.
And on a lighter note, Speaker, Parliament TV, we always have a fashion segment in the afternoon where members and their esteemed guests will arrive and we'll be scrutinizing them. And the question is, are you wearing local? Can you please speak to the importance of supporting the local textile industries, supporting the local designers, and ensuring that they wear local today?
Our entrepreneurs are our corporate citizens that are very important. And entrepreneurship, it's something that we must, highlight as critical for the growth of our economy. And particularly showcasing our skill, our talent as a country is equally important. Not just in terms of what people will see as the dress code, as the different garments that people will be wearing. But behind the scene is the women and men who've tailored those garments, who contribute to employment of our citizens, who contribute to our economy. And therefore, personally, I will be wearing local. I won't disclose exactly how it looks like, but you would see it's local. And I'm sure Minister Ndabeni will be excited, will be watching with a curious eye. What are people wearing? Because she is at the forefront of ensuring that she, in terms of the department, supports small and medium enterprises, but also she will be looking as to beyond advocacy, beyond support that government is Parliament also supporting these men and women by choice on what they wear, not just for SONA, but on the daily basis for their families too. And we also need to add more names, to Amaxhosa, and we need to have other names of South African fashion industry and designers who might walk this global stage in the future.
Speaker, thank you so much for making the time.
Thank you.
And we're looking forward to seeing you in your local design later on as we wait for the President to deliver the State of the Nation address.
I guess you're also wearing local.
Speaker, I'm wearing Noxie J. She's from Esterefir.
Really?
Yes, and this is what we're showcasing today. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you.
And of course, that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza, speaking to us about the importance of the State of the Nation address, the work of Parliament after the State of the Nation address, and the commitment that the President will share for the year ahead. Stay tuned to Parliament TV as we bring you a documentary on SONA.
The spirit with which South Africans have turned from division and conflict to knitting the fabric of a normal society has become a source of pride to us as a nation.
The State of the Nation Address, or SONA, is called in terms of Section 42, subsection 5 of the Constitution by the President of the Republic. It is a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament and one of the rare occasions that brings together the three arms of the state under one roof.
I have received a message from the President requesting a joint sitting for the purposes of addressing Parliament. The Honourable the President.
SONA provides the President with an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa, to reflect on a wide range of political, economic and social matters within the domestic and global context, to account to the nation on the work of government and to set out government's program of action.
The society must guarantee the dignity of every citizen on the basis of a good quality of life for every woman, man and child, without regard to race or color or disability.
Traditionally, the President makes key government announcements during this important joint sitting of Parliament. It is a ceremonial joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament called specifically for the President to deliver his SONA, and no other business may be considered on this day. It is presided over by the Speaker or the Chairperson of the Council, by arrangement between them. During the week following the SONA, a debate of approximately 2 days is held on the SONA. The President is then given an opportunity to reply to the debate on the third day and to close the debate. The President delivers his SONA before Parliament because Parliament is charged with ensuring that the work flowing from the address is implemented. Most importantly, SONA is delivered in Parliament because the priorities pronounced in it have budgetary implications demanding robust oversight, one of Parliament's constitutional responsibilities. This practice of the President delivering a State of the Nation address goes back to the pre-democratic era. One such address is that of former President Mr. F.W. de Klerk, titled Address by the State President, Mr. F.W. de Klerk, DMS, at the opening of the second session of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Cape Town, 2nd February 1990. During this address, former President de Klerk announced that former President Nelson Mandela would be released from prison and all political parties would be unbanned.
The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution provides that the President may summon the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces or Parliament to an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business. Joint Rule number 7, subsection 1A provides that the President may call a joint sitting of the House when it is necessary for the President to deliver the annual or special address to Parliament.
Tumamina, I want to be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I want to be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I want to lend a hand.
The official program usually begins with 3 processions. There is the procession of provincial speakers, provincial premiers, and the judiciary proceeding to the Assembly chamber through the main entrance of the National Assembly building. There is the arrival of the presidential cavalcade in the parliamentary precinct. The President Alliance is welcomed by the presiding officers and their deputies and proceeds to the National Assembly chamber. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession. Guards of honor and eminent persons also line the route to the National Assembly chamber. Junior guards of honor comprise learners from schools around the country. They form a guard of honor from the gates of Parliament when the President disembarks. the selection takes into account rural and urban dynamics. The Civil Guard of Honor, selected on the basis of the parliamentary theme for the year, continues where the Junior Guard of Honor ends. The eminent persons are South Africans who have achieved outstanding results in their respective fields or who have been recognized for their contribution to society. Provincial speakers nominate them to be guests of Parliament for the SONA. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, aides-de-camp are attached to the President of the Republic of South Africa at all ceremonies of the state. Their role in the country is limited to ceremonial duties. Once this task has been fulfilled, they are immediately withdrawn. During the SONA, they travel with the President from President's place of residence to Parliament. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession onto a saluting dais on the steps of the National Assembly to receive the ceremonial honors, the Guard of Honor by the National Ceremonial Guard, the 21-gun salute, the national anthem, and a salute flight. They then lead the procession into the chamber and stand guard at the entrance of the chamber. In 1842, the 21-gun salute became the international norm as the highest honor a nation rendered, and it is fired in honor of the President. The first shot of the salute is synchronized to coincide with the playing of the national anthem.
At the top, the members of the National Assembly as well as members of the NCOP are ready in the joint sitting.
Members of both houses must be seated before the procession enters. Each of the 9 provinces is represented by its full quota of 6 permanent and 4 rotating members, seated in the removable cross benches. A delegation of 10 South African Local Government Association members also occupy seats in the cross benches. Members' guests, representatives of statutory and constitutional bodies, the judges, president, provincial speakers, directors general of state departments, guests from civil society approved by the presiding officers, and staff of the presidency and parliament are accommodated in the National Assembly galleries. The official bays to the right and left of the Speaker's chair, other overflow areas within Parliament. The presiding officers and the President enter the chamber in procession, preceded by the Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod, and followed by the Secretary to Parliament. A new element of the SONA since the birth of democracy is Imbongi, the praise singer. Although our parliament is based on the Westminster traditions, Imbongi's praise singing gives Africanness pride of place. Imbongi starts this narration as the presidential procession enters the chamber. The Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod are responsible for compliance with security policy in and around the chamber and galleries. The Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod place the mace and the Black Rod in place before the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP, respectively. The mace is a symbol of authority of the Speaker of the National Assembly. When the Sergeant at Arms carries the mace into the debating chamber and places it before the Speaker of the National Assembly, it means that the National Assembly is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The mace was designed to reflect the history, traditions, and diverse cultures and languages of South Africa. The Black Rod is the symbol of the authority of the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, NCOP. The Black Rod reflects the important role of the provinces in the functioning of the NCOP. When the usher of the black rod carries the black rod into the debating chamber and places it before the chairperson of the NCOP, it means that the NCOP is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The presiding officers, while standing, bows to the left and then to the right in greeting and request a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Once everyone is seated, the presiding officer reads out the notice calling the joint sitting and calls on the president to deliver his address to the joint sitting. No other business may be considered on this day. The president then delivers the SONA and no other debate takes place. On conclusion of the president's speech, the presiding officer adjourns the sitting. Members are required to wait while the procession leaves the chamber. Over the years, this address has set the tone for the goals of the year. It speaks to businesses, civil society, and general public. It gives insight into what we as a nation have achieved and a plan to achieve going forward. Through this address, the first citizen and leader of the nation shines the light on the path we shall be taking and leads us to where we want to be as a nation. More than just the speech, the SONA tells South Africans, as well as the world, why South Africa continues to be the land of possibilities.
The State of the Nation Address is an address to the nation by the President of the Republic of South Africa as the head of state. It is commonly referred to as the annual opening of Parliament. The President uses this occasion to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead in a wide-ranging address to members of Parliament, which is the basis for executive action during that calendar year.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13, subsection 1A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honorable the President to address the joint sitting.
It is one of the rare occasions where the three arms of state, the executive, government, the legislature, parliament, and the judiciary, the courts, gather in one place. The executive is represented by the deputy president and cabinet. The judiciary is represented by the chief justice and judge presidents. The legislature is represented by the presiding officers and members of parliament. Since 1994, the tone of the State of the Nation address has been inclusive, joyful, and informal. The opening of Parliament became an opportunity to showcase the country's cultural diversity.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Togo Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refulem Tweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Did you know the State of the Nation address is one of the rare events involving the three arms of the state: the executive, legislative, and judicial, symbolizing the unity of government in addressing the nation's challenges and progress made. Did you know the President's address is the sole item on the agenda? Following the address, MPs will engage in a two-day debate during a joint sitting. The debate will be concluded with the President's reply on the third day. Did you know the public involvement element is an important role in the SONA ceremony? The SONA includes participation by the public, representatives of various Did you know the ceremonial format of the SONA will include a 21-gun salute, an aircraft fly-past, the ceremonial guard, and a salute? Did you know, during the SONA, a 21-gun salute is fired in honor of the President and is timed to start with the singing of the anthem.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of two houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. The National Council of Provinces, or NCOP for short, is constitutionally mandated to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. This is done through participation in the national legislative process and by providing a national forum for consideration of issues affecting provinces. The NCOP also ensures that local government concerns are represented at the highest level. The NCOP consists of 9 provincial delegations nominated by the provincial legislatures and a delegation from the South African Local Government Association, or SALGA for short. Each provincial delegation has 10 members made up of 4 special delegates drawn from the provincial legislature, including the Premier of the province or a person designated by the Premier as head of the delegation. These delegates may change from time to time. In addition to that, there are also 6 permanent delegates. This means every province is equally represented in the NCOP. Similar to its counterpart, the NCOP has office bearers who are responsible for overseeing the duties of the House. Chairperson and 2 deputy chairpersons manage the work of the NCOP and preside over debates, making sure that delegates can speak freely while remaining within the rules. Of the 2 deputy chairpersons, one is a permanent deputy chairperson who is elected for 5 years, while provincial premiers take turns being deputy chairpersons for a year. A provincial whip organizes the work of each provincial delegation. Parties with at least 7 permanent delegates and who do not have members functioning as provincial whips are also entitled to a party whip. The NCOP considers, passes, amends, proposes amendments to, or rejects legislation. It must consider all national bills. The NCOP has oversight of the executive within its role as the representative of the provinces. The NCOP may require a cabinet member, an official in the national government or a provincial government to attend a meeting of the council or a committee of the council. The NCOP also conducts oversight visits to the communities in order to ensure that they get direct information on the needs and challenges of the people. All these efforts to make your future work better.
Welcome back. As we continue our SONA 2026 coverage, we've been examining the state of the nation from multiple angles: ceremonial, constitutional, and from the National Assembly. Now it's critical we turn our lens to the House that embodies our cooperative governance model, the National Council of Provinces. The NCOP's role in a government of national unity becomes even more pivotal, as it is the forum where provincial and local government interests must be harmonized with national policy. Joining us now to unpack this is the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Mr. Les Govender. Mr. Govender, a very warm welcome to Parliament TV. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Maseko. Always great to be on Parliament TV, and thank you for this opportunity on this magnificent day in Cape Town.
Yes. You know, the NCOP's role in a government of national unity is very pivotal. From the NCOP's unique position representing diverse provincial executives, some of which are in the opposition through the national government of national unity, how has this new political configuration of government fundamentally altered the dynamics, the debates, and the consensus-building processes within the National Council of Provinces?
Well, Maseko, in 2024, the electorate in our country decided that we should embark on a new path as a government. And in that regard, we find that we are now in this government of national unity, which from an NCOP point of view, it has been highly successful in the way we have been interacting with various provinces. Now, you will know that the NCOP forms a bridge between the provinces and the national sphere of government. Yeah. And it is the only institution that has this link. And through that link, we are able to then identify issues that need to be unlocked in the provinces, bring it to the national sphere, and hold ministers to account. So in that respect, the government of national unity has been very successful, because you find that different political parties that are serving in government are now able to, I wouldn't say keep a watch on each other, but ensure that the other ministers are also doing their work and doing it well.
So, so you're saying that the holding each other more accountable is one of the things that you pick up as a success for this approach of government of national unity.
Yes, because if you were to look back to the last 30 years, it was one party that was in government, and the levels of accountability might not have been there. But now that you have different ministers coming from different political parties, you've got deputy ministers from different political parties, they are able to now keep a check to ensure that things get done and get done properly. But what is also very important is that I wouldn't say that there is a competition between the ministers to see who is performing better, but they are trying to outdo each other, which is good, because the beneficiaries at the end of the day will be the citizens of our country, and that is what we want to see.
And now this is a year of elections, the local government elections that are upcoming. So how has this condensed or affected the NCOP program for the year, taking into mind that NCOP has programs like the Taking Parliament to the People, the Provincial Week? Has this in any way affected the program of the council?
The program of the council will not be affected in any way, because we don't get involved in elections. Although when we leave the office at the end of the day, we are political animals on the outside. But when we are in the office as the NCOP, we focus on the work of the NCOP. Now you will know that in 2024, we convened the three-sphere planning.
Yes.
And then last year we debated the report.
Yes.
So my plans for this year is that we don't convene a three-sphere planning as such, but we go to each province and identify what are the projects that have been stalled, why have they been stalled, what are the log jams, and then we go back to the ministers concerned to say this particular province is having an issue with housing, for example. Then we go to the Minister of Human Settlements to say, what are you doing about unlocking a project that has already been started? Millions of rand has been spent. What are you doing about ensuring that those houses are completed and people benefit from it? So those are the things that we are going to be doing in this year. Going to every province, interacting with the premiers, with the MECs, with the mayors, to ensure that we have service delivery on the ground.
Okay, after tonight's address from the President, how will the NCOP tailor its program to basically dissect and ensure that the President's priorities are implemented in the provinces?
Well, the provincial programs as well as the national programs, you will know that the budgets are linked to the programs that will be taking place within each province. Now, we are certain that the President will announce certain projects that you would want to see finding expression on the ground. So our job would be to identify what is he saying as compared to what was said last year, to see what has been achieved, and then ensure that the pronouncements that are made this year are really something that is tangible, that will positively affect the lives of our people. The NDP is something that we are focusing a lot of attention on, because the National Development Plan is something that must find expression on the ground.
Yes.
And in that way, we will be able to change the lives of our people.
Yeah. And now the President's address is going to happen against the backdrop of recent devastating floods in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KZN, and the fires in the Eastern Cape and Western Cape, which are a reminder of how some of the societies are vulnerable to climate change. Now, from the NCOP's perspective, what level of agency on or policy-specific direction are you going to take to manage these disasters?
Some of these disasters are natural disasters, like you're talking about the flooding and so on. But others are something that we can actually take care of, because you'll find that with the issue of infrastructure, much of the infrastructure in our country is aged infrastructure, and that is something that needs to be addressed. If we can up our game in terms of ensuring that infrastructure is maintained properly, to ensure that infrastructure is upgraded all the time, because remember that people are not static, people are moving, communities are moving all the time, and with new housing developments that are taking place across the country, infrastructure needs to keep pace with that, and therefore we are saying that we can avert some of these disasters, especially the storms, when it comes to infrastructure like your stormwater drainage, your sewer, and so on. If that can be upgraded to ensure that we mitigate against whatever might come, because the storms and things like that we cannot really predict. It would happen, but we need to up our game to ensure that we prepare for such things. And I'm glad that the Minister of Local Government and Traditional Affairs is addressing such issues through his review of the white paper on local government. So that is something that we are looking forward to once that document has been finalized, to see how it finds expression on the ground.
And some South Africans right now watch the SONA as just a political spectacle. It's an event that politicians gather and talk and no action. So how would you ensure that, or how would you wish South African could approach the state of the nation so that it, and what should they listen for, and how can they, through their provincial representatives in the NCOP, engage with the plans that are unveiled by the president when he delivers his speech?
You know, we always say that politics is not a one-day game. It is throughout the year. And what is very, very critical is that what happens after people go and vote on voting day.
Yeah.
How do they keep in touch with what government is doing? Now, this is where I would like to encourage citizens of our country to keep government accountable at all times.
Yeah.
But and to do that, they need to attend when we have these taking parliament to the people. They need to attend and express themselves. And even if they cannot attend because of work situations or because of where they live as compared to where parliament is taking place in that province, they can still engage with government. There's so many ways that they can engage with government, you know, through the various portals that we have. They can make submissions. Now they can make petitions. So those are the things that citizens need to take advantage of.
Yeah.
And apart from taking parliament to the people, we have the women's parliament. We have the youth parliament. We have parliament for disabled people. We have, the men's and boys parliament. You know, SANAC just had that recently, last week. So these are the various engagements that parliament embarks on to draw people into the discourse, to say, what is it that you want government to do for you in your particular areas? Now, people need to take advantage of that, because once you go and cast your vote, you must not then step back and say, now it's up to government. You need to keep government accountable, and that is what I would like to see happen.
Yeah, you talk about petitions. Does the council have a system of following up and feedback or reporting back through these petitions that ordinary citizens submit?
Yes, absolutely, because we have a tracking mechanism.
Okay.
And if, for example, a community or a person sends a petition, now, once we receive that, it is immediately logged onto the system.
Yeah.
Then we look at that petition and then decide which institution will have to give us a follow-up. If for instance it's an issue dealing with water, then we'll give it to the Department of Water Affairs. And Minister Majondina and her department need to look at that petition and see, is what the people are saying, is it actually pertinent? How do we address it? If, for example, they are saying that they want to amend a certain portion of legislation because it is not working in the interests of their community, then it then goes to the legal services. Legal will then have a look at what that community is saying as to how that that particular piece of legislation needs to be amended.
Yeah.
And then legal will then tell us, yes, it can be done, or no, it can be done, and if it can't be done, why not?
Okay.
And then we give that feedback to that community.
To the community. Oh, okay. And also now it's the 30 years of the Constitution. So how has the NCOP's mandate through these 30 years of the Constitution its mandate to represent provincial interests in the national sphere evolved?
Well, you see, in the past 30 years, we never had such close interaction with the various provinces, in my opinion. Now, as I said earlier, we want to now go to the provinces, not to go and have taking parliament to the people. That's not the NCOP work, but to engage with premiers, mayors, as well as MECs, and interest groups within that particular province, to say what are your challenges.
Yeah.
And listen to them, bring those challenges back, and then send it to the relevant government departments that should actually address those challenges. Because if we don't give feedback to people, if you just go and listen to them and then forget about it afterwards, you are creating a bigger divide between the people and government. People then don't have a confidence in how government works in their interest.
Yeah. Okay, just on a lighter note and more on a personal note, what is it that you're looking forward or hoping to hear the President address tonight?
Well,
or talk more on,
I don't want to hear more, promises that will not be kept. We need to win the confidence of our people.
Yeah.
And if President says we're going to invest, like he did last year, 90 some odd billion rand in sorting out certain municipalities that are dysfunctional, we want to see that happening. People need to feel it. So people are actually saying to us now, we want to see what the President is going to say. And I'm glad that the issue of the water situation in Johannesburg. The President yesterday dispatched the Minister of Water Affairs as well as the Minister of Local Government, Minister Estavisa, to go there and see exactly what needs to be done. Now I'm hoping that wasn't done just because it is SONA today.
Okay. We all hope so.
Yeah, I'm hoping that was done in the interest of the people of Johannesburg.
Okay, Mr. Gavenda, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you on Parliament TV. That was Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who spoke to us about his expectations of the President's address this evening. And now we are continuing to bring you live coverage of the 2026 State of the Nation Address, which will be happening this evening at 7 p.m. here at the Cape Town City Hall. A crucial reminder that the national vision articulated tonight must be built on provincial and local foundations. The oversight journey continues here on Parliament TV. Stay tuned and in your front row seat to parliamentary engagements.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of two houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. These two houses exist to uphold the nation's hard-earned democracy. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people under the Constitution. This is done by overseeing the executive, passing laws, providing a national forum for public debate on important issues, and choosing the country's president from its members.
In terms of Item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, I accordingly declare Honorable MC Ramaphosa duly elected President Ramaphosa.
The NA consists of 400 members of parliament who are elected through a system called proportional representation. The NA has various office bearers responsible for various functions, the most important being the presiding officers. At the beginning of each administration, one of the NA's very first responsibilities is to elect the presiding officers of the House, this being the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker.
I accordingly declare Honorable Didiza duly elected Speaker of the National Assembly.
They are entrusted to run the affairs of the NA. They oversee meetings and make sure that members of parliament speak freely but adhere to the rules of the House. In addition, each political party in the NA elects a chief whip to run its affairs. As mentioned, Parliament passes laws. This is done by referring bills to committees for processing and debating those bills. The House can approve, reject, or refer bills back to committees for further discussion. The National Assembly also has a constitutional mandate to carry out oversight on the executive. Oversight is carried out by scrutinizing, monitoring, and overseeing the actions of the government or any other organ of state in respect to the implementation of the laws, the application of the budget, and observance of the Constitution. The National Assembly keeps the executive accountable by approving budgets, asking parliamentary questions, having parliamentary debates about the important issues, and by proposing and voting on motions relating to the work of government. All these efforts to make your future work better.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Togo Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refulem Tweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Building our great South African nation together.
The black rod is the symbol of the authority of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. It derives its name from the ebony wood from which the rod is traditionally made. It is carried by the usher of the black rod in the ceremonial processions, such as during a sitting of the House. It is placed upright next to the presiding officer's chair as an indication that the House is formally in session. Similar to the mace, it resembles a nopkiri, an African symbol of defense, authority, and leadership. The black rod stands at a length of 1.1 meter and weighs 8 kilograms. The protea at the head of the black rod is South Africa's national flower. It has 2 rows of 9 handmade 18-karat gold leaves, each representing one of the 9 provinces. The inner core of the protea is made of pure silver and is finished in oxidized silver. The supporting disc below the protea is made of ebony and is connected to the shaft of the rod by 18-karat gold struts. Below the protea is a section of beadwork which represents South Africa's diverse people and its rich cultural heritage. The shaft of the black rod is made of ebony, the South African coat of arms, made of pure silver and finished in color vitreous enameling, appears twice on the shaft. The shaft is also inlaid with 18-karat gold strips. 2 sets of clasping hands engraved by hand in 18-karat gold also appear on the shaft and symbolize freedom, peace, and cooperation. The national flag appears 3 times on the shaft. The flags are pure silver and are finished in vitreous enameling. 6 gold rings on the shaft of the black rod are made of 18-karat gold. When the National Council of Provinces is in session, the black rod stands in a drum. The drum is a symbol of the African tradition of using drums to call people together for a meeting. It is also symbolic of South Africa's achievement of democracy through dialogue. The drum is made of yellow wood, and the top is covered in springbok skin. Encircling the drum is a pure silver band engraved with images of rock paintings. Placed over these images are further images depicting elements of South Africa's 9 provincial coats of arms in colored vitreous enameling. From the northwest is a calabash gold. From the Free State is a cluster of Orange River lily flowers. From the Northern Cape is a thorn tree. From KwaZulu-Natal is the Strelitzia flower. From Mpumalanga is the red Barberton daisy. The Eastern Cape is represented by the red aloe, indigenous to the Eastern Cape. The Limpopo province is represented by the baobab tree. From Gauteng is the chemical symbol for iron. Lastly, the Western Cape representation is a bunch of grapes. All these come together to epitomize the unity that this nation represents.
Welcome back to Parliament TV, and of course this is our continuous SONA 2026 coverage. And as the clock ticks and our hours winding down towards 7 p.m, the focus sharpens on the intricate machinery of Parliament that makes this grand event possible. Now, beyond the presiding officers, there is a critical team ensuring the legislative engine runs smoothly, especially under the unique circumstances of this term. Now, leading key aspects of this internal preparedness is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I am now joined by Dr. Annelie Lothriet. Doc, thank you so much for coming through.
Good morning to you. Very nice to see you again.
Yes, yes, yes. You always make time for Parliament TV, and we appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Now, Dr. Lothriet, of course, from the logistical and procedural standpoint, as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, you play a pivotal role when it comes to the run-up of SONA. Could you take us through some of the key items and key elements of your portfolio's responsibility in ensuring that the National Assembly is ready for today's joint sitting?
Yes, as you say, it is a process in the run-up to the SONA. It doesn't just happen.
Yes.
So myself, with the Speaker and the Chair of the NCOP and the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, we do have a responsibility to make sure that everything is in place, but from an overarching point of view, because you have all the different sections looking after the logistics. You have public works and infrastructure, making sure that inside the venue everything is correct. Then you have security, you have the catering, so it's a whole lot of things, and then you have the protocol, yes, you know, the pomp and ceremony part. So everything like that must come together, and we have to keep a hand on those to make sure that it's actually happening.
Yes, and of course then this is also another SONA in South Africa's 7th Parliament under the National Government of Unity. Now, a novel configuration, of course, in our democratic era. Now, from your position on the podium, how has this reality altered or influenced the preparations, the expected tone and the anticipated dynamics within the House today, and the oversight work that will follow after the SONA?
Well, it's always interesting now to anticipate what the President is going to say, yes, given that it is a government of national unity. So it's not only one party dominated. So we do hope that there's a wide range of voices to be heard, yes, in the President's SONA, because we have much bigger representation in government. So that is what I'm looking forward to, is that we can really see the GNU in action in the President's speech this evening.
And of course, with that, then, when we skip right to international diplomacy and exclusion, Parliament does not only just operate in isolation or in a vacuum, right? And recently, I mean, we were notably excluded from the US G20 summit. Now, as a senior parliamentary figure, what is your reading of the impact of such diplomatic shifts on Parliament's role? And does it place rather a greater onus on the legislature to use platforms like the SONA and its aftermath to reaffirm the country's foreign policy stance and the parliamentary diplomacy?
That's a very good question, because we're not living on an island.
No.
So we're part of the international sphere.
Yes.
And yes, indeed, I think the President has to set the tone for what is our country's position, because we are living in extremely interesting geopolitical times, very fluctuating. If we look at the USA, the tariffs, what's happening, you correctly refer to what happened at the G20 last year, the P20 last year, where America just withdrew, and we're not being invited this year to the G20 in America. Now, those are things we have to factor in within the larger picture of what exactly, where do we stand? Because in the end, we have to make sure that we act in the best interest of our citizens. It cannot only be an ideological stance. It must also be something, because trade is critical, investment is critical. So all of those factors have to play a role in what our position is internationally.
And then with that, of course, when we speak about that, we spoke that Parliament doesn't perform or doesn't we're not in a vacuum. We're not isolated, right? There's the continent. And with that, of course, even last year, there was the P20, there was the SADC PF, and they were all hosted here. And that speaks to the diplomacy and ensuring that those relationships are maintained. Now, looking ahead, of course, Parliament is set to host the Commonwealth Parliamentary Forum later this year. And in such a way, Deputy Speaker, let's talk to how does an event of such global stature, right, factor into the broader parliamentary calendar post-SONA, and what opportunities does it then present? Because a lot of people complain that, yes, we're hosting these beautiful events, however, what are we supposed to feel as the people on the ground that are working on a daily basis?
That's one of the challenges. We saw that last year with the G20, the P20, where we tried our best to take it to the different provinces, to get people involved, to make them aware, because people, many people don't know what the G20 is, or that there's something like a P20. It's something that I didn't know before we had to organize it. And with the CPC, I think there's much longer history there with the Commonwealth. So I think there has been many interactions. We have the annual Africa Region CPA. So there are different meetings that's been happening for many, many years. So our challenge, and we actually discussed it this past week, is how we're going to approach it, what events will we be having, how will we also take it to the different provinces, how will we include everyone, how will we include our neighbours in this whole process. So yes, I'm on the steering committee for my sins, so we will, but luckily we had a first take on the P20, so we know what it takes to do. So yes, and again it will be in Cape Town in September.
Of course. And then, of course, on a more technical, vital aspect of your role when it comes to interpreting services, right? Now, for a multilingual nation, this is the cornerstone of accessibility. I call Parliament the custodian of democracy, and it's very important that each and every person understands the processes and what is being discussed and said within the precinct. Now, can you shed light on the preparations to ensure flawless interpretation of the President's address tonight and the debates to follow next week in the Never Dome?
Well, everything is in place. We have our interpreters. They are trained. We've in fact appointed more interpreters now. So we also have to work within a specific budget.
Yes.
So yes, I believe everything is in place for the public to access it. You also have to, of course, have to deal with it being broadcast, and how do you transfer the interpretation to the broadcast? So that makes it very tricky.
Yes.
But you know what? We attended a conference last year in Malaysia on artificial intelligence and the impact it will have on translation and interpreting services. So it's very exciting.
Yes.
So new possibilities are open.
And of course, before we started broadcasting, I always go through Twitter and see what people are thinking with, and people are using the hashtag SONA 2026. And some are of the opinion that maybe we shouldn't spend so much money. What is the importance of the processions, the 21 gun salute? Why not have a family meeting, like they always say, where the president calls us and we sit in front of our TVs and we watch what it is that he has to say? Talk to us about the importance of the State of the Nation address, not only just the address, but the tradition and the culture that go with it, of course, leading up to the 7 p.m. speech.
Well, it's always a matter of trying to balance the cost and the necessity of actually starting the year and setting the tone for Parliament. So it is much more than just an ordinary sitting, and there must be a distinction. And I think it's also very important that we still keep to specific traditions, certain symbols. It does give stature to Parliament and to the legislative and the executive sphere of government, while the judges will also be here this evening.
Yes.
So it's that one event in the year where the three arms get together. And I think it is important because we've long heard now that Parliament means nothing. But if you don't just emphasize the importance and stature and the role Parliament plays by events such as SONA, it will be lost.
And of course then, Speaker, a lot of people are of the idea that we're just going to gather, the President is going to tell us about some of the commitments that he aims to achieve this year. Hopefully he'll also tell us about some of the shortfalls that have come through since last year's SONA. In that regard, what do you have to say to South Africans that feel like nothing is really changing? It's just, some people called it a repetitive speech even last year. What do you say to those South Africans in terms of their hope in the government, their hope within Parliament as well, and ensuring that there will be tangible change when it comes to their lives?
Well, one always hopes that things will change, and I think as politicians we try to do our best to make sure that it actually changes and that whatever the President says is put into action. So the President will set the tone, and I do hope that he will say, well, these are our priorities, such as unemployment, growing the economy, crime, corruption, all those things, the water crisis we have. And then it's up to us, the politicians, to make sure that the departments, the executive arm, are held accountable to give effect to those ideals, wishes, plans. So that's where the legislative arm comes in terms of oversight and accountability. So I can say to the citizen out there, hold your politician responsible, hold them accountable so that we can hold the executive to accountable.
Basically, practice active citizenship.
Absolutely.
And lastly, on I call it a lighter note, but I think it has a lot of seriousness attached to it as well. Parliament always tries to partner up with Proudly SA, and we motivate members and their esteemed guests to dress local. And this, of course, is to promote local designers. It's to ensure that factories remain open in terms of the textile industries. Why is it important for the average South African sitting, watching the SONA, not to see it just as a fashion parade? And what is the significance of promoting local designers and fashion?
It's critical for our economy to have our local economies, our communities grow, our economies in the communities, not only the big outlets, but our local seamstresses, designers. Because they're the heart of the economy in the end. So, yes, it can be seen as a fashion parade, but at the same time we have to be responsible in our fashion.
Yes.
So I fully support the Proudly South African.
Thank you so much for making the time.
My pleasure.
And of course, that is Dr. Annelie Lotriet, and she is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. And she's given us some detailed and complex insights on what it is that we can expect today, and obviously, and also her responsibility when it comes to the build-up of SONA. Now, of course, it was an operation and strategic framework of Parliament on a day like this that she's provided some insight on. Now, the groundwork laid here is what enables the national conversation to happen. Stay with us. You're still watching Parliament TV.
Welcome to the Civics Academy Governance Series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of democratic governance and the concept of the separation of powers as one of the key features of democracy. In this video, we look at the legislative branch of government, its responsibility and tasks. Democracies are characterized by the separation of functions and powers between the three branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Each branch checks the power of the other two so that there is a balance of power between them. The legislature is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The legislative authority in the national sphere of government is vested in Parliament, which is the supreme legislative power in the country. At provincial level, the legislature is represented by the provincial legislatures, and in the local sphere by the municipal councils. In this video, we will focus on the national level and outline what Parliament is and what it does, in line with Chapter 4 of our Constitution. The South African Parliament is situated in Cape Town. It is a place where our elected representatives meet and carry out their work. Our Parliament is bicameral. That means that we have two houses of Parliament, known as the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The National Assembly is made up of 400 representatives from different political parties, called Members of Parliament, or MPs. South Africans indirectly elect MPs every 5 years by casting votes for the party of their choice. Seats are then allocated to each party based on the number of votes the party received using the proportional representation system. Each party compiles lists of candidates, and MPs are allocated from this list in the order the names are listed. Half of the 400 MPs are selected from national party lists, and the other half from provincial lists. A party needs to obtain about 45,000 votes for every MP representing it in the National Assembly. This system allows for smaller parties and therefore minority interests to be represented in our legislature. Soon after the national election, the Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, swears in the members of the National Assembly. We explain the role and functions of MPs and political parties, as well as different aspects of elections in the Civics Academy election series. The second House of Parliament is the National Council of Provinces. It came into existence in 1997 and is the body that represents provincial interests at the national level of the legislature. The National Council of Provinces has 90 members. Each of the 9 provinces nominates 10 delegates to this council. The delegation usually consists of the Premier, 3 other temporary delegates who can change from time to time, and 6 permanent delegates nominated for the full term of Parliament. The party representation in the delegations must proportionally reflect the party representation in the provincial legislatures. Now that we know what Parliament is, let's talk about what Parliament does. Each house has its own distinct role and functions, as set out in the Constitution. However, there are also many instances where the two houses act together to conduct joint business. To simplify, we are referring to both houses of Parliament here. They have 4 main functions or areas of jurisdiction. These are: 1. The consideration, amendment, and passing of draft laws, called bills. Bills are usually introduced by the executive, but they can also be introduced by MPs and are then discussed in parliamentary committees, which may amend provisions and approve them before both houses of Parliament vote on whether to pass them. Parliament must ensure that all bills conform to the provisions of the Constitution before being passed. Otherwise, a High Court can declare the law or parts of it unconstitutional and invalid. If this is confirmed by the Constitutional Court, the law has no force and effect, as if it was never passed. Parliament may also amend the Constitution with a 2/3 majority of votes. Furthermore, the Constitution requires Parliament to allow members of the public to participate in lawmaking processes through written submissions or by giving testimony before parliamentary committees. 2. The election of the President. At its first sitting after the election, the National Assembly elects the President from among its members. The leader of the political party that wins the majority of the seats in the National Assembly is nominated and elected as President. Once elected President, he or she becomes the head of the executive and stops being a member of Parliament. 3. Oversight of the executive. Parliament approves the budgets of government departments and has the duty to scrutinize and oversee the work of the executive and to hold cabinet ministers accountable. The various committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can call cabinet ministers to appear before them to explain their work and to answer questions about their work. In this way, the committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces ensure that the members of cabinet do their job properly. The President and his or her cabinet are also required to answer questions in Parliament and to defend their budget every year before the National Assembly. 4. Parliament provides a national forum for consideration of important issues. To achieve this goal, political parties table motions that must be debated and voted on. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces carry out their duties in different ways. Each house meets in its own plenary session to pass legislation and debate issues. In extraordinary circumstances, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can meet in joint sittings to debate important issues of the day or to listen to important speeches. Beyond these regularly scheduled plenary sessions, the President may at any time summon Parliament for an extraordinary sitting. Parliamentary work is done in a number of different committees, consisting of smaller groups of members. Committees enable members of Parliament to develop expertise and in-depth knowledge of the specific committee's area of responsibility, for example, health, education, or foreign policy. Each house has its own committees. Committees are, in general, proportionally representative of the parties in Parliament and headed by a chairperson. They are required to report regularly on their activities and to make recommendations to their house for debate and decision. There are a number of joint committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. For example, the Annual Constitutional Review Committee. Committee meetings are generally open to the public. Summary. The legislature is the representative of the people of South Africa. The 400 plus 90 representatives are given their mandates through regular elections and vote on issues of national importance in Parliament. Parliament is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The power of Parliament is limited by the Constitution. The judiciary checks the exercise of power by the legislature. Through its work, Parliament is tasked to make sure that the interests of the people of South Africa are represented in all their diversity.
Welcome back. Welcome back, and you're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. It is a build-up to the 2026 State of the Nation address, and we're coming to you live from outside the Cape Town City Hall. And you've just heard the Wynberg Girls High. That has been entertaining. But before that, let's look at these two beautiful ladies. Ladies looking so beautiful, Sapo.
Thank you so much, Temi Nkosi. As you might know, I have said that I am dressed by Nosije, and she is from Esterfield. Of course, this is in partnership of Proudly SA and ensuring that we support local designers.
And as I said as well, I'm dressed by Stephen Eden, who's a well-established designer based in Cape Town, Woodstock, originally from Katu in the Northern Cape. From Katu to the red carpet, he has dressed so many celebrities, and he has always aspired to be a designer from the tender age of 15 years. Cape Town, of course, showing off the beautiful weather, one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Table Mountain, right behind us as we bring you live coverage of the State of the Nation address built up this evening at 7 p.m.
Of course, Mashiko and you ladies are looking very beautiful, dressed up for the event, of course. And I can't wait to see you walking that red carpet later on today. And like I said, we are at the front of the City Hall. This is exactly when Nelson Mandela delivered his first address to the nation on the 11th of February 1990, when he was released from Drakenstein prison. And of course, we know that yesterday there was an event that took place at Drakenstein Disaster Management, where the Nelson Mandela Rules Training Academy was launched. So we wait to see how is that going to assist members of correctional services as well as prisoners in terms of maintaining decorum in their space. But before that, it was also 1997, just to share a little bit with you guys. I know that probably we're not in Cape Town, but I was here in this same place on that 11th of February 1990, when Nelson Mandela was released. I was standing right at the far back. I was 14 years only at that time, so you can imagine we were pushed at the back. It was only those who were much taller than me and much older than me that were standing in the front. And of course, from what you see there, the statue of Nelson Mandela that you see at the Cape Town City Hall, that's exactly where he was standing on that day. And he was assisted, of course, by none other than our current president, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. I was holding the mic for him when he was talking and addressing the nation. I don't know what significance does that have. I held the mic earlier for Tsepo, so I don't know whether in future what is that going to bring for me, because we know that the current president was, of course, holding the mic for Nelson Mandela when he was addressing the nation. And we know what followed after that. It was the first ever democratic elections on the 27th of April in 1994, where the ANC won in majority and Mr. Nelson Mandela was inaugurated as the first democratic president. And he only served for one term. And just to give you a little bit of the highlight of his presidency, we know that he served from the 10th of May 1994 until the 14th of June 1999. He was the first democratic president after the end of apartheid. And of course, some of the key highlights include overseeing the transition from apartheid to constitutional democracy, establishing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the TRC, under Archbishop Desmond Tutu. We know currently there are a number of hearings that are taking place as to why some of the recommendations of that TRC were not implemented. We also know that it was Nelson Mandela that introduced the Reconstruction and Development Program known as the RDP. Those who live in Cape Town and other areas of the world will know the RDP, the house that you live in, which is called the RDP, actually refers to a policy that was introduced by Nelson Mandela, the Reconstruction and Development Program, which focused on housing, basic services, and indeed the social upliftment. We also know that Nelson Mandela promoted the national reconciliation and global integration of South Africa. Hence, we're few years later, 2010, able to win that World Cup and host it here in South Africa. And after 1999, only served for one term, he handed over the reins to former President Mr. Thabo Mvuyelwa Mbeki, who served for two terms between 14 June 1999 and the 27th of September in 2008. I'm sure some South Africans will know about the stories, the 8 days in September that is often told about the removal of the former President Thabo Mbeki. We know that he also advanced the growth, employment and distribution policy, the macroeconomic framework, which is known as GEA. He also promoted the African Renaissance. You remember that speech, I am an African, which he delivered in the National Assembly, of course, before it was gutted by fire, which is why we are here at the Cape Town City Hall today. He did face some criticism over his HIV/AIDS denialism, which delayed the HIV rollout. And like I said earlier, we know that he was recalled in 2008 September and was then replaced by former President Ms. Kgalema Motlanthe, who served for a very short time between September 2008 and 9 May 2009 as interim president of the country. And we do know that he was appointed after President Mbeki's call, and as I had said, he stayed as the caretaker president. We know that for the African National Congress, that was one of the most difficult moments. So it was important to have someone who was going to stabilize the political environment ahead of the 2009 general elections. He also focused on restoring party-state coherence and continuity of governance, as well as maintaining policy continuity with limited structural reform due to his short tenure. Of course, we know that in 1999, President Zuma took over from him. Mashego, would like to talk a little bit about President Zuma's tenure as the President of the Republic.
Yes, I would like to do that. And also one of the highlights being the introduction of the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, as they came into the National Assembly, into Parliament, actually, to be more specific. And also how they brought a bit of more vibrancy to the House, that we believe to have been bringing more vibrancy to the House. And also that now the Parliament took a direction of now amending a few rules, including those about the disruptions of the State of the Nation Address, like major sittings like the State of the Nation Address. The National Assembly adopted the rules, and the National Council of Provinces, both of them, they adopted rules that there will be no interruptions allowed during the President's speech, and no other business may be conducted during those sittings. And this was widely reported as a rule change from early 2024 aimed at keeping the order during these sittings. And some of the rules that we also saw, the rule changes that we also saw, came with COVID-19, of course, where now Parliament had to sit virtually, and Parliament didn't have any policy on or rules on how they handling virtual meetings or hybrid sittings for that matter. So we saw the introduction of virtual meetings rule and virtual house sittings rules. You know, the evolution of the COVID-19 that it brought, that technology also becomes part of the sittings of the houses. And also how we saw a change in how we saw, I think you were also sitting on the committee, the one for the subcommittee for the removal of the Chapter 9 institutions. Am I correct?
Of course, yes, I sat in that committee. The committee, yes. Section 194 committee.
Yes, you know, and you know how when it was the first time that the National Assembly adopted rules on how to remove a head of a Chapter 9 institution, and the first one being the former public protector, Busisiwe Mkhwebane. It was a lengthy process. It was a teething period for Parliament, but as you know, we all came out victorious from that.
And of course, that means that Nkosi and Mashego are actually exposing how old they are and how long they've been in Parliament as an institution. Of course, I was here on the 2nd of January 2022 when the National Assembly and the new wing burnt down. And of course, that also brought in new challenges for Parliament. However, because we had COVID and of course the rules had been amended to ensure that we can have virtual sittings, that the House and the Assembly as a whole was able to migrate to virtual sittings and hybrid sittings. Now with that, of course, this means that it's still under the presidency of Mr. Ramaphosa. And with that, his core theme of his presidency was renewal, restoring institutional credibility, stabilizing governance, rebuilding investor confidence, and addressing corruption linked to state capture. And that was also one of the highlights when people were asking what are some of the implementations that will be made and consequence management when it came to the report of the Zondo Commission. And of course, some of the key developments there was the implementation of those recommendations from the Zondo Commission, strengthening of the National Prosecuting Authority and the SIU, asset recoveries linked to state capture, establishment of mechanisms to professionalize the public service. And of course, like Mashego said, we did have the Section 194 inquiry, one of the first where we had a public protector removed from office. And then apart from that, now we have an ad hoc committee when it comes to Parliament, an ad hoc committee that is to investigate the allegations of Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. And apart from that, our President has also established a commission that will be looking into those allegations, and this is the Madlanga Commission. These are some of the developments that have been happening, and as I think I'm still fairly new here in Parliament. I have never experienced the State of the Nation address at the National Assembly. So hopefully next year, 2027, like the Secretary to Parliament has promised, that next year SONA will be in the new rebuilt building of the National Assembly.
And just adding on to that, sorry to interject, Tepo, to say that it's this Parliament building that is currently being constructed, there was a lengthy process of public participation for people to comment on how they would like their Parliament to look like. Because as we know that it was built ages ago and people didn't have any contribution. So Parliament being, with its mandate of public participation, brought that in as well during this rebuilding project. And it's going so well, and we are looking forward to seeing the State of the Nation address going back to the original precincts of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa.
Of course, Machepa and Tsepo, sincere apologies for exposing your age, but it's safe to say that it is also good that we expose the age so that they don't only see the oldies that are here in this platform, but we also have the young. Unfortunately, though, Tsepo joined us during the year of President Ramaphosa, and it was just after COVID-19, during COVID-19 that you joined Parliament, and I'm really sorry that unfortunately you could not have a chance to present the State of the Nation address in the old National Assembly building, but there's, of course, as you would know, there's something new in store that's coming for you. And for those of us who are watching at home, you can go to our website, www.parliament.gov.za, to see the progress made in the construction of the new National Assembly building. You are in for a big surprise. It's out with the old and in with the new.
Definitely out with the old and in with the new. And we are still coming to you live. If you just joined us, we're still coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall, where the President is expected to deliver his State of the Nation address. How can we forget the Tintswalo line? You remember how it became, how it trended, Tintswalo, the legacy of President Ramaphosa, the Tintswalo. Which year was it again?
It would have been 2 years ago. That would be 2024
yes,
that the President spoke
on.
on.
When he delivered his State of the Nation address, and he made reference to Tintswalo, which are people who were born at the dawn of democracy, and how they have grown up and now are continuing to live in this democratic South Africa. And they've got no real collection whatsoever. They only read about it in the tables. They're only reading about it in the history books, the apartheid system, and how they are now benefiting from this democratic dispensation of the South African government.
And of course, like Maseko and Teminkosi have said, we are live outside the Cape Town City Hall as we anticipate the State of the Nation address that will be delivered by the President later on at 7 p.m. Of course, you can expect processions, and we can expect the 21-gun salute, and then the singing of Nkosi Sikeleli Africa, which is our national anthem. But lest we forget that we held quite a few prominent events just last year in our country on African soil. We had the P20, which was the Speaker Summit here in Cape Town, where speakers came together from all over the world, sharing ideas and having dialogue with regards to some of the challenges that are faced, and improving parliaments and ensuring that parliaments' roles are improved within the very countries that they operate in. And thereafter, we had the G20, a successful event that happened here with the presidents and heads of states that were here in our country, sharing ideas and also trying to ensure that challenges are also attended to by each of those countries.
And also, just on a lighter note, the building that is right behind us, the City Hall, the Cape Town City Hall, this building was built between 1897 and 1905, and it was the period when Cape Town was growing rapidly as a colonial city. The construction, as I said, began in 1897, and the architects of this beautiful building was Harry Austin Reed and Frederick Green, and it cost about £500,000 back then to build this building. The building was designed in the Edwardian Baroque style, meant to project authority, permanence, and civic pride. As you can see, its permanency, it's still standing intact, and we will again be sitting here tonight, receiving the speech of the President of the Republic of South Africa. It was built from honey-colored oolitic limestone, which was important from the city of Bath in England. The base is made of granite from the Paarl region, and these choices symbolize both imperial connection and local strength. A beautiful infrastructure indeed.
Wow, what a detailed introduction of the Cape Town City Hall for those who do not know about the history. Thank you, Masiko, done it so well, eh? And as Tembo just indicated earlier, that Parliament hosted quite a number of prestigious events in 2025. He had indicated that we hosted a P20 Speakers Summit. We also hosted the G20. Unfortunately, the United States decided to exclude us in this year's G20, but we're not going to go into those politics. We are not here for that. Today, of course, it is a special day. And also hosted the Southern Africa Development Community Parliamentary Forum, where we see 16 countries from the SADC region coming together in Durban before the end of this year. Of course, with a focus on the impact of climate change on women and youth in our democratic society. And now just to briefly take you through what the SONA is for those of us who do not know. The purpose of SONA, it sets a government policy direction because the president outlines the political, economic and social priorities for the year ahead. He also reports on progress made from the commitments that he would have made last year. So he does provide a little bit of progress on what has been done since he last delivered the State of the Nation address.
Now let's to serious things. Of course, there is a vibe outside the Cape Town City Hall as we all prepare for the SONA at 7 p.m. where the President will deliver. And of course, behind me is the Weinberg Marimba Band. Let's listen to what they have to say.
And as you can hear now, I'm going to try and see if whilst the conductor here is busy doing her work, if we can perhaps see if we can try and get a word from her, as you can see there, that she is busy somewhere. Hello, conductor, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, and you?
I'm good, thank you. If you can just introduce your choir to our viewers at home.
We are the Wamba Girls High School Jazz Band, and we have the Marimba Band.
All right, and how long has the choir been ongoing, and what are other events that you participate on? I know that it's not the first time that I'm seeing you in the State of the Nation address.
This is our third time, and we're very honored to be here. We do multiple events, lots of private events, lots of school events. They absolutely love coming and performing for our people.
Looking at these instruments, which I normally see people playing them on TV, looking very difficult to try and take the field. What does it take to get these learners to be able to perform in these platforms?
Well, me as an educator, as a music educator, the main thing is to just inspire. It takes discipline, it takes a bit of hard work, but once everyone comes together, they absolutely have a joy.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. We're looking forward to hearing more of this music.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
That was the music teacher of Weinberg Girls High, who is leading this team of girls that you are seeing here, giving us some nice music renditions. Hello, how are you? If you can just introduce yourself for our camera.
I'm Anitana Gwede, all the way from Weinberg Girls.
All right, and what is your role within the choir?
I'm a vocalist, just a vocalist. I've been a vocalist since grade 9.
So you're in grade 9?
No, I'm in grade 12. Yes. So I joined jazz band when I was in grade 9, yes.
Oh, wow, sorry, she joined grade 12 and she joined the choir in grade 9 and is now doing grade 12. And we'll be bringing you more of these young girls as the day goes.
Of course, let's listen to some music as we await the SONA 2026.
There's a new me coming out, and I have to live, and I want to give. I'm completely positive. I think this time around I will have to do it like you never knew it. Oh, I'll make it through. The time has come for me to break out of the shell. I have to shout that I am coming out. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. Got to let it show. I'm coming. I'm coming out. Coming out. Got to let it show. I'm coming. I'm coming out. Got to let it show.
houses, namely the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The two houses of Parliament conduct their work in plenary sessions, joint sittings and in committees. Working in committees allows Parliament to increase the amount of work that can be done, ensure issues are debated in more detail than in plenary sessions, and provide a platform for the public to present views directly to members of Parliament, something which is not possible in a plenary sitting of Parliament.
From Agri-SA, Mrs. Harley Stacky is going to do the presentation.
Now, what we must keep in mind is what the Constitution requires of this committee. Now, first off, Section 59, subsection 1A, says that the National Assembly must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly and its committees. So it is very important to remember that this is an obligation of the National Assembly as a whole. This is then also repeated, not repeated, but the same requirement is placed on the National Council of Provinces in Section 72, and it reads very similar to Section 59.
The different committees have various functions which include monitoring and oversight of the work and the budgets of national government departments, considering and amending bills, and may initiate bills, consideration of private members and provincial legislative proposals and special petitions, consideration of international treaties and agreements, examining specific matters of public interest, taking care of domestic parliamentary issues.
Parliament said that the right to public participation had been given effect to by the committee, and that the CRC report was neither binding nor determinative, in that it was not final. It still had to be sent to the two respective houses for further deliberation.
Portfolio committees are appointed from among the members of the National Assembly to shadow the work of the various national government departments. The role of portfolio committees is to consider bills, deal with departmental budget votes, oversee the work of the department they, and make recommendations about any aspect of the department, including its structure, functioning, and policy. Select committees are appointed from among the members of the National Council of Provinces to shadow the work of the various national government departments and to deal with bills.
We've gone through a whole process in phases. Phase one was the fiscal framework and revenue proposals as part of the national budget, which was adopted. The second phase was the Division of Revenue Bill, 76 legislation, which we also took to our 9 provinces, provincial legislators having conducted public hearings, public participation, brought back with negotiating and final mandates being adopted in the NCLP. And now we are at phase 3, where budget votes has been presented to select committees and debated in the House. And today we are concluding the whole process, phase 3, where we deal with the appropriation bill as the bill, and which will then be tabled in the NCLP.
Because only 54 of the 19 National Council of Provinces members are permanent delegates compared to the 400 of the National Assembly, the select committees oversee the work of more than one national government department. The National Assembly Standing Committee on Public Accounts, known as SCOPA, acts as Parliament's watchdog over the way taxpayers' money is spent by the executive. Heads of government departments and institutions are regularly called by this committee to report and account for expenditure.
General thinking is on where the capital is going to be found and how urgently it can be found and how that gets us to a solution. The same question is true of Transnet, I believe, Minister. We can change management and do all of these things that we like.
We will hold accountable
the executive on the basis of its own commitments and its own interventions. The IMTT is one such intervention which was presented here, and we will deal with the ESCOM matter. It's not negotiable. So I raise this to say I quite frankly do not have the time nor the energy to be sidetracked and for the committee to be sidetracked to now deal with an issue of absenteeism. The fundamental issue is the issues at hand, and that issue is the municipal debt.
The Standing Committee on Public Accounts can recommend that the National Assembly takes corrective actions if necessary. The National Assembly has a number of internal committees that deal with matters affecting the running of Parliament. The committees normally consist of senior members of Parliament. Amongst these are the Rules Committee and its subcommittees deal with the House rules, the budget of the House, support for members, internal arrangements, and the powers and privileges of members. The Program Committee that plans the work of the Assembly, the Disciplinary Committee, and the Committee of Chairpersons. The National Council of Provinces has its own domestic committees, the Rules Committee and its subcommittees who deal with the NCOP rules, the NCOP budget, parliamentary privileges, internal arrangements, international relations, and delegated legislation. The Program Committee plans the work of the NCOP, and the Committee of Chairpersons makes recommendations about the functioning of committees and other NCOP.
And the 30th of July, plenary has also been scheduled, and the purpose is to consider the votes and schedules as well as the appropriation bill.
Parliament or one of its houses may appoint an ad hoc temporary committee when a special task must be done. When the task is complete, the committee is dissolved. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces together appoint a number of joint committees. For example, the Constitutional Review Committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and the Joint Standing Committee on Defense are statutory committees. This means that they are established by the Constitution or by an Act of Parliament, as well as in terms of the rules of Parliament. Committees are proportionally representative of the parties in Parliament. Committee meetings are open to the public, but may be closed if there is a good reason to do so. Committees have the power to summon any person to appear before them, give evidence, or produce documents. They may require any person or institution to report to them. Committees may also receive petitions, representations, or submissions from the public. Each committee is headed by a chairperson. The work of committees is not restricted to government. They may investigate any matter of public interest that falls within their area of responsibility. The committees play a very important role in the process of building democracy and involving the public in the processes and activities of Parliament.
Basically, what you are sitting on and standing on is a parking area, and we have taken this opportunity to turn it into this infrastructure. So us as the Department of Public Works are mandated to provide bulk infrastructure to Parliament, and we were mandated to turn it into an infrastructure that would be livable and habitable for Parliament and all its sittings.
This facility will now serve Parliament and by extension the people of South Africa during a particularly important period for our democracy. This handover today, Madam Speaker, is not just a structure, but it is about the continuity of Parliament and our department playing its role in that. It's about ensuring that even in the face of unexpected disruption from the fire, the work of the National Assembly and MPs continues in a manner that is safe, dignified, fit for purpose, and open to the public. And this dome here today has a unique history. South Africans will recognize it as a structure that has previously been used for national occasions of deep significance. It now has been repurposed for a different but equally important national task, providing a stable, secure venue for parliamentary sittings while the permanent home of the National Assembly is rebuilt. In practical terms, the work completed here has focused on ensuring that the dome is suitable for day-to-day realities of Parliament and in Cape Town. So today I again express my sincere appreciation to the team from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure who has made this happen. Madam Speaker, in a few moments I'll formally hand over this facility to you and the National Assembly, and it's our sincere hope that it will serve Parliament well. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a moment where South Africa's democracy is strengthened because Parliament can now do its work properly in a space that is safe, fit for purpose, operationally sound, and more importantly, open to the public once again. That is what we are handing over today, and thank you for being here.
Today, as Parliament, we would like to say thank you to you and your department for having ensured that once again, as Parliament, we can have a facility which we can utilize. The completion of the refurbished dome today marks a significant milestone in the recovery, resilience and renewal effort of Parliament following the 2022 fire that damaged parts of the parliamentary precinct. The project reflects a collaborative partnership between Parliament and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to deliver a functional, secure and fit-for-purpose parliamentary facility capable of supporting Parliament in fulfilling its constitutional obligations to the people of South Africa. It would be amiss of me if I do not thank the members of Parliament, both of the 6th and the 7th administration, who insisted that despite the challenges of the fire, the need for Parliament to function and ensure that citizenry can continuously engage with their Parliament, as we had termed this our People's Parliament. So to you parliamentarians who are here and some of you who are in the Chief Whippery, would like to say thank you very much for really ensuring that we deliver this asset today. I also want to thank the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, particularly for supporting us and Public Works to make sure that we can share the cost in order to complete the work that today we are seeing here in the store. Therefore, we view this handover not as mere ceremonial occasion, but as a critical moment in ensuring institutional continuity and stability during the ongoing reconstruction of the permanent parliamentary precinct. I'm happy, Honourable Minister, that you indeed also have reflected on what we can use this dome in between session when Parliament is not sitting, but also when we have gone back to our National Assembly once it's completed. Because it was our view as well as Parliament that we can't leave this infrastructure not being used for the national purpose. Yes, it will serve Parliament, but also it must serve the people of South Africa in terms of the needs. But what is more important, as Honourable Minister has said, it's how this project is reminding us on how we can utilize state infrastructure for the benefit of the state, but also of citizens. I'd like to say I'm ready for you, Minister, to now take us through and do a real formal handover of the facility beyond the interventions that we have just made. Thank you very much.
Well, we have the rules in order to regulate business. The Constitution states that the legislature, which is Parliament, has the power to regulate its own business and to ensure that procedures, processes, and internal arrangements are in place so that members can conduct their business in an orderly function, but also to ensure a level of predictability in the manner things are done. And that's in essence why we have the rules. Well, State of the Nation Address has been convened in terms, among others, of Rule 7, Joint Rule 7. And that's important because each of the two houses has got a set of rules. But for a joint sitting, including the State of the Nation Address, you have joint rules that are meant to regulate business in a joint sitting. So the rules that relate to the convening of the sitting itself will apply. The rules of debate will also apply. The rules that deal with order in public meetings will apply to ensure that principles of order, the decorum of the House, such are adhered to. So those rules will be applicable. There were amendments in 2015 of the joint rules, and those amendments were basically to improve the joint rules to deal properly with issues of decorum in the House. Because at the time it was identified that there needed to be some work done on the rules so that they are able to address some of the issues that have arisen before and that were arising at the time and that might continue to arise. So the rules were amended in 2015 to take care of that. And as and when there is a need to update the rules, to adjust the rules in order to respond to current issues, the rules will be revisited and they will be amended. And the amendment of the rules is done by, depending on which set of rules, is done by the House. Like any other sitting, there must be a notice of the sitting. In this instance, the notice was published last year already, following on the correspondence from the President. And we ensure that that chamber is ready to accommodate the members. In other words, the sound, the procedural aspects are attended to, and the House, the chamber is ready for business. I mean, this being a joint sitting meeting, it's NA members, NCOP members. There must be enough in terms of space to accommodate both these houses. So we attend to those, among other things. There's a whole range of work that is attended to behind. The sins, so we would do things like monitor the time. We would be able to track the items being dealt with. We would ensure that the necessary documentation is available. But most importantly, we are there to ensure that the House conducts itself, its business, in terms of the Constitution and its own rules. So we would ensure that if a bill comes before the House, you have the necessary quorum for that bill to go through. You would ensure that as members debate, we assist the Speaker or the presiding officer to ensure that
Effective oversight. If we're talking about effective lawmaking processes,
Yes.
must make sure that there is that harmony amongst the legislative sector, amongst the provinces, amongst the, as well as Parliament, so that when the National Council of Provinces, for instance, conducts oversight,
Yes.
It should do so in conjunction with the provincial legislatures, so that there should be effective oversight and there should be an impact insofar as oversight is concerned. There are laws that are made by Parliament. There are laws that the National Council of Provinces participates in making, and by extension the provincial legislatures should be the laws that give effect to what the President has said, to what the Premier has said.
And of course, Advocate, you speak highly of effective oversight and ensuring that there's tangible results when oversight is performed. Now, in that case, how does your office ensure that members are equipped with the necessary information, with the necessary tools also to ensure that they perform proper oversight and that they have the knowledge to ask the right questions even and know what to look for when they hold the executive to account?
Yeah, we should strive towards evidence-based oversight. We should strive towards evidence-based lawmaking processes. We should strive towards evidence-based facilitation of public involvement. So members must have that information that assists them in carrying out their constitutional obligations. And they can only do so if they are well supported by effective and efficient administration. Our research capacity should be such that it assists members to have the information that is necessary to ensure that they conduct effective oversight. They make laws that are effective. They make laws that have an impact. They make laws that change the lives of the citizens, of the masses of the South African people.
And having spoken about that golden thread also between the three government spheres, of course, the NCOP's effectiveness, it hinges on that coordination between the different elements or the different spheres. With that, what specific communication and briefing protocols does your office activate post-SONA to ensure that the speakers and committees in all 9 provinces are synchronized with the NCOP's oversight plan derived from the address?
As Parliament, now I'm talking about the 2 houses.
Yes.
As Parliament, we have what you refer to as a joint program. The joint program is adopted by the Joint Programming Committee. The Joint Programming Committee consists of the program committees of the 2 houses. That sets the framework for the implementation of the program of Parliament. In the Joint Programming Committee, and particularly in the program of the National Council of Provinces, for instance, we invite secretaries of the provincial legislatures, we invite speakers, we invite chairpersons of committees, we invite the chief whips of the provincial legislatures. And in turn, when we have the Joint Programming Committee, we also invite those categories of members to ensure that there's that synchronization of programs. When we have taken Parliament to the people, for instance, we should not be having provincial legislatures also having sittings, having their own programs and so on and so on. When we have the provincial week, for instance, the provincial legislatures must also factor that into their programs to make sure that when the delegates of the National Council of Provinces visit their provinces, they are assisted by, or they are joined by members of the provincial legislature. That extends to the members of the representatives of organized local government, SALGA. They must also make sure that in their program they factor all those programs of the National Council of Provinces, so that there should be an impact. We should not be having a National Council of Provinces, a committee of the National Council of Provinces, for instance, during the taking Parliament to the people, visiting a site, and the provincial legislature having maybe training for members or having a sitting and leaving the National Council of Provinces to operate on its own. They know better. They know their provinces better. They should be able to say, this is where we should go. This is where we think the problems are. These are the problems that we think should be attended to, and so on and so on. So that if those are programs that also require national intervention, those matters should then be translated or transported by the National Council of Provinces into the national sphere of government, so that ministers can also attend to those issues.
Of course, Advocate, we're under a GNU, and of course that brings its own dynamics, right? Now, given that we have a government of national unity, and that there could potentially be differing political mandates in various provinces, how does your office administratively prepare to facilitate the NCOP's work in a way that ensures robust, evidence-based oversight on national commitments while navigating potentially divergent political interests from the different 9 provinces?
Look, administration is administration. And administration should serve members across party political lines. As administration, we should, whereas we can take into consideration the political landscape, but we should be able to service all members across the party political lines. So what we are there for as administration is to implement the programs of the National Council of Provinces, irrespective of our political affiliation, irrespective of the members' party political affiliation, and so on. So as administration, we must make sure that we support all the programs of the National Council of Provinces.
And of course, with local government elections looming sometime this year, how does your office then plan to ensure that the oversight momentum on the SONA commitments is maintained during the election period still, and effectively transferred to the newly constituted municipal councils that will come in later?
The function or the constitutional obligation to oversee the executive is that of members. As administration, we are there to support that mandate. So it's for members to make sure that they follow up on matters that have been raised during taking Parliament to the people, during the provincial weeks, during the local government week, during the State of the Nation address, and so on and so on. All that we have to do as administration is to make sure that we support members by providing them with information, by making necessary logistical arrangements to enable them to travel, and so on and so on. So that is our responsibility.
And of course, one of the core elements of our Parliament as a whole, its mandates, is to ensure and facilitate public participation. How does your office build public participation in the NCOP's post-SONA program? And how can then citizens and civil society in provinces actively engage with the delegates of the NCOP to ensure that they undertake its critical work of translating tonight's SONA into a vision that is seen within the provinces?
Look, the public participation lies at the center of our democracy, taking into consideration the history of this country, where the masses of the South African people were not allowed to participate in the processes of the country. So it's very important that whatever Parliament does, it puts at the center of its operations the people of South Africa, to make sure that the people of South Africa participates in its own processes and proceedings. And that is also what the Constitution requires. So it's very important that if laws are made, the people should be at the center of the lawmaking processes. Also, those laws will enjoy legitimacy if they have been supported by the masses of the South African people. When you're conducting oversight, you have to listen to people. You have to listen to the complaints of the people, so that whatever you do, you put people at the center, because that you are doing that for the benefit of the masses of the South African people.
And with that, just lastly, maybe we might see you in another bright shirt later on, or will you be in your normal black cloak?
I'll be in my normal black and white.
Thank you so much, Advocate, for making the time.
Yes, thank you.
And of course, that is the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces, Advocate Pindela, just giving us some insight on the administrative side of the NCOP and how his office ensures that members are better equipped in ensuring that the oversight that is performed after the SONA and of course after the debates next week trickles down within the provinces, trickles down into local municipalities, and that tangible change is felt by you as a South African. Stay tuned as we await the State of the Nation address that is to be delivered by the President of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, at 7 p.m. tonight at the Cape Town City Hall. Stay tuned.
Well, we have the rules in order to regulate business. The Constitution states that the legislature, which is Parliament, has the power to regulate its own business and to ensure that procedures, processes, and internal arrangements are in place so that members can conduct their business in an orderly function, but also to ensure a level of predictability in the manner things are done. And that's in essence why we have the rules. Well, State of the Nation address has been convened in terms, among others, of Rule 7, Joint Rule 7. And that's important because each of the two houses has got a set of rules. But for a joint sitting, including the State of the Nation address, you have joint rules that are meant to regulate business in a joint sitting. So the rules that relate to the convening of the sitting itself will apply. The rules of debate will also apply. The rules that deal with order in public meetings will apply to ensure that principles of order, the decorum of the House, such are adhered to. So those rules will be applicable. There were amendments in 2015 of the joint rules, and those amendments were basically to improve the joint rules to deal properly with issues of decorum in the House. Because at the time it was identified that there needed to be some work done on the rules so that they are able to address some of the issues that have arisen before and that were arising at the time and that might continue to arise. So the rules were amended in 2015 to take care of that. And as and when there is a need to update the rules, to adjust the rules in order to respond to current issues, the rules will be revisited and they will be amended. And the amendment of the rules is done by, depending on which set of rules, is done by the House. Like any other sitting, there must be a notice of the sitting. In this instance, the notice was published last year already, following on the correspondence from the President. And we ensure that that chamber is ready to accommodate the members. In other words, the sound, the procedural aspects are attended to, and the House, the chamber is ready for business. I mean, this being a joint sitting, it's NA members, NCOP members. There must be enough in terms of space to accommodate both these houses. So we attend to those, among other things. There's a whole range of work that is attended to behind the scenes to ensure that the members are able to conduct their work properly and with all the information that they need at their disposal. Remember, this State of the Nation address will be followed by a debate the following week, and that debate will last for 2 days, and following the debate will be a reply by the President, So it's not just about Thursday. It's a process that will culminate in the reply by the President. House officials, or what we refer to as table officials, they are there to assist the Speaker, to assist the members, to enable them to conduct their business. So we would do things like monitor the time. We would be able to track the items being dealt with. We would ensure that the necessary documentation is available. But most importantly, we are there to ensure that the House conducts itself, its business, in terms of the Constitution and its own rules. So we would ensure that if a bill comes before the House, you have the necessary quorum for that bill to go through. You would ensure that as members debate, we assist the Speaker or the presiding officer to ensure that principles of decorum are adhered to. So our duty there, we are advisors. So primarily, we are there to advise. The presiding officer is the one who runs the business of the House, but we must ensure that the presiding officer is adequately assisted in terms of the advice that we give to the presiding officer.
What is democracy? We often hear that South Africa transitioned into democracy in 1994. However, what do we know about democracy? In simple terms, democracy means that the people are entitled to influence important decisions that affect their lives. Instead of having one person making all the decisions in a country, democracy brings together the views and interests of all people so that the future of the country can be decided based on all these views. That doesn't mean that each individual's view will prevail, but it means that people have a say and that their views are taken seriously. Democracy is rule by the majority. The word democracy comes from ancient Greek, with demos meaning the people and kratos meaning to rule. So its literal meaning is rule by the people. In a direct democracy, people govern themselves. Each person would have a direct say in every single decision that affects the country. This would be very difficult to implement. In a representative democracy, like South Africa's, we elect representatives to represent our interests and to govern the country. This happens through regular elections in line with the country's constitution. But it is important to remember that regular democratic elections are not the only key feature of democracy. There are a number of other principles that need to be present in order to have a well-functioning democracy. They include the respect for some basic human rights, a multi-party system paired with political tolerance, respect for the rule of law, democratic governance, and citizen participation. At the same time, it is important to understand that every country has a unique democratic system. Countries will be differently democratic, but democracy rests upon certain fundamental principles that we have just outlined. Although it can never be guaranteed, in a well-functioning democracy, citizens are more likely to be rewarded with the fruits of democracy, which include respect for human dignity, freedom, equality, justice, good governance, peace, and the opportunity to hold elected representatives accountable. These are as important as making sure that everyone has a good standard of living. This does not mean that there will be no differences of opinion or that contestation will not occur. Since there are always different interests in complex societies, challenges and contestation will occur. This is part of the democratic process. Let's talk briefly about each fruit of democracy. Freedom means that in a democracy, people are able to act, speak, and think freely as long as they act in line with the country's constitution and do not interfere with another person's rights. Equality means that each person living in a country has the same status and rights as everyone else and may not be discriminated against. And the justice system will treat every individual equally before the law. That's what we also refer to as the rule of law. Further, well-functioning democracies are more likely to be governed well. That means that the government will aim to be efficient, transparent, and responsive, which are all prerequisites to ensure accountability to its citizens. Where the government does not uphold the values and practices of democratic governance, citizens have the right to hold elected representatives to account. Finally, well-functioning democracies have a greater chance of becoming peaceful societies where everyone is respected. This results in a more pleasant and safe environment for everyone. These outcomes of successful democracies are not easy to realize and require a great amount of effort from everyone in the country. Because it is so profoundly difficult to achieve these goals, some people may feel like giving up on the entire system of democracy. This will mean giving up your freedom. South Africa is one of the youngest democracies in the world. Only in 1994, after much struggle and sacrifice, were all citizens granted the right to freely and fairly vote for their representative government under a democratic constitution. Prior to that, the apartheid government granted limited political rights only to the white minority and discriminated against everyone else. Under apartheid, we did not have freedom and everyone was not equal before the law. We now have a democracy, which includes a new constitution with a vision for a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. So while our young democracy may not be perfect, it is something we should hold dear. To summarize, why is democracy such a successful form of government in the world? A democracy is a government in which supreme power is vested in the people. Citizens exercise power directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving regular, free and fair elections. Democracy allows its people to have a say in the future direction of a country. And a well-functioning democracy comes as close as possible to the ideals of its citizens, to live in a peaceful, free and fair society that is managed by an elected, democratic government that displays good governance.
Welcome back. You're still tuned into Parliament TV and we're coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. Of course, we are outside the City Wall where the President is expected to deliver the State of the Nation address at 7 p.m. this evening. The State of the Nation address is the constitutional catalyst that sets the annual legislative and oversight machinery in motion. For the National Assembly, the House directly elected by the people, the President's speech is not an end point, but a starting gun. It defines the agenda, frames the debates, and ultimately dictates the program of accountability for the year ahead. The administrative architect who must translate this political moment into structured, executable work plan is the Secretary to the National Assembly. And I am now joined by Mr. Masibulele Kaso. Mr. Kaso, welcome back to Parliament TV, and thank you for always taking time off your busy schedule to talk to us.
Thank you so much. It's good to talk to the viewers, the people who follow Parliament's processes. I think it's an important institution to follow. Yeah.
And this year, it is the 30th anniversary of the Constitution. As you remember, it was adopted in the year 1996, and it is the same Constitution that that allows for the National Assembly to be able to hold the executive accountable. Now, from your administrative vintage point, how does SONA specifically activate the Assembly's constitutional mandate, and what are the immediate procedural steps your office takes once the address concludes to formalize it?
I think it's important to locate SONA, or State of the Nation Address, within what we call the MTDP, the medium-term development plan of the government. The one for 2024 to 2026 29 has got three priorities: growth, economic growth, and job creation, reduction of poverty, and the cost of living, establishing or developing a capable, ethical, developmental state. And that is what we must hold the government against. When I say we, I'm referring to the institution. And therefore, when the president comes to Parliament to deliver his State of the Nation address, obviously it's about, as the title suggests, the state of the nation, what has been done and what is intended to be done. And for Parliament, ours is to then take that and use it as part of our oversight responsibility or agenda for this year and the years to come. In other words, is the government doing what it is supposed to do in terms of the Constitution? Because the government is, the executive is accountable to Parliament. Ministers or the cabinet, members of cabinet are individually and collectively accountable to Parliament. So the President himself is accountable to Parliament. The ministers are accountable to Parliament as individuals, but also as a collective. So SONA, in a sense, sets the tone for that. Maybe let me not move ahead of
you've also just outlined some broad priorities for SONA. Sure. So how does your office work with the Speaker's Office and the Chief Whip's Forum to systematically translate the themes of the address, say, on energy, employment, or crime into a detailed, time-bound annual program of the National Assembly and its committees?
The NA works through committees, and so does the NCOP, but seeing that you're asking me about the NA, it works through committees, and there's going to be a time in the calendar where the executive will come with APP, annual performance plans, and strategic plans. That is the period between after the budget and when Parliament must debate the budget votes. So it is those APPs which will be used by committees, which will assist the committees to arrange their oversight interventions, to hold the respective state departments in terms of their own objectives. So to answer you, the committees will now, because you now have the State of the Nation.
Yes.
In a week's time or 2 weeks' time, on the 25th of February, you will have the budget.
Yes.
In a sense, the budget gives wheels to this State of the Nation. In other words, the commitments that have been made, the budget is meant to fund them. Because the money must not go ahead, but the plan must go ahead, and the money must enable that to happen. And all of that will then be taken as a package by committees. You have got this allocation, you have got these intentions. How are you intending to implement your objectives as the government? And the government will then come back towards the end of the year. Of course, that will be done through the debating of the budget votes.
Yes.
And it is where Parliament also has the possibility to exercise its constitutional muscle, because within the budget scene or activities, Parliament can actually amend budgets. If it sees that, look, what has been said here, or what has been presented to us does not make a lot of sense, or it can make better sense if we do it this way, it can amend the budget. There's a law that empowers Parliament to do that. But beyond that, you then have the annual reports, yes, where departments submit annual reports, which will indicate how they have performed, how they have fared in the year, but also it will indicate how the Office of the Auditor General has viewed their performance, be it what we call performance auditing or financial performance of financial auditing, or performance auditing of government departments. So That is how, at a practical level, the oversight machinery is implemented. Yeah.
Now, this is no ordinary year. We know that this is the year of the local government elections, and you've just outlined, just gave a summary of the Parliament's calendar for the year, and you indicated what is to follow after the State of the Nation, including those annual reports that you spoke to. But we know that there's also times that need to be set aside for oversight visits, for processing of bills, and also for plenary debates, that are required in order to engage with the commitments that were made during SONA. So how are you going to deal with that? Because there is that period that will need to be set aside for the local government elections, especially with your program sounding so condensed.
Yes. Of course, we don't know at this point when the elections will be, but it is expected that elections will be between November and February, 3 months in between. Well, the last election, I think, was the 1st of November. So within 90 days from that date. We think that it is possible to create space for members to go to their constituencies and prepare for the local government elections. There will be a recess period now in April, between April and May, and into May. There's going to be another recess period after we pass the budget, end of July, end of June. Usually that's when we pass it. So you have July, you have August, you have September, where members will be able to go to get out there and campaign for the elections. And my sense is that that ought not to disrupt Parliament's oversight machinery. We should always remember that when members go to constituencies, that is actually part of the oversight machinery, because it is in the constituencies where service delivery happens. It is in the constituency where they are able to evaluate, to assess the impact of the service delivery interventions of the government, and come back, use Parliament's mechanisms, whether it is through questions or member statements, to hold the executive accountable. So when we talk about constituency work, we should not get an impression that that is a holiday for members. It's actually not. Because members are here representing those constituencies. They must go to the constituencies, report to the constituencies what they've been doing here, and come back with feedback and feed into the parliamentary mechanisms. And of course, the institution is in the process of also just trying to create mechanisms how members can give that feedback into the system, and how we are able to channel that feedback into the executive where it should go. Yeah.
Now, reflecting on the 30 years of the Constitution and SONAs you've witnessed, so how has the NA's administrative and program responded to the addresses evolved, and what lessons from the past parliaments, especially during the election years, are you applying to manage the workflow in this year?
Look, I think it's important at this point for one to mention some of the procedural interventions that the NA in particular has undertaken. We now have a committee called a Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings. It's a new committee. Because petitions is a very important instrument that is at the disposal of members of the public. So anyone, any community can basically petition Parliament. We've always been taking petitions, but the institution felt that we needed to give this thing a bit of teeth, and hence there's now a committee on petitions. NA processes a lot of petitions. I mean, we must have done over 50 last year, or between 30 and 50 of petitions. So every petition, whether it's handwritten or typed, that comes into the system, is put through the system. Now, but this new one is executive undertakings. So these are commitments that are made on the floor of the House. A minister says, for just as a point of example, that in the next 6 months, we are going to build a dam there. So this committee will now look into that and say, okay, it's now 4 months, it's now 3 months, how far are you? It's now 6 months, how far are you? Now, I'm trying to say to you that those are some of the mechanisms that have been put in place,
to ensure that the commitments that are made in places like this are followed through. Of course, there is also a committee now on the presidency that has been established, and the modalities of that committee must still be refined in terms of the guidelines that it must establish, or what you would call regulations of the committee. But there is that. It's also a new committee. It will only start functioning this year. As part of the oversight framework that the NA has established to strengthen its constitutional mandate.
Yeah. Now, in the context of the government of national unity, how does the administrative function ensure that the National Assembly's program remains focused on its constitutional oversight role, facilitating robust but orderly debates on the SONA's content, irrespective of the political configuration within the House?
Look, the Constitution speaks of executive and parliament. It does not matter who constitutes that executive. So ours is to follow the Constitution. Ours is to follow the rules to ensure that the mandate of the executive is fulfilled. Of course, we have had to adjust the rules in Parliament to accommodate the realities of the seventh administration, where you do not have a party that has a majority, for instance, where you would have had chief whip of the majority party. We don't have that anymore. The rules have had to be adjusted to talk about chief whip of the largest party, second largest party. And you will be aware also that your chief whip of the opposition, it used to be the second largest party, which was the main opposition party in a sense. But because that second largest party is now also in government, so your chief whip of the opposition does not come from that second largest party, it comes from the third largest party, which is not in government. So the rules framework has had to be adjusted to enable democracy to thrive, because democracy is about that. You can't be both referee and player. If you're opposition, you must be opposition. If you are in government, you must be government. So our framework within the House has been aligned with the current realities. We don't know what the 8th Parliament will give us. We don't know if we will need to adjust the rules again. But what we can say, as far as executing its mandate, Parliament is guided by the Constitution and nothing else.
Now, a significant portion of SONA's implementation requires concurrent processing by the National Council of Provinces. So what is the nature of the administrative coordination between your office and the NCOP's Secretariat post-SONA to ensure a seamless legislative and oversight journey for the government's plan?
The first thing that will happen next week, there will be a debate. It's a joint debate between the two houses. And of course, committees of Parliament are able to confer. In other words, they sit jointly on specific issues. So that cooperation, coordination continues. As you know, the budget goes between the two houses, through the two houses. So it starts at the NA. Once the NA has disposed of it, it goes to the NCOP. The legislative process requires of these two houses to work together. Our constitution requires of the two houses to work together. We are Parliament. We may be NA and NCOP because of the mandates, because that's a creation of the constitution, but after all, we are Parliament. When people are relating with this institution, they want to relate with Parliament. They don't want to be told, no, we are NA, no, we are NCOP. They want to hear what Parliament is doing about their issues. And so we are compelled to collaborate. The Constitution compels the two houses to collaborate.
I like how you mentioned the Constitution, because it lines up with my last question to Mr. Klaso, because we know that the same Constitution makes a promise of a democratic and open Parliament.
Yes.
Now, how does your office programmatically ensure that public participation processes in National Assembly committees received, public assembly participation, yes, in the NA committees, like receiving submissions, hosting hearings, are effectively aligned with the responsive to the specific priorities announced by the President, that will be announced by the President tonight?
Sure. Look, we cannot dictate what people must say when they submit to Parliament. We don't know what they will be submitting to Parliament, but our obligation is that we must consider their submissions meaningfully. You know, we must consider them in good faith, and so that they are able to. It's a constitutional obligation. They are not doing us a favor. The Constitution puts that injunction on Parliament to ensure that there is public engagement, whatever that we do, because Parliament is not here for its own sake. It's a Parliament of the people. These are reps of the people. So there is no two ways about it. Every process, I'm talking in general terms, of Parliament requires the public to engage and us to engage the public. But when the public does interact with Parliament, Parliament must listen to it. Parliament must consider those submissions and, to the extent possible, incorporate those submissions. Obviously, Parliament will not be able to incorporate everything that we say, but it must demonstrate that it has given due consideration to the views of the public, because that is what is required, and that is what will make Parliament Parliament of the people.
Mhlekazi wami yayazi benthe phambi koba ndiye kuhambe kodwa kanikwazi ukuyeka ngakhange ndicele nje uba uxelela abantu baseMzantsi Afrika uba yintoni abanoyilindela uyibona namhlanje ngo-7 o'clock, and ingaba zeziphi ii-rules ezizothi zi-aplaye kwi-sitting yanamhlanje.
Namhlanje babukeli baphulaphuli beParliament TV silindele umongameli ukuba athethe nelizwe ukuba imeko yelizwe eli ithini, nokuba izicwangciso zithini ukuya phambili. And emveni namhlanje nge-25 kaFebruary silindele uMinister we-Finance azotsho into yoba imalini eza kwenziwa ukwenzela uba endothelwe nguPresident zikwazi uba zenzeke. Ii-rules ke okanye imigaqo-nkqubo ekhoyo namhlanje yeyoba le sitting ikhoyo yeye-NA ne-NCOP i-joint, izindlu zombini zidibene, and zezo rules ezisebenzayo namhlanje ayizo rules ze-National Assembly okanye rules ze-National Council of Provinces, but zii-rules esithi xa sizibiza zii-joint rules ezithi ke xa umongameli ethetha makangaphazanyiswa, makavunyelwe athethe, and loo nto yenziwa kuba sisithi ngesilungu we want to stifle people. Yenziwa because likhona ithuba apho amalungu epalamente azawuthi aphendule kule ntetho kamongameli levekisayo ntsuku ezimbini, athethe into yoba ona abona kanjani, acriticize, ancome, oko ngendlela ababona ngayo. So yiloo nto esinayo namhlanje. Silindele ke ukuva umongameli, nathi siyazi uba yintoni izawuba phaya kulaa ntetho yakhe, kodwa ke sicinga into yoba kuba kuthiwa si-state of the nation, imo yelizwe, uzothetha ngemo yelizwe. Enkosi.
Mhlekazi wami siyabulela kakhulu ubuthatha inxaxheba nothetha nathi.
Enkosi. Yabulela msasazi.
Well, viewers, that was Mr. Kaso, the Secretary to the National Assembly, sharing some of the insights, and also would like to thank you for making time to talk us here to Parliament TV.
Thank you.
If you can then please stay tuned.
Thank you.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of two houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. These two houses exist to uphold the nation's hard-earned democracy. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people under the Constitution. This is done by overseeing the executive, passing laws, providing a national forum for public debate on important issues, and choosing the country's president from its members.
In terms of Item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, I accordingly declare Honorable M.C. Ramaphosa duly elected President
The NA consists of 400 members of parliament who are elected through a system called proportional representation. The NA has various office bearers responsible for various functions, the most important being the presiding officers. At the beginning of each administration, one of the NA's very first responsibilities is to elect the presiding officers of the House, this being the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker.
I accordingly declare Honorable Didiza duly elected Speaker of the National Assembly.
They are entrusted to run the affairs of the NA. They oversee meetings and make sure that members of parliament speak freely but adhere to the rules of the House. In addition, each political party in the NA elects a chief whip to run its affairs. As mentioned, Parliament passes laws. This is done by referring bills to committees for processing and debating those bills. The House can approve, reject, or refer bills back to committees for further discussion. The National Assembly also has a constitutional mandate to carry out oversight on the executive. Oversight is carried out by scrutinizing, monitoring, and overseeing the actions of the government or any other organ of state in respect to the implementation of the laws, the application of the budget, and observance of the Constitution. The National Assembly keeps the executive accountable by approving budgets, asking parliamentary questions, having parliamentary debates about the important issues, and by proposing and voting on motions relating to the work of government. All these efforts to make your future work better.
The State of the Nation address is called in terms of Section 42.5 of the Constitution by the President of the Republic. It is a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament and one of the rare occasions that brings together the three arms of the state under one roof.
This is an occasion of state as well as of Parliament. In South Africa, the great ceremonies of state is the inauguration of the president, is the receiving of a foreign head of state. It is the state funeral of a head of state. It is the swearing in of members of cabinet and the swearing in of members of parliament. It is the investiture with national orders and the State of the Nation address. Of those ceremonies of the state, there are four where full ceremonial format is usually followed, and that is the inauguration of the president, that is the state opening of Parliament or the State of the Nation address to Parliament, that is the state funeral of a head of state and receiving a foreign head of state.
The full ceremonial format includes full military honors by the South African National Defence Force, a red carpet, a national salute by the ceremonial guard, a salute flight by the South African Air Force, the national anthem, and a 21-gun salute.
Did you know the State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours? The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel. Did you know the State of the Nation address marks the official opening of the annual parliamentary program? It is convened by the President in terms of the Constitution to provide the nation with an update on government commitments and to outline the program of action for the new financial year.
The State of the Nation address is a state ceremony, which means the President will take a national salute on a podium outside the National Assembly building, which includes the 21-gun salute and a flypast by the South African Air Force. The 21-gun salute became an international norm for the highest honor a nation rendered and is fired in honor of the head of state. The guns are fired from the company gardens behind the parliamentary precinct. The 21-gun salute will start when the national anthem starts, synchronizing the first shot with the first note of the anthem. The whole salute takes 1 minute and 40 seconds. There are 5-second gaps between the shots. The 21 guns are fired from 4 25-pounders. So gun number 1 will fire 6 shots, and the remaining guns will fire 5. The end of the anthem is marked by a flypast by the South African Air Force, which takes place on the last note of the national anthem. The flypast is meticulously planned to ensure that the planes are flying over Parliament at the correct moment.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Togo Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mthweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Did you know the State of the Nation address is one of the rare events involving the three arms of the state: the executive, legislative, and judicial, symbolizing the unity of government in addressing the nation's challenges and progress made.
To the special broadcast of the State of the Nation address here on Parliament TV. The true measure of Parliament's power lies not in the pomp of a sitting, but in the persistent, often unseen work of holding the executive to account. And in this 7th Parliament, the program of the National Assembly has been deliberately reconfigured to prioritize this very function, allocating dedicated time for rigorous oversights, constituency work, and plenary sittings. Now, the member responsible for steering this critical oversight machinery in the National Assembly is the House Chairperson for Committees, Oversight and Public Participation, Mr. Cedric Frolick.
Good afternoon, sir. Good morning, sir. And thank you so much
Good morning
for being here on Parliament TV.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Froelich. Now, this Parliament has made a deliberate shift to prioritize oversight through dedicated time in the program. So, from your perspective, how has this structural change tangibly improved the quality, depth, and the impact of the National Assembly's oversight work compared to the previous terms?
Well, thank you very much for the welcome, and also good morning to the viewers who are watching the channel. As you will know, is that oversight is at the heart of the parliamentary duties confirmed on Parliament by the Constitution. Oversight and accountability forms the backbone of the work of parliamentarians. And in the 7th Parliament, there has been a deliberate strategic shift to allocate more time and resources to parliamentary committees to exercise this critical function. What happens in reality is that you find more time for committees to go out into the different provinces, to engage directly with communities who are the recipients of these services that government must provide, and by so doing also overseeing the executive action that should take place. And very clearly they report when there are shortcomings or deficiencies. We've also loosened up the parliamentary program to allow committees to go and to be decisively involved where crises occur around the country. It's no longer a case that the committee waits a week or two, a month to go to an affected area where there's been floods, where people have been put into difficult situations and their lives are at risk. So we give them the permission to go. So in real time we can see what the situation is instead of waiting for the department to give a report to us.
I'm glad you mentioned that because it links up with my next question, because we know that the National Assembly conducted oversight visits to those flood and fire disaster zones. Now, what were the key actionable findings from these visits, and how is the committee system ensuring that the executive's response and recovery plans are being systematically monitored and reported back to the House?
The Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, that is chaired by the Honourable Dr. Mkhize, recently undertook those visits, and we are waiting the report to come back. But they already have initiated certain interventions whilst they were there to ask simple questions, straightforward questions on disaster response, disaster relief, also sustainable interventions to ensure that when the next flood comes, we don't go back to the same area again. Because we have picked up in terms of town planning, where it has been completely ignored. And people are allowed to settle wherever they want to, whether it is in flood-prone areas or where there are no mitigation or adaptation for the increase in veld fires that we will experience due to climate change.
Now, beyond these disasters, oversight has touched higher education, corrections, and borders. So how do you, as the House Chair, work with the committee chairpersons to ensure that this wide-ranging scrutiny remains strategic, focused on outcomes, and avoids becoming superficial checklist exercise?
Yes, it cannot be business as usual, where you are simply seen walking around these areas and some of these departments that you have mentioned. We take a deliberate interest in the content of the oversight program. We want to see who the committee is going to interact with, what is the strategic objective that they are pursuing, and also what is the possible outcomes. So that when they report on the matter, we look at the outcomes and recommendations that are being made in the report that's aligned to the original objectives that has been set. In that way, we can shape the agenda and the narrative when the report comes into the House. And it's of absolute importance that we prioritize oversight reports. In the past, we had a long time lapse between the report being submitted and the actual decision being taken by the House on the report. And we are working very hard. We're fighting for our space on the parliamentary program, for sufficient time for committees to do their work, but ultimately for the reports to end up on the agenda of plenary.
Now, one of the high-stakes examples of the parliamentary oversight is the current ad hoc committee investigating allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. So, As it wraps up, what has this process revealed about Parliament's capacity to conduct sensitive, credible investigations, and what safeguards ensure its findings will lead to concrete action?
What we've learned is that we must always keep our focus on what the original resolution, the House resolution, that empowered the establishment of the ad hoc committee. So retain strategic focus. Ensure that we focus on the real issues that are there instead of being diverted by peripheral issues. And it has once again demonstrated the constitutional power and authority that rests in Parliament to hold anyone accountable. And the committee thus far has done an admirable job in terms of exercising that oversight and in wrapping up, and I must add, led by a very capable evidence leader and junior counsel. In wrapping up, we look forward to see how this report will lead to concrete outcomes. We have also learned, and we had to continuously remind parliamentarians on that committee, Parliament is not an investigation authority. Investigations are done by the relevant structures that has been set up for that. So that is a key element in ensuring that we achieve our objectives.
And to those who've just joined us at home, we are speaking to the House Chairperson, Mr. Cedric Frolick. Mr. Frolick, just as we continue with our discussion now, as we await tonight SONA, I know you've spoken to the issues of oversight, but as we await tonight SONA, how will the existing oversight reports, like you've mentioned, from disaster areas to service delivery points, directly inform the questions and scrutiny that the MPs bring to the President's new plans? And how do you ensure that the past oversight findings, they shape the future accountability?
Thank you for the question. Very good question. Oversight visits is just one element of oversight. The other one are the critical areas that you've referred to, whether it is member statements emanating from the President's address, questions to relevant departments, questions to the President, and also we are now in the process of finalizing setting up the oversight committee to oversee the presidency. And that is where a lot of those issues will feature, where the President will appear in a committee in Parliament to unpack exactly and provide more details of what the presidency and government is doing to realize the articulation of the objectives that has been set. The President already appears in Parliament together with the Deputy President at least once a term to come and answer questions. So the establishment of the Oversight Committee is in response to the report on state capture, that certain things need to be strengthened in terms of oversight. And it will be quite, I think, a good experience for parliamentarians to hear and for the President to unpack when he appears either in question time or in front of the Oversight Committee. And from there, reports then go, considered by the House, goes to the relevant ministries, and now we are putting in place a tracking mechanism. A tracking mechanism to follow up in terms of the recommendations that have been made and where executive action is required. So we are moving towards that. We're also going to introduce artificial intelligence so that we can get information and compile information a lot quicker to inform the members, not to report for members, because AI is a tool.
Yes.
It doesn't replace a warm body, a human being, nor will it replace a member of Parliament.
And maybe also you should just get the Secretariat support staff of the Communication and Digital Technologies Committee to assist. They specialize in that regard in relation to the AI. Now we know that the effective oversight requires robust and independent committees. Are the committees sufficiently resourced in terms of research capacity, legal support, tools of trade and time to match the expanded oversight mandate of this parliamentary program?
Let me mention a few issues that must be attended to by the Secretariat, the administration, and when I say Secretariat, the Secretary to Parliament. We are faced with a challenge in the number of vacancies that occur, and when those vacancies occur, the time that sits in between the vacancy being confirmed and eventually the process starting to recruit. That's an administrative function. We want to cut back on that. Parliament is in a fortunate position that we have excellent support staff, whether it's in the knowledge department where your researchers are based and your content advisors are based, very well qualified, providing excellent support. And because of that, they get easily snapped up. Snapped up by government departments, they go and work in government departments, or they pursue other interests outside of Parliament. So there's always a to and fro of vacancies that occur, but we must work to fill these vacancies in a shorter period of time because it impacts negatively on the work of committees. In terms of resources, for the first time, and I must commend the Speaker and the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces in the 7th Parliament, the budget allocated to committees have been increased substantially. But part of my responsibility, and with my colleague in the National Council of Provinces, is to ensure that that increased budget that is allocated to committees improve the oversight function that committees must undertake. And when we will get reports on the expenditure of these committees, we will see what the variance is and the key areas where the money is spent. And it should be oversight first. Other activities come after that.
I fully agree with you on that point, Mr. Frolick. Now, the dedicated constituency period is key part of the parliamentary program. So how is this time, the constituency period time, used to feed grassroots evidence and citizens' experiences directly into the formal committee oversight process, closing the loop between the peoples and Parliament?
The current arrangement is that when we go into a constituency period, the Member of Parliament, of course it's a member from a list system that we have in terms of the elections, report directly to their political parties. And that is where political parties must also give guidance and direction to their members on what their activities should be during constituency period. Parliament expect them to be in their constituency offices, actively going around in their constituencies, individually and collectively, to go and look at service delivery issues. And then to report back. Make those reports available, yes, to the political party concerned, but also for Parliament. Now, how do you report back to Parliament? It comes back to the statements you make, the written and oral questions that's being asked. Members can ask for debates on certain matters. So there is more than enough space available for that. And I would like to see that we get more of the experiences and concrete situations that's observed by parliamentarians into the parliamentary program.
You've spoken briefly to my next question, but I'm hoping for a detailed response on this one. It's a common critique is that the oversight findings are ignored by the executives. Now, what mechanisms are now in place or being strengthened to compel departments to provide detailed, timeous responses to committee reports, and what are the consequences if they fail to do so?
Well, it's an ongoing discussion, and there's been interaction between the Speaker and the leader of government business. At times, you can really see when you sit and preside, and there's responses to questions from members that either the relevant minister or deputy minister didn't have all the information available, or that there's no direct response to the question that is being asked. So the Rules Subcommittee is seized with the matter to see how we can deal with that situation, and also looking at possible sanctions. Right? The Rules Subcommittee then will report back to the Rules Committee of the National Assembly, where the discussion must take place. But on an ongoing basis, whenever these type of situations occur, there is direct interactions with the relevant minister, and if that doesn't assist, with the Deputy President, who is the leader of government business. And hopefully out of that process, we can increase the quality of the responses that members get. Because remember, members don't just wake up in the morning and ask a question. They ask these questions based on what they did, as you previously asked, during the constituency period, on oversight visits. Listen to the State of the Nation address. Listen to departmental budget vote speeches that were made. Listening to how ministers respond previously to certain questions, and they must come back and report now. And we definitely need to strengthen that mechanism in terms of oversight.
Now we know that much of the oversight work happens in committee rooms, sometimes on virtual platforms, away from the cameras. So how is Parliament improving the public communication of oversight outcomes to demonstrate to citizens that representatives are actively holding power to account, thereby rebuilding trust with our citizens?
We have seen towards the end of the 6th Parliament and in the 7th Parliament now, a change of approach, especially in terms of parliamentary communication services, on how they cover committee meetings. Some of them are streamed live, others are broadcasted live, and also on the social media platforms that are being used. But I would still like to see that in each committee there should be a young, vibrant social media specialist who can directly, as the meeting unfolds, post and report on the work, factually, on the work that is taking place there. Very often we find too much material on social media that is side events, side issues, catching a soundbite here and there, and that's not a true reflection of what is taking place. You'll find in these committee meetings, because it takes away, in a place away from the public eye, the collegiality across the different political parties, where members actually agree on a lot of the things, although when they come into the House and in public they tend to disagree. But that's the nature of politics. But I would like to see more resources being put into communicating and also making available real life feedback to members of the public who correctly have an interest in it. And I also hope and trust that in the new chamber for the National Assembly, there will be sufficient space for members of the public to come and view live debates taking place, but also in committee rooms, so that they can see what their MPs are doing. Gone are the days during apartheid where everything happened behind closed doors. We owe it to our people. It's a constitutional imperative, and it's the correct thing to do, to be transparent and to be held accountable, not only here in the House, but also by the public.
As a committee secretary myself, Mr. Frolik, I was more than willing to take you up to the challenge of committee support staff posting factual issues on social media. But you mentioned the issue of age. You said you're looking for someone young, and when I looked at my age, I did not meet that requirement. But hopefully we will see those young people taking up that space in the near future. Before I let you go now, looking ahead after tonight's address, what will be your immediate directive to committee chairs regarding their oversight plans for 2026, and how will you ensure the new priorities announced are met with an even more rigorous and evidence-based scrutiny regime?
The President's speech tonight is essentially a policy speech that will be delivered in terms of what will happen and what his administration is seeing as priorities now for the immediate future and the interventions that is taking place. Linked to that, 2 weeks later will be the budget, which will be the tool where you'll see how much money is allocated to these different priorities. That is the interest of the committees. One, to identify the policy issues that affect the committees that they directly oversee, but secondly, where's the budget? Because you can identify priorities, and if it is not properly budgeted for, it can create a situation where the strategic objectives are not achieved.
For your taking time off.
Thank you.
Well, viewers, that was House Chairperson Mr. Cedric Frolik, and as I've said, we'd like to thank you very much for that detailed and robust defense of parliamentary oversight. You have underscored that accountability is a continuous process, not an annual event. A powerful reminder that the work of ensuring the government serves the people happens every day in committees and communities across the land. This foundation of oversight is what gives weight to the debate that will follow tonight's address. Please stay tuned to Parliament TV.
The Constitution protects our democracy by separating the power of the state into 3 different but interdependent components or arms: the legislature, which is Parliament, the executive, known as well as the cabinet, and the judiciary, which are the courts. The 3 arms of the state ensure that power is divided, so no arm of the state has all the power. This minimizes the risk of abuse of state power. Each of these arms has its own responsibilities, but functions in a way that complements each other, so that effective cooperative governance is possible. Parliament consists of two houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, whose members are elected by the people of South Africa. Each house has its own distinctive functions and powers as set out in the Constitution. The National Assembly is responsible for choosing the President, passing laws, ensuring that the members of the executive perform their work properly, and providing a forum where the representatives of the people can publicly debate issues. The National Council of Provinces is also involved in the lawmaking processes and provides a forum for debate on issues affecting the provinces. Its main focus is ensuring that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. The President is the head of state and of the national executive. He exercises executive authority together with other members of the cabinet, namely the Deputy President and ministers. The executive develops policy, for example, by preparing and initiating legislation which it submits to Parliament for approval. It then implements that policy by running the administration of the country by means of the different government departments. The executive must account for its actions and policies to Parliament. The judiciary is made up of the courts, such as the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, high courts, magistrate courts, and other courts established or recognized through an act of Parliament. The head of the Constitutional Court is also the Chief Justice of South Africa. The Constitution states that the courts must be independent and act impartially. Organs of state such as Parliament and the executive must assist and protect the courts in order to ensure their independence, impartiality, dignity, accessibility, and effectiveness. This constituted division of state power is an important democratic principle called the separation of powers.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mthweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. Welcome back, and we are live outside the Cape Town City Hall where we await the President to deliver his State of the Nation address for 2026 at 7 p.m. tonight. And of course, the National Council of Provinces plays a crucial role in ensuring that the interests of the 9 provinces are not lost in the national legislative agenda. But managing that mandate requires meticulous planning, especially when it comes to holding the executive accountable for the President's SONA commitments, and doing so while members of Parliament also have one foot in their constituencies or on the campaign trail. Now, to discuss how the NCOP plans to protect its oversight program amidst the pressure of the local government elections, I am joined by the NCOP Chief Whip, Mr. Kenneth Muimang. Dr. Muimang, thank you so much for making the time.
My appreciation, Sapo, and greetings to the viewers of Parliamentary TV.
Thank you. Chief Whip, let's start with whippery. A lot of the times when we hear the term whippery, we often think that it's simply a scheduling office or a voting calculator. Mm-hmm. In the context of the NCOP, where you are managing the 9 district provincial interests rather than their party lines, what is the strategic function that your office performs?
Indeed, the WIPARI is quite critical and central to the workings of the National Council of Province. The workings of the WIPARI is enshrined in the rules of the National Council of Province, and it covers a range of issues in terms of the rules. Amongst them is the responsibilities for the business of the house, the composition and membership of committees. It plays a critical role in terms of the programming of the council, and also it also plays a role in terms of ensuring that the whips of provinces discharge their responsibilities in terms of the discipline, not only in the house but also the delegates, as you have correctly pointed out, that the National Council of Provinces is mainly constituted by provincial delegates, and key to their work is how do they ensure that the interests of provinces remains on the agenda of a national parliament. But also critical is the role that the whips plays in the workings of committees, the discipline at the level of meetings of committees, debates, discussions, the interface between those whips and their provinces in relation to 76 legislations, particularly the role that they play in terms of ensuring that the mandates that are negotiated by provinces are correctly captured in the workings of committees, and how does that find presence in the final mandates that is critical to the reports of committees to the House. So it's quite an elaborate role in terms of ensuring that the workings of the National Council of Provinces is always in line with what is expected and what is enshrined. But all the things that we do it in consultation with the Presidium, whether it is the House Chair responsible for member support, whether it is in consultation with the House Chair responsible for chairpersons of committees, and also the work of the input and also the consultative process that has to always take place between the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces in relation to all those responsibilities that I've outlined. Yes.
And of course, then you're speaking very intricately about the processes and how your office ensures that these processes are aligned within the select committees and within the House itself, the NCOP. Now, in that regard, of course, even tonight, we're expecting that the President is going to make various commitments and announcements. And your office is tasked with ensuring that they find reflection in the Council's overall program. Now, how do you move a promise, a commitment that the President makes at the joint sitting, of course, that will happen tonight? How is that moved into a concrete agenda item in the select committees? Just walk us through those mechanical processes.
Thank you. Because our understanding is that the State of the Nation address is the launching pad in terms of the parliamentary oversight, because the President will be outlining priorities for this year, but he will also be making reflections in terms of the commitments that he made as the head of the national executive in the previous SONA.
Yes.
So the most important thing is that the president will be setting the tone for this year. But critical to that also is how do we translate that into concrete program of action? The expectation is that the committees, because SONA set the basis for oversight, it set the basis for lawmaking, it set the basis for public participation. As committees of the National Council of Province, will be looking with keen interest in terms of presentations that will be made by ministers in those committees, whether the annual performance plan, the strategic plans, the budgets of those departments, they capture the essence of what SONA has outlined.
Yes.
Yeah, which is quite critical, because if you don't do that, you will miss the ball. And it therefore set the tone for how, as the committees, we interact with Parliament.
Yeah.
Because whether it is motion without notice, whether it is notices of motion, whether it is questions to the president, questions to the deputy president, questions to the ministers, all that will be informed by the priorities as outlined by the president in tonight's State of the Nation address.
And with that, Chief Whip, of course, the local government elections are looming. Everybody is looking up to that and excited about that. And of course, with that, in terms of our work at Parliament, it means that there will be disruption in terms of our programs, right? Now, there is an anticipated loss of time due to the local government elections. However, delegates in the NCOP are also key figures in the campaigns and also in their provinces, right? How do you distinguish between constituency work and which part of their mandate and party political campaigning? How is the House going to strike that balance that even though people should go campaigning for the local government elections, that time is not too lost and work is not lost within the work and the mandate of the NCOP?
Yes. The programming whip of both the National Council of Province and the National Assembly, in the form of Honorable Dakmo and also Honorable Molokombe, play a critical role in terms of ensuring that there is no discord between the work that we do as members of Parliament, whether it is in terms of constituency, whether it is in terms of committee works, whether it is in terms of oversight. If you pay attention to the program for this first term, it is centered around that. It makes provision for the work that we need to do in terms of oversight, particularly around committees, and also it takes into account the work that we need to do in terms of oversight.
Yes.
And at the National Council of Province, despite the local government election campaign, there's also discussions around accommodating and making sure that the deputy president comes for questions and answer sessions. Likewise with the president, but at the same time also taking Parliament to the people in the second term, despite the fact that there is a local government election. I think what is critical is that we know that the expectation is that the president's speech will be centered around decisive action to fix our municipalities, but also to transform our economy. So therefore, in a sense, in our working as whips, we have already set the tone for our programming whips, together with parties and reps, to ensure that in their interaction with the program of action, provisions are well catered for in terms of oversight, in terms of constituency, and also in terms of committee work.
Yes.
Yes. Those three are the cornerstone of our programming, and they cannot be compromised.
And one of the core mandates of Parliament, both houses in fact, is lawmaking.
Yes.
And one can anticipate that with the local government elections and the disruption that might cause with the programs, is that both houses will try to streamline their program, right, to make up for the lost time. But there's often tension between streamlining and rushing, right? And I just want to know from your perspective, how is the NCOP going to ensure that work is thoroughly done and that the NCOP is not necessarily just rubber stamping legislation or other processes that find themselves from the National Assembly to the NCOP? How are you going to navigate that and ensure that it's quality work and it's effective, despite the duration that the program has so far?
The interesting point, Tsepo, is that in our interaction with the executive, especially the leader of government business, as the chief whip, we impress upon the departments and the executive authorities of those departments, right from the beginning of the term, to isolate legislations that are of priority, for this term, because we expect them to take the cue from what the president has said at the beginning of this term, particularly around what are the key areas that needs intervention in terms of the medium-term development plan. So already we have a sense, as the National Council of Provinces, in terms of those government clusters, what type of legislations we will be anticipating to be sponsored by those departments. But at the same time, because Parliament is the lawmaker, there will be certain areas that also as Parliament we would have identified that needs to be kick-started in terms of lawmaking. If you make a distinction between the SONA of this term and the SONAs of the previous term, you will realize that the difference is that in the previous term we had an outright majority of the ruling party.
Yes.
And therefore what guided the working of Parliament was mainly the manifesto of the ruling party.
Yeah.
But now with the medium-term development plan, which is a reflection of the outcome of the 2024 general election, clearly there is a lot of consensus, there is a lot of cooperation, there is a lot of discussion, there is a lot of conflicts, you see. So therefore, even in terms of some of the private bills that in the previous terms we could not accommodate, now the situation has changed. As committees now, we are beginning to see a rush in terms of private bills from even the parties that are part and parcel of the GNU.
Yes.
So therefore, we are ready as committees, as the whips, to make sure that those bills will be processed. But obviously, there's an expectation that a unit of constitution and legal services of Parliament will play a critical role in terms of ensuring that whatever we do in terms of those bills, they meet the standard, because also in cabinet, in government, the state law advisor plays that critical role. Once all the processes are in place, before the bill comes to Parliament, the state law advisor's office plays that critical role in terms of ensuring that sifting takes place. So in our Parliament, the parliamentary legal services will be quite critical also in terms of ensuring that the bills that comes from committees, private members' bills, are also able to meet the test that is expected of those bills.
And then when it comes to the capacity of delegates, Chief Whip, How does your office facilitate ensuring that members are well equipped with information, that they have the necessary research surrounding whatever issue that needs to be debated in the House, that they are well capacitated to be able to deal with issues, whether in the House or in the select committees? What role does the whippery play in that regard?
This week, both houses had targeted members training program. And key to those members training program is capacity building to position the members to be able to meet the challenges of the day. First and foremost, the ability to be able to use, to be technological.
Yes.
Secondly, the ability to be able to engage with committee works or with government departmental plans. Hence, we would then have invited the AG to come and make a presentation. We would have invited State South Africa to ensure that at a theoretical level and conceptual level, we are able to appreciate where we are in terms of poverty, such that the challenges around inequality, poverty are addressed, and unemployment also. But also, we would then have had an interaction with members around their support. What is it they need to be able to be effective? Yes. The capacity to research. How do our members use AI to be able to research, to make things much more easier for them in terms of even summarizing the work of those departments? Even APP comes. APP can help you. I mean, AI can help you.
Yes.
If the budget comes, you can get a summary of that. So therefore, the presentation that was made to us in terms of how we can use AI as part and parcel of boosting our research capacity comes in handy. So it is a continuous process. It has been, this is the third time for this term that we have the members training. The idea is to ensure that we boost the capacity of our members to research.
And then lastly, in Tatamwimang, what are some of your expectations from the President's address later on tonight?
Indeed, the President will be setting the tone for the country.
Yes.
The President will be setting the tone for Parliament and committees to exercise oversight. The President will be focusing on youth, on youth development, fighting corruption. The expectation is that the President will also be talking to the issues around gender-based violence that has been declared a disaster. But key also reflection in terms of the work that these commissions are doing in fighting corruption. But the thrust in the theme, we expect it to be centered around transforming the economy and fixing local government, because this is a local government election year. But also, he has been consistent ever since the beginning of this year, taking from his party. The focus is on fixing local government decisively, and also ensuring that we transform the economy. What is also critical is that there are a number of areas that are suspected will also be projecting the positive spin-offs from our economy. Is something that we'll be making a reflection on. The strengthening of our rent, which is quite good. The bottlenecks in the port, the bottlenecks in the rail. As part of volume Vela, the President will be talking to that. But we also, I suspect, share good news on the fact that we have not had load shedding for the number of months. Thank you.
On that note, thank you so much, Dr. Mimang.
Thank you, Tsepo, and thank you to the viewers of Parliamentary TV.
Thank you. And of course, that was the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Date Kenneth Mimang, just giving us an idea of what his office's function is in ensuring that whatever commitments that are going to be made here at the State of the Nation address later tonight will trickle down into the select committees and, of course, into the provinces and right down to local municipalities. Now keep the conversation going with us on social media using the hashtag SONA2026. This is Parliament TV.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of two houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. The National Council of Provinces, or NCOP for short, is constitutionally mandated to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. This is done through participation in the national legislative process and by providing a national forum for consideration of issues affecting provinces. The NCOP also ensures that local government concerns are represented at the highest level. The NCOP consists of 9 provincial delegations nominated by the provincial legislatures and a delegation from the South African Local Government Association, or SALGA for short. Each provincial delegation has 10 members made up of 4 special delegates drawn from the provincial legislature, including the Premier of the province or a person designated by the Premier as head of the delegation. These delegates may change from time to time. In addition to that, there are also 6 permanent delegates. This means every province is equally represented in the NCOP. Similar to its counterpart, the NCOP has office bearers who are responsible for overseeing the duties of the House. Chairperson and 2 deputy chairpersons manage the work of the NCOP and preside over debates, making sure that delegates can speak freely while remaining within the rules. Of the 2 deputy chairpersons, one is a permanent deputy chairperson who is elected for 5 years, while provincial premiers take turns being deputy chairpersons for a year. A provincial whip organizes the work of each provincial delegation. Parties with at least 7 permanent delegates and who do not have members functioning as provincial whips are also entitled to a party whip. The NCOP considers, passes, amends, proposes amendments to, or rejects legislation. It must consider all national bills. The NCOP has oversight of the executive within its role as the representative of the provinces. The NCOP may require a cabinet member, an official in the national government or a provincial government to attend a meeting of the council or a committee of the council. The NCOP also conducts oversight visits to the communities in order to ensure that they get direct information on the needs and challenges of the people. All these efforts to make your future work better.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the 2 houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Toko Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refulem Tweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2026. your parliament, your voice, your future.
Good afternoon. As the nation's attention turns to the spectacle and substance of the State of the Nation address, there exists behind the scenes a monumental undertaking of coordination, planning and execution. It is a machinery that transforms a constitutional obligation into a seamless national event. The individual at the helm of this immense logistical operation is the Secretary to Parliament, the administrative head of the institution. It is my privilege and honor to now be joined in studio by Mr. Xolile George. Mr. George, a very warm welcome and thank you for stepping away from your busy schedule to talk to us.
Good afternoon, Maseko. Good afternoon to all the Parliament TV viewers.
And in terms of the logistical arrangements, you are the main orchestrator of everything that we're seeing here. Can you give us a sense of what it takes logistically to bring such an event of such a nature together?
Well, Maseko, this is, as you correctly described it, this is a massive undertaking.
Yeah.
It is an event, the scale that covers all aspects of state functioning. As you know that we are bringing together all arms of the state into one sitting. It means at the level of planning, there has to be planning to a level of precision, taking into account multiple dimensions of planning a massive operations. Logistics, as you say, entail security logistics. They entail accreditation of people in a most secure manner, logistics of bringing here former heads of states, diplomatic community, former presiding officers of parliament, and of course key guests of parliament that must also be brought in. That's one part of a direct responsibility in terms of the first aspect. The second part is people accessing this, as we know that the City Hall is now part of parliamentary extension. It is a precinct of parliament. It means a reaction that must take into account that it is now part of the national key point. So the massive integrated security plan of the state apparatus has to kick in. The state security agencies, the police, the military, and including parliamentary security, have to work in a seamless coordination such that each player knows their role. You also have responsibilities for members of parliament. The members of the public who are here, you can see, apart from our limited constraints from the City Hall, we have to put up capacity of accommodating guests of about 1,100 in the marquee, in addition to the 904 that is inside there. All of that must be done meticulous such that anyone who has got an accreditation, it is well looked after, that person's security is properly done, and all of that, including all other associated, support systems, catering, and all of that. But those are just but one aspect. At the core of our planning, as the head of the institution, I must make sure that this is a seamless event that is error-free, and by the time we conclude, the event must be free of anything that could constitute deficiency from our planning. So from where I sit, we're quite confident that everything is running according to plan, bar anything else we could not have anticipated. So we're quite confident that this massive operation has allowed us to engineer a machinery that must produce a professional outlook that everybody is seeing now.
And just additionally to that, because Parliament has got a constitutional obligation to facilitate public participation, beyond just this being broadcast on television, what platform is Parliament using to ensure that ordinary citizens of South Africa participate in this event?
As we know, we partner with SABC. Other media houses, of course, they cover the State of the Nation address. That's why the president chooses evening, so that even people who travel back from work in different way, taxis, rail, or any other form, at least in the evening, the majority of people are back at home. So they will be able to hear the head of state talking to them about challenges facing the country and what solutions are being put in place to intervene on those areas, but the president also to talk about successes that his commitments may have indicated last year. How far is he reporting on those matters? So in terms of coverage, Parliament, not only on parliamentary TV, there's multi-channels that we do of communication, so that we cater for diverse markets. Young people would want to watch on YouTube, they would want to see on Facebook, they would want to see on parliamentary other channels, your what do you call now, parliamentary X? Yeah, they used to call Twitter, and all of those. So yes, all of those channels, radio is also covering TV, so at least as much as possible, the majority of 64 million people in South Africa can be able to say, we were part of the State of the Nation, even if we were sitting in a village in Venda, or some Lusikisik in Transkei, or Taung in Northwest. At least we were part of knowing what His Excellency will be covering. So Parliament works with multiple channels that play that role at the level of the state, executive, and also us in terms of parliamentary infrastructure.
Okay, and hosting SONA has a significant economic footprint in Cape Town, and we know that this space that we're currently occupying now is for local vendors. What is the cooperation between Parliament and the local vendors, and how are they benefiting or affected by State of the Nation address taking over their usual business space?
Well, Masiko, we have to balance so many things. As you correctly say, this is a trading zone for a lot of informal sector players in the economic system of the city. So they use this grand parade for that. So every year, without fail, we always engage their organized formation. They've got associations that we speak to, so that we are able to designate alternative trading zones for them, whilst at the same time make sure that Parliament's operational needs around safety and other things are taken into account. So those matters are sensitively negotiated, managed in such a way that it doesn't create harm for the informal traders. At the same time, they allow Parliament for a designated period to be able to have this. By the time tomorrow comes, we're able to lift all of this and people are trading. So essentially, we're talking about 5 days, Monday up to Friday, which is a lot in any way for an informal trader, because that's where pedestrian traffic runs through that. So it has always been a smooth operation, well negotiated, and I have no doubt that we're able to strike the right balance around that.
Okay, let's just have a short reflection, since, well, this year the country is celebrating 30 years of the Constitution. Over the past 30 years, how has Parliament evolved in giving effect to the values and principles of the Constitution?
I would say, Masiko, Parliament is at the center of defining the pulse of the nation. In 1994, when the Constitution was crafted and it ushered in a new democratic government, 2 years after the new Constitution was concluded and it was formally adopted on the 10th of May 1996 in the Constitutional Assembly in Parliament, it then heralded a new era where a rights-based society is consciously being built. It may not be fully ideal, but when you have a constitutional order that says in the Bill of Rights in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, the right to equality, everyone has an inherent right to equality. Everyone has a right to human dignity. Everyone has a right to access to basic education, water, decent shelter, and. All those rights were not promised that they will happen immediately. It committed the state to ensure that it takes appropriate measures to achieve what the Constitution calls progressive realization of those rights. That means is that they would not be achieved immediately, but with concomitant resources, the state must pace itself commensurate to its means to progressively realize those rights. We have seen the first 10 years, 1994, of our democratic state, 2004, massive progress done. And at the center of that is Parliament, that had to pass a foundation of laws that were central to dismantling the apartheid system and the colonial system of our past that defined people on the basis of hierarchy of race. So all of those, it was this parliament that laid that strong foundation. And in the second 10 years of our decade, we then began to saw consolidation of delivery of services to the people, the building of state machinery, and so on and so on. We have now finished 30 years. We are in year 32 as we speak. So you could see that some of the visionary statements of our constitution are progressively being realized. I don't want to be doling statistics to say 4.7 million houses have been built, so many this and this. People know those. Access to water. Those are building blocks to attainment of equality. When we say everyone has a right to clean water, then everybody must get clean water. But we also know, Masiko, that many people still fend for water in rivers.
Even in
they have to chew with a donkey to get water, to wash, and children get affected. They can't go to school because they must first go and roll a 25 liter to go to school. So barriers to attainment of equality of a society is still constrained by massive inequality challenges that our country has. So we are conscious of those. Hence, Parliament is at the center of putting laws, and it monitors the executive. Where are we in executing the commitments you made to Parliament? We passed your budget. You said these are commitments. Where are you? So Parliament robustly then interrogates those commitments. So at the balance of our responsibility from the executive and on the side of legislature, you now have a system that is able to hold itself accountable. It may still have weaknesses, yes, but people are looking a lot for consequences when wrongdoing is happening. It must not only about being robust on interrogation, but it must also say where things are not happening. We hold people accountable around that part. And parliaments in the 7th Parliament is committed to doing that.
And the discussion lately is that Parliament is slowly becoming irrelevant, especially to young people. And they're least interested in what Parliament, in fact, to an extent that they somehow don't even understand. So how can Parliament future-proof itself so that it remains relevant and credible and also constitutionally responsive?
It's about achieving it in multiple ways. There's a dimension of representation because Parliament is a representative institution. That's why you've got 18 political parties in Parliament. They reflect the plurality of voices socially in the country. Within that representation of a political colors, there's also the demographics of that representation. You would have seen Parliament in the early stages, Masiko, up until 2009, 2012, when you began to see emergence of young voices in Parliament. We even called it before, the National Council of Provinces, before 94, it was called the Senate, where naturally it's old people who must go there. You must look at the National Council of Provinces now. The age demographic, you also have young people in the NCOP, meaning that the vibrance of that voice also reflects mechanisms to define relevance in the language of young people. So does to the National Assembly. So that's first dimension, create a diverse voice that speaks to different segments of society, that speaks also to different typologies of society at a human level. The third area is about Parliament ensuring that it reaches out different platforms of engagements. You'll find young people not in a town hall when you want to consult them for bills. You'll find them in Facebook. You'll find them in TikTok. You'll find them everywhere. So to what extent are we taking Parliament to those platforms in such a way that young people find relevant? They don't only find engagement with us when it is about them laughing, to say, oh, no, we know they will be fighting in Parliament. But we actually engage with them where they are actually, you know, so that when there's a bill, you make it easy for them to say, there's a national health insurance bill. This is what it's all about. What are your views?
What are your thoughts?
They don't have to go to a town hall. They will give you views there. It must cover this and this. For us as young people, we're making laws about education, NSFAS. What are the issues you want us to change from the national student? They will tell you the experiences that they sleep in floors, they sleep in campus gates and so on. What is our funding model for around those issues? But if we don't go there, we expect them to come to city halls.
They don't.
They will not go there. So it's about Parliament future-proofing itself by going exactly where young people is, and also having young people inside who are able to project how perspective of young people must shape our laws.
Yeah, okay. And when you come to the dome, the new Master Dome, we believe that the debates and the response to the State of the Nation address will be based in the dome. What logistical arrangements had to be made to convert the dome into a chamber?
It's a lot of work that has been done there, mainly with the project lead being Public Works, because it is their facility to assist Parliament, but we have partnered with Public Works to make sure that the first attempt to put a dome that had operational weaknesses, to a large extent, those issues are now being mitigated. So we look forward that next week the debate and responses to the speech of the President on SONA will take place at the dome, and many of those limitations largely have been mitigated, and we'll keep on testing them next week to make sure that come the 17, 18, 19, we have a dome that would go beyond that, also for the budget and any other sittings of the House.
Okay, just with the rebuilding project that has been going on, all eyes are understandably now on the City Hall. Now, can you please give us a full substantive update on the current phase of the rebuilding project and the anticipated timelines of the completion of the project?
Our anticipated timeline, Masofo, is December 2026.
Okay.
To finish the rebuilding. We have started in earnest. Work is happening. We believe that people will start seeing the shape of the structure in June, July, to see, okay, it will look like this. And then thereafter, the internal finishings and all of those issues that are about ensuring that it is dressed up properly leading up to December, systems and all of those. But the actual full shape of the building, we envisage that by July, people will begin to visually appreciate, oh, it will look like this, you know, from an outer structure. So we remain confident that we'll be able to finish in December. And hopefully, as we said, South Africans, this is the last SONA to take place under the current arrangements with massive logistics like this. Because everything, once we have a building, the broadcasting systems are all inside, and everything takes place within parliamentary precinct, and we don't have marquees. People are all seated as guests with the capacity that we have built, the facility. So we look forward to February next year when the state president delivers SONA.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to hearing in the new structure. And just on a lighter note, what, after all the planning, after everything has been done, what are your personal tick boxes when you say, I have delivered a successful event of this nature?
Any event will always have errors, so I would not say completely error-free.
Yeah.
The most issue is that in pursuit of delivery, you need to start taking stock. Okay, we could have done this part, but materially, overall, we must make sure that the guests appreciate, they are well received, the transport system is well received and it delivers people on time, and guests are well treated in the facilities that were provided in the marquee in terms of hospitality, and guests have received the accreditation. There's no people winding around the accreditation center when the president is about to speak. So those are major issues for us that can frustrate people to say this was chaotic and so on and so on. Those are the major, amongst many other issues. Media being given adequate time, access to people, and political parties being happy that the balance of voices was covered, and South Africans allowed through the media people to also have a say. There are many people, if you go at the back of these buildings, there's many people in Cape Town working there.
Yes.
It will be good for parliamentary TV to also send its staff to say, go and fetch 3 people there. Fetch different people there. Say, come here to Parliament. What do you want your Parliament to do? What would you want to see the President doing? What else is Parliament not doing which you would like to see it doing? Then we are able to make sure that the planning we do in Parliament also reflects the diversity of voices other than formal office bearers that have easy access here. We go to people because now we have cordoned them off. And you may not have mobile teams that go there. But I wonder if somebody says, no, we'll talk security team. Please allow those people entry here, brought by the police, so that when you take them back, they are taken out. And it gives Parliament, that Parliament at the center of it is about promoting public participation. So it's about those approaches for me that would enrich perspective and make sure that we go beyond formal political talk. But we go to somebody in Khayelitsha who is looking for a job, who's running around. Somebody from Mitchell's Plain who's running there. Somebody from Ponte Yivo who's running there. Who would want to say, this is how our conditions are on the ground. Parliament, are you aware of that?
Yeah.
I'm a hobo sitting here. I have no home. This is what I would like my parliament. Then it starts becoming a legitimate voice of South Africans.
Thank you so much, Mr. George, for your time. Mr. Xolile George, Secretary to Parliament, who we're speaking to. If you're still with us, we're still at the Cape Town City Hall, where we'll be bringing you all the insights into the State of the Nation address. It's a reminder that democracy is not just about speeches, but about the immense, often unseen work that allows those speeches to be heard. A masterclass in democratic logistics. The stage is now truly set. As we proceed, the focus shifts from the architects behind the scenes to the protagonists who will occupy the stage. Stay with us as we bring you more reflections on events of the day.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Topo Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
How does the electoral system work? Welcome to the Civics Academy Election Series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of elections and why they are a central feature of democracy. In this video, we explore how our votes translate into seats in a parliament or municipal council. Elections are a central feature of democracy. In general, there are two types of elections: proportional representation, or PR, and constituency representation. Both systems have advantages and disadvantages. In South Africa, we use the PR system for national and provincial elections. But we combine PR and constituency representation for municipal or local elections. Half of the seats on a municipal council are occupied by PR councillors and half by ward councillors. In municipalities, constituencies are called wards. Proportional representation system. The advantage of PR is that it allows both big and small parties to be represented. For example, if a party receives 15% of the votes, it will also receive about 15% of the seats. The disadvantage is firstly that the elected representatives owe their positions to the party, since people vote for the party, not for them as individuals. Therefore, they often feel more accountable to the party than to the public. Secondly, the diversity of parties in the legislature may make it difficult to take decisions and form a government. The constituency system. The advantage of this system is direct accountability. Each elected representative is directly accountable to the voters in his or her constituency or ward in a municipality. The disadvantage is that it is not an accurate reflection of the diversity of views of the voters. Let's say two candidates compete. Candidate A gets 55% of the votes, and candidate B gets 45% of the votes. In a straightforward constituency election, candidate A wins the ward seat and candidate B gets nothing. That is why it is called a winner-takes-all system. Elections on national and provincial level. Members of the National Assembly and the 9 provincial legislatures are elected according to the PR system. Only political parties may contest in these elections. the law does not allow the nomination of independent candidates. However, our Constitutional Court has ruled that this is unconstitutional, and the electoral system will now have to be changed in order to allow independent candidates to participate. Elections on local level. As said before, municipal councillors are elected differently. In South Africa, we combine PR and ward elections. In municipal elections, we vote for the party of our choice on the PR ballot and for the ward candidate of our choice on the ward ballot. Ward candidates can be nominated by a political party, but don't have to be. The law allows independent candidates to stand for ward elections. This is explained in more detail in our video, What is the Role of a Municipal Councillor? When calculating the results in a municipal election, the PR and ward elections come together. Remember, normally in a straightforward constituency election, the winner takes all and the votes for a candidate who doesn't win the constituency go to waste. This distorts the outcome. It works differently in municipal elections because here, the outcome of the ward election affects the outcome of the PR election. All the votes for party-aligned ward candidates who didn't win their wards are also counted to calculate those parties' PR seats. Let's look at the following example. A council has 18 seats, 9 ward seats and 9 PR seats. Party X fields ward candidates in all 9 wards, but it only wins 3 wards. In the remaining 6 wards, it loses to other candidates, but it does collect 6,000 votes across those 6 wards. This boosts its performance in the PR election and could result in additional PR seats for Party X. This certainly applies to all the votes of all losing parties' candidates, so there are no wasted votes. Practical consequences of this combined system in municipal elections. Political parties should try to field ward candidates in as many wards as possible, even in wards where they think they can never win, because even the votes for a losing ward candidate will still help that party. Voters should go out and vote, even if they think their preferred ward candidate can never win the ward. Their candidate may not win the ward, but their vote still supports that party that has nominated their candidate. Summary. There are 2 types of elections: proportional representation, or PR, and constituency representation. Members of the National Assembly and the 9 provincial legislatures are elected according to the PR system. This allows both big and small parties to be represented, but the disadvantage is that the elected representatives owe their positions to the party and are therefore not directly accountable to the public. Our municipal election system combines the advantages of the PR system with the advantages of the constituency system. We vote for the party of our choice on the PR ballot and for the ward candidate of our choice on the ward ballot. This provides an outcome which is proportionately fair because it reflects the total number of votes each party has earned, and it encourages councillors to be accountable to the voters because half of them are directly elected by us in our wards and not just appointed by their parties.
And of course, we're still live outside the City Hall in Cape Town, where a flurry of activities is still underway as we await the President's State of the Nation address at 7 p.m. tonight. And of course, formalities are underway. And of course, all of this is happening right here behind me. But while we wait for the president, there's another milestone looming that speaks directly to our democratic future. Now, this year, South Africa goes to the polls for the local government elections. It will be the first municipal vote since 2021, a term that saw unprecedented coalition instability, hung councils, and service delivery collapse in several metros. Crucially, these elections will take place in a year where we also mark 30 years of the Constitution. It is a moment that invites both celebration and scrutiny. Are we upholding the democratic promise of 1996? Now, to discuss the state of electoral readiness and the health of our municipal democracy and what voters should expect, I am joined by the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, Mr. Mosotho Myepa. Mr. Myepa, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you for having us. It's good to be with you.
Are you registered to vote?
I am. Are you?
Hopefully, I should check. I should check, Dr. Myepa. I should check.
It is much easier to check now. You can even check at home.
I will do so, absolutely. Now, of course, Dr. Myepa, like I said, it is a significant anniversary since the Democratic Republic. And it's 30 years of signing the Constitution. And the IEC is often called the birthplace, right, of our democracy. How heavy does that symbolic weight feel this year? And does the anniversary change the Commission's approach to these elections?
The Commission always prepares for elections as if, we are doing them for the first time, and we need to perfect the ones that we have had in the past. These elections will be no different. We come from a background where quite a number of demands and challenges have befallen us. And so we are determined to mark 30 years of our Constitution and almost 32 years of our electoral democracy with a credible, well-conducted election in the elections that are coming.
And of course, just on voter registration, like I said, that I'm not even sure if I am registered. And we saw a very low voter turnout in 2021 and in 2024, particularly among young people, myself. Now, with the 30-year milestone, is the IEC planning to have a special civic education movement to entice the youth, to entice the young people, and to ensure that they know what the importance of voting is?
Yeah, we are. You will be aware that we have started with online voter registration initiatives. We launched that on the 5th of February this year, and we are calling on all South Africans. You don't even have to be here. Wherever you are in the world, if you can log on, you can register if you're a South African citizen. And we are asking all of you to register or to amend your registration details. In other words, if you have moved since you were last registered, register in the area where you now reside. Because in these elections, it's going to be important for you to be placed on the segment of the voters' roll where you ordinarily reside. The challenge of lower turnout is a much more complex matter. It's not just an issue of voters not having opportunities to register and therefore to vote. As you are aware, we have more than 27 million registered voters on our voters' roll, and that number is increasing. We want every eligible voter to register. The challenge, as research has shown us, is that voters are saying to political parties, to ourselves, to anyone who cares to listen, they are disappointed by the democracy dividend. In other words, the people or parties or councillors that they elected, in their view, in the view of the voters, have not delivered on what they had asked they would do. And voters are saying, my trust in institutions, national government, provincial government, local government, political parties, and even the IEC is as a result coming down. The level of trust in these institutions has taken a beating because voters are saying, all of you, do something for me.
Yeah.
And from where we are at the Electoral Commission, we take full responsibility of registration for voters. We don't want anyone that is eligible to register and to vote to say, I did not have an opportunity, the IEC did not provide for me in a manner that I could participate. And let's recount on what those things are. All persons who are bedridden, who are not registered to vote yet, can in fact apply for us to go and register them at home or where they are.
Yes.
And that we do. You can register online. You can come to our offices Mondays to Fridays. We are open. We have registration weekends over weekends when we have by-elections. But we will have 2 general registration weekends ahead of the elections, the general elections of municipalities, for all voters to familiarize themselves with 3 things. 1, the details on the voters' roll. 2, to know and be familiar with their voting station, where they live. And thirdly, to be aware of, the amount of voting districts that exist in their ward, but the particular one at which their details are kept. That is very important.
And with that, I mean, I think you touched on a very important point, and we've been touching on this with all our guests here at Parliament TV, that seems like people have lost hope. What is the IEC doing in terms of showing people and making them understand that even if you have lost hope, keeping quiet and not using your right to vote sort of hinders you? What programs does the IEC have in terms of that?
We have 2 major programs we're working on. The one is precisely that of engaging the affected strata of society that says, I want to give up, and so on and so forth. By the way, I don't know if you know, it is 49% of the registered voters who are saying, I may in fact participate in these elections. 49% of 27 million people. Now, we are engaging all 27 million people and saying it is important. But there's a second part to that, which is political parties and candidates and civil society and media and everyone must also help us do that. Democracy requires active participation. For democracy to thrive, to work, for you to have a person or organization or party in an elected position, you have to participate, you have to give them your vote. And that's what we are crying out to do. For political parties and independent or candidates, we are saying, hear what voters want. Tailor your services to what the voters desire. That is the solution to the problem. We can't say to voters, you're going to get what you want.
Of course.
If those that are in the position to do it will not offer it or tailor-make it for the voters. We will provide the voters by registering them. Parties must then appeal to them and provide the services they need.
And of course, Dr. Mepa, we mentioned that since 2021, they call it the coalition chaos, sort of just came into light. And since then, we have seen coalition governments that have collapsed in the likes of Johannesburg, for example, Ekurhuleni, eThekwini. And a lot of people have then said that there's an issue with stability there. People feel like there is a lot of unclarity when it comes to the governance of those municipalities. Now, those who did not, the voters who often say that they didn't sign up for the post-election horse trading, so they say, is it then the IEC's role to advocate for coalition legislation reform, or do you just simply administer what Parliament gives you?
Well, We have to be activists as well, but we've got to be very careful about where our activism take us. We are a referee, and we can't be seen to be advocating for Party 1 and Party 2 to work together to form government. It's not a role we should do, but we are concerned that municipalities must run sustainably, that those who are elected into positions must do so within the law and do it well within that term. And to that extent, we will gladly work with Parliament, amongst others, in legislation that they may wish to develop and later pass that will deal with, the sustainabilities of municipalities. Yes. We are not so much concerned about who is working with who. We are concerned about establishing a governance framework that will serve the people of this beautiful nation.
And on new political formations then, of course, we're seeing an increase in community-based movements and independent candidates, partly due to the electoral amendments. So are municipal elections now more administratively challenging when it comes to the IEC? Are they now complex, and are you concerned about how long that ballot paper is going to be?
One has to take one's job seriously. Our mandate requires of us to facilitate competition, democratic competition, and to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution. And to that end, we will not reserve our best. We will do everything we can to realize it. But we are also concerned that, when you have 100 seats that are available, but you have 100,000 people competing for that. Think about it carefully. The 100 that will eventually get the seats, if they form a choir, they'll have to form a choir against 99,900 that are very disappointed. And those voices are going to drown them. That's what this democracy has to safeguard. There must be a fine balance that we maintain.
And earlier on, you did mention that the IEC runs by-elections, right, almost monthly. What observations has the IEC made, especially when it comes to voter behavior between major elections, and do those trends send a signal that we might expect sort of like a main event this year?
We are finding two things, really, that generally the turnout in by-elections is lower. We want to appeal that voters take their local representatives very seriously and participate. And local government elections in general have tended to attract a lower turnout than national and provincial elections. We are saying reverse that trend, because this local government is your hands and feet of government. And it is the government that must deal with you physically at proximity every day. And so take it seriously.
And of course then, on youth and first-time voters, you are turning 30 alongside the Constitution. For a voter born in 1996, myself, this will be the first local government election as a mature adult, right? Now, what specific message then do you have for someone like myself, who is a first-time voter? It's the first time that I'm going to be part of local government elections as an adult, who is cognizant of what is happening, who understands what service delivery is, who understands what it is that I need, not just as a young person, but probably as a young unemployed person, right? What message do you have for them in terms of encouraging them to go to the voters' polls?
I want to say to yourselves that the world is in a very difficult situation everywhere. The circumstances that face us are circumstances that exist in most of the developed world even now. And we are not even counted as the developed world. But for you in particular, bear in mind where we come from and how many difficulties we've had to confront as a nation and succeed. And as young people, take courage, because the solutions we found in many instances for our countries were devised by ourselves. And so you carry much power. It begins with saying and stating with no uncertainty about who should govern you and how they should govern you. And what better way to do it by casting your vote in the upcoming election. Your participation is fundamental. Every vote counts in these elections. And if young people make their voices to count, we may have a government that is voted for by young people and one that will deliver on the needs of young people. That reality is within reach, and it is going to begin with young people voting. And so I want to encourage young people to take it seriously. You are many in number. You are the highest constituency in terms of our profile in the nation. Your power is incredible. Use it.
And of course, then, Tatumeapa, the IEC's mandate stops immediately after the votes have been counted and the announcements have been made in terms of the results, right? However, we often see that in councils fail to, or they take time to vote in positions, your speakers within the councils and the likes. Now, does this concern the Commission that these processes are not done in a timeless way within the timeframes that have been stipulated? And should there be consequences for parties who fail to form governments within time periods?
We don't have direct authority in that, but we join you and all good citizens that want governments to be in place as soon as they're elected to do so. But it is important to point out that there are elections of local representatives from local councils to district councils. Those elections must take place within 14 days of the elections taking place. And we are directly involved in those elections, and we ensure that they take place within the required period. We put pressure on those that need to do them and work with us in carrying them out. And we ask that every one of us that love this democracy and that want to protect it comply with those requirements in law.
And of course, then when it comes to the voters' roll integrity, there's been questions about the integrity of the voters' roll in terms of, are there foreign nationals perhaps that have been counted in the voters' roll, deceased persons that are still regarded as part of the voters' roll. Can you give South Africans a firm assurance that the roll is clean and defendable?
The roll is clean and really updated, provided, and it's a big proviso. If anyone, by means that are improper, including corruption, for example, find someone who's not a South African citizen, they give them a South African identity document. There's nothing that's going to alert us that we're dealing with a person that's non-South African. Our source is the National Population Register. And on that National Population Register, we work with the South African citizens and not residents. Residents are people who are foreign nationals but who are here lawfully. If there are people who are classified as residents and they are not, it becomes a problem bigger than us. It is a problem that, for example, the Department of Home Affairs will deal with. But we are satisfied that the process of ensuring that the voters' roll does not take into account foreign nationals and that people who are deceased are removed is a process that is working well, and we update that regularly. And the Department of Home Affairs, to their credit, they have They have perfected that process for us. We've been working with them over many years, and that process is open to us.
And then talking about accessibility, especially when we speak about with persons with disabilities, with local government elections, I mean, these are, like you said, they're ward level accessibility.
Yes.
And in that regard, what tangible progress has the IEC made then since 2021 and 2024 to ensure that each and every South African, whether living with a disability or not, can exercise their right with dignity?
We have a number of things that we have done. I indicated that to the extent that we need to facilitate the registration of voting of individuals, we do so by registering them, providing them a special registration opportunity or special voting opportunity. But at our voting stations, there are three things we also do. We want to ensure that every one of our voting stations is accessible. There's a check we do to ensure that that is the case. Remember that we do not own the facilities that we use. These are facilities that exist in the communities and are used on a daily basis. But we do take the extra step to ensure that they are suitable for every one of the eligible voters. Secondly, we have voting material that is suitable for all persons that are registered to vote or that are coming to vote. We have ballot booths that are accessible to people who may use wheelchairs. We have ballot papers that are readable for those that can read Braille. And we do also provide assistance to persons that are elderly or with disability. When they arrive at voting stations, they are provided the assistance in the station, as first priority. And so those measures we take very seriously, and whatever other help we can provide, we would like to provide.
And of course, then the President is scheduled to deliver the State of the Nation address at 7 p.m. tonight. What are some of your expectations, especially when it comes to local government and elections as a whole? What are some of your expectations and commitments that you wish that he will make?
I know that he and the nation assist with the fact that an election must take place sometime between the 2nd of November this year and the 30th of January next year. I would be very grateful if the President indicated to South Africans where government is minded to have that date being. Because we are facing a very difficult winter period. From the 2nd of November, we have exams. December, it's a holiday season in our country, and part of January. And, whenever we are going to have that election, January is still holiday and people are traveling. It is going to be very important for South African citizens to have an idea of where an election may be. It is the Minister of Local Government that proclaims that date, but maybe the Minister will say, President, I'm minded to have it in this period, and maybe the President takes the nation into confidence. That will be great.
And in the IEC's position, what is the one thing that you wish the 2026 local government elections to be remembered for?
I would like these elections to be remembered as one of those that have advanced the cause of democracy in our nation. In 1994, when our first democratic elections were held, there were many things we did not do as we do them now. There were many things the Constitution and the law maybe did not provide for in the manner that they currently do. I'll give you examples. In 1994, only South African citizens who worked for government or were on government business could vote at our diplomatic missions abroad. Now, every citizen can vote at those. Not only that, every citizen can register at those missions and vote at those missions as well. It's an advancement of democracy.
Yes.
When we had elections in 1994, we didn't have a voters' roll. So it was notionally possible that people would vote more than once, or people who were not South African citizens could vote.
Yes.
We no longer have that. We have advanced that. We have secured the right to vote extensively as a nation. There is value in doing so, but let us appreciate it and use it.
Dr. Moepa, thank you so much for making the time.
You're welcome.
And of course, that is Ntate Mosotho Moepa, and he is the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission. And of course, it was important for us to have this conversation since the local government elections are upcoming. Of course, like he reminded me, please do check whether you are registered to vote, and you can do this online on the IEC website, I assume. Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV as we await the President to deliver the State of the Nation address for 2026 tonight at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. Stay tuned.
The challenges that we're facing, it is transport, money, because we are struggling to go to school, and majority of people who are in Eastern Cape, they are struggling to find jobs. So, yeah, create employment, because if there is no employment, you are inviting poverty. So I would create employment to improve the economy and to help their households that they are depending on grants. So rather than giving people 350, I feel like it's not helpful, because you are not building anything to them. So when you create employment, I feel like you are giving them an opportunity to develop skills. You're giving them an opportunity to learn more things, actually, than for them to receive things for free. So, yeah.
Did you know the public involvement element is an important role in the SONA ceremony? The SONA includes participation by the public, representatives of various
challenges esinoziconfronta is to save the film industry up in South Africa and also in Africa. Siyenze ibe ngcono, siye kwi-incentivizer kakhulu, and then xa senza ezo zinto ezinjalo, aba bantu that are coming here to shoot bayahamba ngoku, and then siyasafarisha thina in the film industry. So government wethu is failing us, bantu abaku-media space. So yeah, in our communities, challenges that I come across with, because ngoku community that are enhlala kuyo ngoku lapha eWoodstock, there's a lot of gentrification ndingatsho. Abantu bathengisa izindlu zabo, and then businesses ezinkulu, they come in and iyachinja yonke neighborhood kanjalo, and then history iyasuka, abantu bengathi khange babe khona, si-land developers ezenza loo nto. Ingaba kwi-sports and arts and culture, because I feel like i-government iyalekhisha kwiimeko ezinjeya. Zinintsi izinto ezenzekayo kwicala le-sports, but ayikho i-funding necessary. And also i-arts and culture nayo i-budget ikhathiwe kuyo, of which akufuze bangayenzekile kanjalo loo nto, because siyayidinga i-arts amongst our communities. Inkosi ndabulela.
Of the Republic of South Africa will be delivering his 2026 State of the Nation address. With me here is the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Dr. Desbo Mohon, who will be listening closely tonight for announcements that directly impact the Platinum Province, as it is popularly known. Speaker Mohono represents a province rich in minerals, resources, but also one that has faced significant governance challenges, climate shocks, and service delivery pressures. As the President prepares to outline government's priorities for the coming year, she will also be preparing to host Premier Lazarus Mokgosi as the State of the Province address later this month. Dumela Ms. Desbo Mohono wa amogelesegile mo Parliament TV.
Dumelang ngwana ke a o siame le ba bugi ko gae dumelang ba gaetso re mo Kapa.
And this is a critical period for the legislatures nationwide, with the looming local government elections set up to interrupt the parliamentary program. And Jano Mema Mohono, gore ke batla go itse gore gompieno wena o hopa go utlwa presidente a bua ka eng se se tla netefatsang gore go nna le ditšhono ko porofenseng ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima, ditiro jalo le di investment. So ke eng se o tshepang se o hopang go se utlwa go tswa mo presidenteng gompieno?
Tla ke re ba bugi ko gae dumelang gape ke go leboge o ya ka o setse o tlhalositse province ya rona ke nngwe ya di provinces tse di unneng thata ka dikuno tse di fotlasegang mmu, your minerals. We not long ago it was established that beside platinum, Northwest is also rich on chrome. And Bokone Bophirima is one of the provinces with regard to unemployment. We are the highest in the country. We are like a cat sitting next to the milk, very hungry, but can't touch that milk. It's a very painful situation, but we are taking control as a province. We are saying enough is enough. One of the things that we want to hear the President saying tonight is saying, how do you allow us as a province to make sure that the minerals that we have benefit us as a province? Because for a very long time, we are looking people coming in, coming out. You know, what is very painful even on our side is that these mining bosses, they just fly in and out. And as the Northwest, we have what it takes to host this mining Indaba they are hosting in Cape Town. What people don't understand, the arrival of people in a province assists the province to grow economically. We want to see a situation where there is a turnaround. And what is good with us, Makhosi Aruna, they are walking this journey with us. Maybe not long time ago, you saw Bakwena, Bamohopa, where people are digging next to their houses. And you ask yourself, now I was a victim, now I'm from Chaneng. Rinalidi mine, right, Kochana, Bostel Drift, Boba Fuken Rasimone, they are just around us. Where my house cracked into two pieces, I had to demolish the house and start afresh. But I can't go and cry like an ordinary community member who can't even afford to do another house. Now, the mining houses think building 2 houses there, 3 houses there, and taking what is us, it make life easier. We want to hear a situation where those responsible for the economy says we must stop taking our minerals raw as they are outside the country and come back very expensive. Let's find a way of keeping them in bulk. And when the time is ripe, we determine the price. And once we do that, you will never have a situation where Northwest is accused of a capital of potholes, unemployment, poverty, and all these other things. So we need people who must see the importance of making sure that what we have work for us. We must stop fighting for few tenders in municipality, in government department. That is nothing. You have a tender tomorrow, tomorrow is gone. You didn't even finish the work. Because one other thing that people don't understand, I have to do something for 100 rand. Because the cake is small, I'm giving 10 rand. How do I cover the 100 rand project that I have to do when I'm being given 10 rand? So we are trying to make end meet. That is why we don't have an impact. We want an impact-driven economy. We want what we have to work for us as the people of... I said to them, you look at Northwest, you look at Limpopo, you look at Mpumalanga, you look at Northern Cape, Gauteng to some extent, we are the mining communities. Look at what climate change is doing to these provinces. Look what happened in Limpopo. Look what happened in Mpumalanga. That is the reality of climate change. Where are we? We're supposed to be more advanced as these provinces that have what it takes. There is life after mining.
It's true.
Do we have plan B?
B after the mine. What
then happen? Hostel Rua will tell you that I can tell you, this shaft lifespan is how long. The software that he's using, he can tell you the lifespan of a mine and tell you how many years and how many people are working in that mine and how far they can go. So I think we need to hear from the president. How do we turn the wheel
around?
I like some other countries, they are not apologetic. Sometimes South Africans, we are very apologetic, we are very understanding at the detrimental of our country
people.
And our people. So we are looking forward to the president tonight, hoping that as provinces will go back, because on the 26th I'll be hosting the premier. Because among other things, the president must account to the country on what he promised and how far they have gone and where are challenges and how best they are going to make sure that they deal with those challenges and they mitigate on all those challenges. For me, where I'm sitting, this country is a very rich country, but we are too apologetic unnecessary.
Ya ka bua gore ditsela ke dipothole ga gona go tsamaege dikolo batho ga bana metsi so gore ke eng se ke gore ke role e feng e legislature e nang le yone go tlhomamisa gore batho ba rona or khotsa gore puso ya province e isa ditirelo go bathong ke di mechanism di feng tse di dirisang go tracka gore a mme batho ba rona ba bona ditirelo.
One of the important role of the legislature is oversight, public participation, and taking the legislature to the people. We will go out, but we are unable to go as far as we want to do as the legislature because of the budget constraint. That's the situation that we want to find a creative way. How do we mitigate this thing of a budget constraint? Our people must know what the legislature can provide for them. At least I'm happy for the year that I've been a speaker. People now understand where there are gem locks, they can go and petition the municipality, they can go and petition the department that is making it difficult for them. It is our role as the legislature to ensure that people get services, but not just services, good quality services. When you say you're doing a road for the people, that it must be a good quality road. You don't just do a road. No, Kiko Northwest, you'll do a road for 10 rand. It come rain, that tar road is gone. That is the role of the legislature to ensure that the kind of services that goes to our people is good quality. But also we must hold executive accountable. Is our role. We call them in the legislature not to fight them, but to say to them, we went to Chaneng. We oversee over a school. We saw 1, 2, 3 as a gap. We went to Muritile. You were saying you're doing this particular road. We realized 1, 2, 3 is wrong. Go back and correct and follow up. We as the legislature, we make a follow-up. After we told the MEC, did the MEC comply? The same applied to municipality. After the municipality said, we are working on water challenge, because water challenge is all over. You know, in the past, we knew as people in the villages struggling with water. But now, the problem is all over. What are we doing as lawmakers? How far do we go to ensure that people who are responsible of making sure that people get water and everything, they are complying? We know for a fact that we blame municipality, but we've got water entities your Mahales, your rent water, your whatever. What is their role?
Yeah.
If you can't perform, why can't you go and allow people who can perform do it? Because sometimes we feel it's a direct sabotage, where a mayor will tell you every week we must go and correct the infrastructure. People make sure that they make something that will make the infrastructure not to work and the people not to get water because they are benefiting out of some of the tenders of your water tank. For me, I don't like that thing. I want a permanent solution. But as legislature, this is part of our role, and we're doing exactly, no matter constraint we have on our budget, but we make sure that we go to our people and tell people. One of the things we want to do this year in taking Parliament to the people, we want a situation where we spread our wings and the presiding will meet the stakeholders, and at the end of the week we come together and look at the outcome of what we have done so that our people can have a clear understanding. Right now they do understand gradually, but we want a full understanding so that when we go to them to present bills, the new bills that are coming, they know their role and the contribution they must make.
Ke sa go tsene ganong mme Desbo mo ngwageng ono re tla be re tshwere di local government elections. Batho ba khobegile marapo, batho ga ba sa tlhole ba tshepa puso ya rona. Keng se o ka rang batho ba bokone bophirima gore se ba tsose mowa wena gore ba ye go vouta ko di local government elections?
Motswana a re nko ya kgomo mogala tshwara thata e se re utlwa se bodi wa kgaoga. Moseka phofu ya gago ga nka swa lentswe. For me, it's not difficult to turn the wheel. We have officials, we have politicians. The question is, how far do you go as a politician to make sure that these officials that you have appointed in the municipality, that you've appointed in the department, are making sure that they deliver to our people? I think we don't have to give up on ourselves. We have made a research to check where are the gem locks. Now we know where the gem locks are, and we know the saboteurs who make sure that whatever that we want our people to get, they don't get. And our people sometimes they don't understand. They fall into the trap. Now I want to say to them, don't give up on us. Not all of us are hopeless. Not all of us are giving up on you. Not all of us don't want to see our community happy. I can't be happy when I walk around in Cape Town and people ask me, where do you come from? I'm coming from Northwest, but why that useless province? That's something that hurts some of us because we have solution in our hands. If we can have revocrates, the officials that understand the impact that what they do to our people. Because as a politician, you can go to this far. Sometimes they tell you are interfering. I tell them I don't interfere, I'm intervening. Because I see there is a crisis, I must help to make sure that our people are being assisted. I must make sure that our people get what is due to them. We are not doing our people favor. It's due to them. It's their right. So that we don't need to go door to door. If we can resolve our issue of making sure our people get water, I'm happy what Minister Sputla is doing in terms of electricity. Yes, there's still a load reduction with municipalities, but the minister is saying to us, I'm working very hard to ensure that even this load reduction is no longer there. So for me, something that was broken for 300 years, we can't keep on blaming on it. But the bottom line is that behind closed door, we are making sure that we correct the situation. But along the way, there will always be these elements. Gradually, steady but sure, we'll get rid of these elements. And it's not going to be nice. It's going to be painful because you are costing us a lot. You are destroying our people and their lives and what they have at the end of the day.
And lastly, you are about to host the premiere for the State of the Province address. A province are ready to host the State of the Province address.
We are more than ready. Even if we can start tomorrow. We had to wait for the president. We started the preparation last year. We'll be hosting our people in our chamber, in the legislature. we wish to bring everybody's, because it is a pride of our people. That's where they will live hear the Premier telling them that last year I've promised you 1, 2, 3. This is how far we have gone as a province. We'll be coming back to ensure that we follow up and tell them the challenges, because sometimes there are challenges. You know, sometimes I say to mayors, you don't have to ask the mine to give you money. Tell the mine, I want energy, sustainable energy, I want water, I want road. How you do it as a mine, see how to finish.
It's up to you.
They shouldn't give you money, because you are struggling with the little that you have. When they give you money, you're going to struggle more. So the Premier, I'm happy that everything is on par with regard to our hosting. Is on the 26th in our chamber in Mahikeng. You're also invited to come in so that you can hear for yourself what the Premier says for this 26, 27. This is how I make sure that the province is being taken forward. And these are the challenges that we are still encountering as a province.
That was the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Dr. Desboso Mohono, who was speaking to us about the plans for the hosting of the State of the Province Address. We are still tuned into Parliament TV for the State of the Nation Address Build-Up Program, which will be happening this evening at 7 p.m. right at the City Hall behind us this evening. Nation Address Build-Up Program, which will be happening this evening at 7 p.m. right at the City Hall behind us this evening.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides for a constitutional democracy. It includes the Bill of Rights as a cornerstone of democracy in South Africa that enshrines the rights of all people in our country. The legal framework for institutions supporting democracy. Chapter 9 of the Constitution creates a number of independent state institutions to strengthen constitutional democracy in the Republic. Namely, the Public Protector, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, the Commission for Gender Equality, the Auditor General, the Independent Electoral Commission. The Constitution provides that these institutions are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. In addition, the Constitution also provides for the establishment of a number of other statutory bodies which promote constitutional democracy, including the Financial and Fiscal Commission, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, the Pan-South African Language Board, and the Public Service Commission. National legislation further provides for the establishment of a National Youth Development Agency aimed at creating and promoting coordination in youth development matters. These institutions are collectively referred to as institutions supporting democracy. The task of these institutions is to promote and protect those rights within the Bill of Rights which fall within their particular area. The independence of institutions supporting democracy. The institutions supporting democracy are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. No person or organ of state may interfere with their functioning. The relationship between Parliament and the institutions supporting democracy. These institutions are accountable to the National Assembly. First, they must report on their activities and the performance of their functions to the National Assembly at least once a year. Secondly, they perform a complementary oversight function to that of Parliament, amongst others, through the investigations they conduct and the reports they submit to Parliament. Thirdly, Parliament must assist and protect these institutions through legislative and other measures to ensure their independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness. In so doing, Parliament established the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy in September 2010, after the adoption of a recommendation by the Ad Hoc Committee on the review of Chapter 9 and associated institutions by the National Assembly. The mandate of the office is to enhance the capacity of the National Assembly to perform its functions of oversight, accountability, and support relevant to institutions supporting democracy, and to coordinate all interaction between the National Assembly and the institutions.
Good afternoon. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV, and we're coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall. And this is exactly where the President of the country, President Cyril Ramaphosa, will deliver the State of the Nation address at 7 o'clock this evening. The South African Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities has been at the forefront of protecting the rights of communities across the nation. As we mark 30 years of our Constitution, we want to reflect on the Commission's achievements, the challenges it has faced, and its role in strengthening democracy. And joining me to speak to that is none other than the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission, Mr. Mahlangu. Mr. Mahlangu, thank you very much for talking to us this afternoon on Parliament TV.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us.
Deputy Chairperson, as we celebrate the 30 years of the Constitution, we know that it guarantees cultural, religious and linguistic rights. So looking back, what have been the Commission's key achievements in protecting these rights and promoting social cohesion over the past 3 decades?
I think let me start by saying that in the cultural, religious and linguistic communities, we can safely say our communities know where to go when they need to address or have complaints around these 3 mandates that we have. I think of significance is the role that the Commission has played in the cultural space, particularly initiation, where we continue to play a role in terms of ensuring that our initiates and initiation practices are safe and they are based on the values that our forebears have always maintained. So we continue to play a role in that space, which is critical today. I think from time to time what you will see is that there is regression in particular areas, but the Commission is always there and it supports all those other structures that are dealing with those specific provinces where we have challenges. Again, you look at other issues in the cultural space, such as ukuhlolwa, which is a very important rite of passage for our young girls. We continue to ensure that that space is safe, but not only safe, but that it is known by all other communities that do not understand what this practice is about. So we continuously defend issues that relate to cultural communities, and we support them through setting up structures such as community councils. If you look at the religious mandate, it is one of the topical areas currently because of the many abuses that we've seen from religious leaders, and I want to stress religious leaders, not churches. So we are clear in terms of how we navigate around the issues of religious freedom, which is sacrosanct in terms of the Constitution of South Africa. So we are looking at saying what should the religious leaders say. We've recently set up a committee comprised of religious leaders themselves to go out into all provinces and consult with other religious leaders to come up with a mechanism of saying this is how we will deal with a religious leader that violates the dignity and the rights of communities in this sacred space. So in that space, we've played a major role in getting the debate, putting the debate on the table, but also dealing with some high-profile cases. The Omotosa case is one of them, where we placed it on the radar and ensured that the communities talk about it. It's an important space for social cohesion in particular, because when you look at spaces such as the religious space, where it's deemed to be a sacred and safe space. Communities go there when they have issues, and they expect that they should be supported and helped with all the other social challenges, socio-economic issues that come up. People run to churches, so it's important that that remains a safe space. So that's just on the 2 mandates. On the language part, we work with other bodies such as PENSALP, which is also an important body. But we've gone as far as saying that we need to ensure that, for instance, the sign language becomes fully developed in all communities to ensure that we support it. There are other regional languages that we are dealing with matters that relate to that. So overall, I would say that the CRL Rights Commission, notwithstanding that it was only established in 2004, that it has made significant strides within this 30 years of our democracy to make a mark, but also say to communities, this is where you come to have your issues addressed. We do not turn anyone away, even if they come to us. In fact, many people come to the CRL because of the support that others would have received. And if they come to us with issues that don't relate to us, we are still able to direct them to other Chapter 9 institutions. We handhold them to those institutions and ensure that we see through the issues that they brought to that are addressed.
Now, earlier, Deputy Chair, you mentioned your interaction with communities, how the communities can get hold of you, that they are coming to you with their issues that relates to the work of the Commission. But what awareness campaigns do you have, or what do you rely on to be so certain that the communities are aware? Like, can someone from Tsolo, does someone from Tsolo knows how to get hold of the Commission? Does someone from Nongoma know how to get hold of the Commission? Because we know that is where these issues that you raised, like Ukutwala, that mainly happen. But what makes you so sure that the communities do know how to get hold of the Commission? Or do you have any awareness campaigns that you take out to the communities?
We have, through our units, one of our units is public education and advocacy, where we go around the country and we have awareness campaigns to tell people about the work of the Commission. But in addition to that, our Act empowers us to establish what we call community councils. So we have community councils across the country. This is where people will group themselves around any one of our mandates, be it cultural, religious, and language. And out of that, we are able to then reach out to those specific communities where the community council is established. So it's one of the key ways that we've been able to go to all corners of the country. Of course, there's a lot more that we can do. I think unlike other Chapter 9 institutions that has provincial offices, we still do not have provincial offices, and we hope that that will be remedied soon, subject to the budgetary support that we require. But through community councils, through other stakeholders such as traditional leaders, we've ensured that we are able to reach the most remote community in the country.
Now, as a Chapter 9 institution, your work supports democracy and accountability. So how does this status enable the Commission to influence government and also protect the rights of citizens?
Well, when we conduct an investigation, for instance, we report to Parliament. We will present the outcome of that investigation to Parliament with recommendations through our interaction with the COCTA Portfolio Committee. And it is out of that we will then put those recommendations forward, so that then through the Portfolio Committee they can then be taken through to Parliament, and they can become, or Parliament can make a decision out of our recommendations. And I've cited recommendations in the past around initiation. In Gauteng, initiation was suspended as a result of our investigation around the abuses, around the gangsterism, things like those. So there is a very important role that we play in addressing community issues through the work that we do. And we communicate with the Portfolio Committee. We report and account to the Portfolio Committee on all the work that we do.
Now, through mediating disputes and advocating for community rights, what interventions have had the most tangible impact on the citizens' daily lives?
I think if you look at, in general, what you will find is that, especially around cultural matters recently, around the access to graves, where you find a mining house having bought the land and started mining operations and prevented communities from accessing those graves. You'll know as an African that we consider grave sites of our ancestors a very sacred space, where we would go to introduce a new family member, and so on and so on. So there's a lot of meaning that we put around that. We've had numerous cases where there was a conflict between a mining house or a farmer and the community in terms of access to those graves. To that effect, we've even come up with a protocol on graves to ensure that there is an easy way to mediate whenever we come across these issues. But essentially through our ICR unit, we would call all parties without taking sides, identify where the issues are, and find a resolution. So we've been able to successfully deal with many such issues, and of course in other areas as well within the religious space, where we find that there are issues of contention between religious formations. We would come in and intervene whenever we are called upon. But I think the essence of it is that before we take any drastic actions, we would call all relevant stakeholders to the table and engage. But more importantly is that our decisions or recommendations are solely based on the constitutional rights of our communities, and that's what we strive to do at all times, to ensure that that remains sacrosanct, and that's the role that we've played.
That's a lot of work that the Commission does, and I'm sure that work requires that there's stability in terms of governance and leadership. But during the 2024-2025 financial year, the Commission operated without commissioners for 6 months. So how did this transitional period affect oversight and service delivery, and what lessons were learned for future stability?
I think, number one, the decisions around appointing new commissioners should be dealt with swiftly so that there is no gap. But what I can assure you is that we hit the ground running. We are fortunate that at the level of the administration, we still had our CEO who kept the ship running, but we hit the ground running. We immediately looked at all the issues that were pending the appointment of commissioners, and we set up a program that is based on all the work that was on the table, as well as other areas that needed our attention. We had a strategy session where we then, as the new commission, took resolutions on how our program will look like for the next 5 years, but also with the yearly targets that we've set ourselves. It's not easy, but I think we've managed to deal with the backlog, particularly around investigations or pending investigations. We've dealt with a lot of those issues, and we continue to service new issues that come around. But not only that, we continue to support other structures such as NIOC, the National Initiation Oversight Committee. We give valuable input and insight in terms of how we navigate the issues. But you'll also know the most topical issue around our Section 22 committee, on religious sector.
Yeah. Before I let you go, because we're running out of time, because you've mentioned the National Intervention Initiation Committee Oversight. Now, I want you to just speak briefly, as brief as you can, because we know that fatalities during the initiation season remains a serious concern. So, how does the Commission work with traditional leaders, families, and government departments to protect lives while respecting also cultural traditions?
Well, first of all, we are part of the National Initiation Oversight Committee. I have been delegated to be a member of New York in terms of the Customary Initiation Act. But through the Act is we, for instance, support the provincial structures in their awareness campaigns. We provide the necessary logistics to ensure that they are able to reach out the communities to create awareness around the importance of complying with the law in conducting initiation. But we also are firm in defending and protecting the right of this custom, this rite of passage. So we play a balanced role of ensuring that we are able to give input to the minister to say these are the programs that this is what government should do to support the sector, but also to parents, to traditional leaders. Before we go to any community, for instance, we will sit down with the traditional leader and engage with them, understand how they practice initiation. Remember, it's not a one-size-fits-all. You have different practices across the country. So we have a simple protocol of ensuring that we engage all stakeholders. When it comes to communities, parents, we use various forms of media to ensure that we have reached. All our community councils will have a message that supports initiation.
Deputy Chairperson, thank you very much for taking time off to speak to us here on Parliament TV.
Thank you very much for having us.
Well, that was the Deputy Chairperson of the Cultural, Religious, Linguistic Rights Commission here on Parliament TV, sharing some insights on the work of the Commission. So please stay with us.
I'd say well, that's easy. Firstly, when it comes to criminals, I think if people did commit murder, they should not be released. And I think it's about high time. I think death sentence, if you kill someone, you rape someone, I think your punishment should be death. So it should be fanele ibuye, and also people who did petty crimes isn't as theft, they should be punished maybe 7 years in jail. The government should enforce a system where people should be scared of committing crime. They should implement hard, harsh, even jail. I think also people that stay in jail, I feel they have a lot of freedom more than people who don't stay in jail. They get food, they get clothing, they have water, they live more comfortable than people who are homeless. So 1 meal per day, they should fanele go be hard in jail. Yes. Secondly, housing. I think it's high time, I don't know when was the last time RDP houses were built. It's high time we see where those RDP houses, the money that taxpayers are using. We should see where that money goes to. I think per year, a government should have funds. Maybe babene targets. We're building maybe 10,000 houses per year. We should see where do taxpayer money goes to. RDP houses should be built. And also maybe those vacant houses places that are torn, they should be fixed for other people. And also thirdly, I said it's crime, housing, and also employment. I think like it's high time go other like businesses that I think most people should register a business zabo. Zininzi businesses like people are running businesses that are not under a government. Like a government should invest in businesses. The people who are selling amateki, who are selling phones. The government should invest in those small businesses because I believe they can create like a huge employment. Yes.
And of course, that is the Cape Town City Hall, where we are all anticipating the President of the Republic to deliver his State of the Nation address at 7 p.m. tonight. And of course, the conversations are carrying on here at Parliament TV because we are bringing you the front seat of democracy. I am now joined by Honorable Ryder, and he is part of the NCOP. He is the chair of chairs there. And of course, we've had a flurry of guests here to make sure that you understand what their role is when it comes to the SONA, but most importantly, what the work has to be done after the SONA has been set and after the President has left the podium. Honorable Ryder, thank you so much for making the time.
Good afternoon. Always a pleasure to see you, and thank you very much. And thanks to all the people behind the other side of the TV camera that have joined us as usual and giving us their support.
Of course, Honorable Ryder, Parliament has made a deliberate shift to prioritize oversight through dedicated time in the program, right? Now, from your perspective, how has the structural change tangibly improved the quality, depth and impact of the NCOP's oversight program and oversight mechanism?
So there has been a definite shift towards getting out there and seeing for yourself a little more. And it's always been the hallmark of good politicians that they don't merely sit here in Cape Town and pontificate on the problems, but they go out and see for themselves. And obviously, from my perspective, one of my South African political heroes was Helen Suzman, and that was exactly what she said. Go out and see for yourself, and that's how you get the true story. And in fact, my father was another great proponent. He was a bank manager, which I was before I came to Parliament. But his line was always managed by walking about, so that you actually go out and get to see things for yourself. And I do think that, particularly for the NCOP, the National Council of Provinces, we've spent quite a lot of time in the last year going out to different provinces, going out and visiting different issues in our role as the different committees when there's been a specific issue. So, for example, with the recent floods in Limpopo, the COGPA committee, the Cooperative Governance Committee that looks after water as well and infrastructure, they went out and had a look at the flood damage and the impact of the floods on the communities in Limpopo specifically at the recent one. But we've also done other outreaches where we've gone out on, as the NCOP, we've gone on Provincial Week. We've taken a look at provincial activities to ensure that provinces are indeed delivering the services that they should be doing and doing what they're supposed to be doing with the money that we give them. And I think that's always the important job of Parliament, is to have oversight over how the money is being spent, and is it being spent according to the plan that was funded initially by the budget, because budgets are given to fund specific plans. So that's the bit we need to tie together. So we've done it as I say, Provincial Week. We went out and had good interactions in the Western Cape. We also had Local Government Week, where we went out to look at whether the local government is delivering on their mandate. We went and saw interesting things, good things and bad things. We were in the city of Cape Town for that as well, so doing it here locally, because we're focusing on the metros. And a quick warning, Johannesburg, I think, is next. But we'll be going along to see if everything is being delivered as it should be delivered, and to see, and this is a big core part of oversight, is to see how we as members of Parliament can try and look for the regulatory or legislative impediments that are in place, that are preventing municipalities, provinces from doing their work. So it doesn't help to go and see problems, without, we can go and have a look and come back and sit there and go, tut, tut, it's a terrible situation. The question is, what are we going to do to fix it?
Of course.
Is there a need to change regulations? Is there a need for us as lawmakers to review the legislation that's in place and maybe make some tweaks so that things can be done a little bit better? That's the role of oversight. There's more oversight, but I can see already there's another question lining up, so I'll pass back to you. Thank you.
I just want to say that, of course, beyond the disasters, oversight also touches on education, it touches on corrections and the borders, right? Now, how do you, as the House chairperson, work with committee chairs to ensure that this wide-ranging scrutiny remains strategic, focused, and that outcomes are tangible and seen? And it's not a matter of just, oh, shame.
Yes.
Yes. How do we ensure that committees are working and holding the executive to account?
Excellent. So, great question. And the Seventh Parliament put together a strategy document right up front when we started our work just after the election, and we put together a plan. And core to that, there's a very simple diagram, but it's very, 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 very complex in terms of actually getting it to work. So what the diagram shows, it's kind of like a triangle, almost like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and at the bottom of the triangle is the inputs that committees get. And so those are like reports or complaints from communities or newspaper reports and so on, or things that members themselves see during their normal oversight in their during their constituency work.
Yes.
Bring to the committee. Those are the inputs. Then the committees have a meeting. That's the process. That's the next layer. So we have our processes, and then we have outcomes from those. Those outcomes, and so yes, processes can also be the site visits and committee visits and so on, like we did with all of the committees this past year as well, where committees went out again to go and look at specific issues. Then you have outcomes. Committees produce reports, okay, and those reports then get discussed in the chamber, in the NCOP chamber, and we sit and we make recommendations from that. Point is that very often these investigations, these discussions kind of have ended there in the past. Now the Seventh Parliament strategy document says added an extra 2 layers to the triangle now, and said no, it's not good enough just to have outputs like reports. We must now have outcomes like letters to provinces to say, hey, we see that you're doing this, you need to up your game a little bit, this is our suggestion. Or an outcome that says, right, we've identified the problem. The Premier has told us that one of the problems is for example, the Finance Management Act and the regulations. We need to propose changes, and then we can write to Treasury. We can get our Finance Committee as well to undertake further investigations, engage with Treasury on behalf of the provinces, so that we represent provinces properly as mandated by the Constitution, and we can say, Treasury, this is an impediment. We understand that it was put in for a specific reason. It's having unintended consequences. How can we fix that?
Yes.
And that ultimately gives us the top pinnacle at the top of the triangle, which is the impact. And that's what we're striving for, is so that our committee work actually has impact. So, following from that, to answer your question fully, is the fact that each committee, following the adoption of that strategy document, then went out and set together a plan, an operational plan of what are we going to do over the next 5 years, okay, so that we can give effect to that, because it's one thing to have a great plan, an overarching strategy, but how do the different committees play their roles? They've had that discussion, they've decided what they wanted to do in the first year, and now we're about to have a review, what happened in the first year, and how can we improve things going forward, and what's the plan for the next year. So yes, review always, make sure, check yourself, and then see what you can fix, what you can improve on.
Thank you so much for being with us. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Great.
And we're looking forward to seeing you on the fashion segment. You're looking very dapper, by the way.
Thank you so much indeed, yes.
And that was the House Chairperson, Ryder, giving us a detailed and robust defense of parliamentary oversight. And he has underscored that accountability is a continuous process and not an annual event. Now, with that, a powerful reminder that the work of ensuring government serves the people happens every day in committees and in communities across the land. This foundation of oversight is what gives weight to the debate that will follow tonight's address. You're still watching Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
Fantastic.
I'd say, well, that's easy. Firstly,
when it comes to like criminals, I think if people did like commit murder, like they should not be released. And I think like it's about high time. I think death sentence, like if you kill someone, you rape someone, I think your punishment should be like death. So it should be like fanele ibuye, and also like people who did like petty crimes like isn't just like theft, like they should be like punished like kakhulu, maybe like 7 years in jail. Like the government should like enforce a system yabo, where people like should be scared of committing crime. They should implement like hard, like harsh, even like a jail. I think like also like people that stay in jail, I feel like they have a lot of freedom more than people who don't stay in jail. They get food, they get like clothing, they have water, like they live like more comfortable than people who are homeless. So 1 meal per day, like they should like fanele go be hard in jail. Yes. Secondly, housing. I think like it's high time, like I don't know when was the last time AMA RDP houses were built. It's high time like we see where those RDP houses, like the money that like taxpayers are using, we should see like where that money goes to. I think per year, a government should like have funds, maybe like babene targets, we're building maybe 10,000 houses per year. We should see like where do taxpayer money goes to. RDP houses should be built. And also maybe those vacant houses, like Zikona, like places that are torn, they should be fixed for other people. And also thirdly, I said it's crime, housing, and also employment. I think like it's high time go other like businesses that I think most people should register a business zabo. Zininzi businesses like people are running businesses that are not under a government, like a government should invest in businesses. People who are selling amateki, who are selling phones, the government should invest in those small businesses, because I believe they could create like a huge employment. Yes.
Did you know the State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours? The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel.
Joining me today in studio is Advocate Ntabiseng Sipanya Mohale, who is the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality. Over 30 years of our constitution, the CGE has been pivotal in promoting and protecting gender equality in South Africa, from closing administrative gaps to influencing legislation, conducting public education, and monitoring service delivery. The CGE has achieved important milestones. At the same time, challenges like violence against women and children, unemployment, and uneven government compliance continue to test its mandate. Today we explore both the progress made and the work that still lies ahead, the work of the CGE. Dumela me Sipanya Parliament TV.
Thank you very much, sister.
Can you please just briefly tell us what the mandate of the CGE is, and why is it so independent? Why is it so important that you are an independent structure?
The CGE is one of 6 other structures which were set up by Parliament in 1993 already, and then finalized in 1996 in the final constitution, draft constitution, which was to ensure that the democracy that had actually been envisaged and put in place is strengthened and monitored, so that it is not abused in any way, but it continues to be strengthened for the benefit of South Africans.
So now, this year, South Africa is celebrating 30 years of the Constitution.
Yes.
What would you say, looking back over the 30 years, what are the key milestones that the CGA has achieved?
Okay, the CGE has achieved quite a lot. When you look at a representation of women in parliament, that's one of the battles that the CGE waged very early on in the day in 1996. We actually had a 26% representation in the first 1994 administration as a result of the mobilization by women of this country, but part of that was actually the CGE structures being used for that. And ever since, the CGE has always been monitoring progress. We stand at 47 now. Unfortunately, we're equally distressed like everyone because we come from 50 in the 6th administration, but we are at 47. And these are some of the things that we're saying we cannot afford to lose on the gains that we have made. Yeah, and over and above that, we've monitored a myriad of issues. For example, the issue of admission of young girls in tertiary universities, the issue of sexual violence and harassment in tertiary education, the issue of land and communal land in particular, where women are being blocked from that. But we've also looked at traditional leadership, where from time immemorial, women were actually being discouraged from taking on leadership, despite the fact that that kind of leadership is actually based on inheritance and on you being entitled to it by virtue of birth. But when it came to women, there would be pressure sometimes that they stand aside and rather have a male relative. And we have fought that in a number of matters that we have taken to court.
Okay, despite that, what would you say are some of the things that remain challenges within the Commission?
Okay, the funding that we are getting is not enough. In fact, people are not aware how little funding we get because the CGE has been that one Chapter 9 that always punches above its weight, and we stretch every cent that we get. But truth be told, we could achieve more if we get more funding. And because we are a state entity, we cannot be taking any money. We've got to take money that will ensure that the independence that is pronounced in the Constitution continues to be respected.
Yeah, it is one thing to mention that there's this constitution that exists called the Commission of Gender Equality, but how do you ensure that the people from rural communities, the disadvantaged communities, have access and know that there is such a commission that exists and with this mandate that you just explained?
Okay. There are a lot of women and other people in rural areas who do know about us because with our outreach, we actually go to the furthest of provinces. But we have also ensured that we have a footprint in every province. We are in every province of the country. We are in all 9 provinces. Currently, we are looking at a resource mobilization strategy wherein we want to go into the regions in those provinces because we are just in the mainland and areas of the provinces. We are wanting to go into the regions, and we're deliberately going to look at regions that are most rural, with most challenges that are there that affect women and that ensure that gender equality is not achieved. We want to tackle that.
So how does the Commission evaluate whether government is compliant when it comes to gender issues? Is there any mechanism in place that you use to ensure that government complies? Not only in just organizations, various organizations in general.
Yeah, you're right. Our mandate is for anybody and everybody in South Africa. Private, civil society, government, everyone. All the citizens. That's what our mandate says. So what we do, we rely on reports that come in. We rely on what we call own accord initiatives, where we are uncomfortable with what we read in the paper, what we see in the news or something like that, and we do an own accord investigation. And then we have what we call public accountability hearings, where from time to time we choose a sector and we say, hey, come and talk to us about how far you are with regards to the milestones that you are supposed to achieve as a citizen of this country, juristic or otherwise, to achieve gender equality. So it's that, and monitoring afterwards. Yeah. We give recommendations afterwards. We monitor and walk the path with whoever, just like what we are doing now with the Department of Higher Education, by the way, where we are saying would like to see proper representation in institutions of higher learning, but would like to see sexual harassment, for example, being done away with that at institutions of higher learning, which is meted against young girls and women lecturers by colleagues who are lecturers, but the young girls is both lecturers and colleagues who are students. So there's an uncomfortable situation there where women are actually being deprived of a proper nurturing environment to acquire education.
Just lastly, as we wrap up this interview, what is it that you are looking forward to hearing from the President, or that you would wish for him to address during his speech tonight?
I wish the President could actually recognize that of all the C9s that this country has set up, the CGE has got the most difficult, widest and biggest mandate that we are supposed to achieve, and therefore we are the ones who are supposed to be getting the most money.
Biggest budget.
Yes, because what our mandate says is go out there and overhaul patriarchy, go out and change the mindset, change society, change systems as we know them to have been 100 or so years ago. Even beyond 100 years ago. And that is a tall order that actually need proper resources, well-qualified people, committed people, focused people who will not from time to time be poached because they get better salaries and all of that. We've got the biggest and most difficult mandate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Advocate Sepanya, thank you so much for your time. That was Advocate Sepanya Mokhale, who was sharing with us the achievements and ongoing challenges of the CGE. Over 30 years, the Commission has strengthened gender equality, held institutions accountable, and empowered communities. Yet, as violence, poverty, and inequality persist, it's clear that the CGE's work remains crucial for a safer and more just South Africa. You're still tuned in to Parliament TV as we bring you a build-up to this evening's State of the Nation address by President Cyril Ramaphosa. Continue tuning in and also follow us on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA using hashtag SONA 2026.
The key challenges is the empowerment, youth empowerment, like uhulumende yasilela apho, and the private sector nayo ayidlali indima eninzi when it comes to youth empowerment. Unojonga governmental entities like NYDA ufuna kubekho umuntu omaziyo phakathi nendoni, so ezinye izinto are not easily accessible because ninzi umuntu omtsha one-ideas, innovative ideas that enosusa kule ndawo sikuyo as South Africa isiphucule to a better place. Solutions that I would bring is economic growth. Economic growth, like the amount of productivity fungi increase, which is going to unite between the private sector and government. There should be a link between the two. Economic growth, it goes a long way. Economic growth leads to economic development. Economic development leads to an improved standard of living. I mean, it needs private sector participation, the input yadingeka kakhulu, which is nathi as youth iphinde ibuyela kulanto ba nathi as youth funeka sidlale kula economic growth in order for the goods and services zikwazi increase on the production output. Izawuvela ke ngokulonto in terms of economic growth, because siyasilela 1.7, it's not into enosophucula to reflect to economic development and improve standard of living. So urhulumente like makazame by all means to these are all relevant sectors, all like especially the key sectors, mining or secondary sector, tertiary sector when it comes to tourism, banking, IT, and we should provide sikwazi nalapha Africa, within the African continent, sikwazi ubane partnership and sikwazi unite. That share alone, it can change a lot. It can change a lot.
Did you know, during the SONA, a 21-gun salute is fired in honor of the President and is timed to start with the singing of the anthem. Did you know, after the SONA, the Minister of Finance will deliver the annual budget speech, which indicates the allocation of financial resources in line with the priorities outlined in the SONA. This year, the budget speech will be delivered on Wednesday, the 25th of February.
Welcome back and thank you for joining us on this important day as we build up to the 2026 State of the Nation address this evening. Today we are also looking closer to home, to the provinces, and in particular the Eastern Cape, the province where I come from, where the State of the Nation address is scheduled to take place on the 26th of this month. And joining us now is someone who plays a key role in making sure the people's voice is heard in that province, and he is the Deputy Speaker of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, Mr. Vuyo Jali. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, Mkhaya, for joining us here on Parliament TV.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Deputy Speaker, from your vantage point as a presiding officer, what is the tangible, practical significance of the President's State of the Nation address for the work of the Eastern Cape Legislature and the Provincial Executive?
Thank you. These two events, the State of the Nation's address as well as the State of the Province address, are two significant events where the President together with the Premier, they get to align the provincial priorities as well as the national goals. In doing so, they are trying to put a flash on issues such as your job creation, climate change, which has been a serious problem in the province, as well as a number of issues that speaks to the society at large. So these are two fundamental constitutional events which we believe that they play a vital role in shaping the way in which we want to go as the province in that particular year. You know, some people get bored because they are of the view that we've been saying same things over and over again. You would remember when the president and when the president and the premier speaks, they can't speak about fixing taps and which it's those little things. They speak about big projects that involves also like your Sunral projects. We have turned Eastern Cape into a construction site. There are big roads that are built there. Which the Premier and the President, and there are dams that are built there, which are huge infrastructural projects. So it's bound to happen that at least for a period of 3 years, the Premier and the President will be reporting on the progress that would have been made with regards to such big projects. So that is why people must pay serious attention to such, so as to know where we are in terms of developing the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape is a rural province, so each and every year we make sure that the Premier does pronounce on the progress one, as well as on new projects that the government of the province will be coming with. So it is very important for every citizen to make sure that they become part of these two big events, because at least it's where Apobas of Fumana Kona Umkombandlela. That's if sibeka ngesixhosa bazofumana umkhomandlela woba iprovince iyangaphi na kulo nyaka. Yabona.
Uthetha kanye ngalomkhomandlela siyazi ukuthi lo nyaka unyaka we-local government elections and izoba lixesha elibhizi kakhulu ingakumbi kwi-public offices. So how will the legislature make sure that oversight work doesn't fall through the cracks during this period, and what message do you have for residents who might worry that accountability might take a little bit of a backseat?
Look, that oversight is our mandate. So there is no way in which, as the provincial legislature, we might maybe compromise that work. Fortunately, you are speaking to the chairperson of the programming committee, who ensures that when I convene the programming committee, of which I have done so, I think 2 or 3 times this year already, in trying to ensure that we create, we prioritize the core business, which is the oversight, in ensuring that we put slots so that departments can come, as well as entities can come and account at the provincial legislature of the work that they have done with the budget that we have passed. So we made sure as early as now we have a synopsis or maybe a crafted overview of the programming which starts now up until the end of the year, so as to ensure that during the campaigns and during the elections year, the local government elections here, we will definitely make sure that the oversight role is not compromised at all, because we understand oversight role as the institution, because we do not have much. We are not a service delivery department. So, as when going to campaigns, this is what we will do also. No. We know our role and we have to stick by the role. So, we will prioritize oversight. We will prioritize public participation, meaningful public participation.
Talking about prioritizing oversight, in funeke sithethe nje kancinci ngalomba we-Eastern Cape Youth Fund. Ingxelo sizifumanayo zezoba there was 40% of underspending. Kwaye ngamashishini about 22 ye-businesses ezeza benefit. Now for abantu abatsha ababukeleyo ebebenethemba kule fund, ingaba intoni ungathini kuba intoni ehambe rongo, kwenziwa ntoni uqinisekisa ukuthi asifumani sikule ndawo sikuyo namhlanje?
All right, thank you. Firstly, I must indicate that libanga elikhulu urhulumente alithathileyo ukuqinisekisa into yokubana kukho into ejongene nabantu abatsha kwiphondo laseMpuma Koloni when it comes to a youth fund, Sikalo Youth Fund. That is one of the significant fundings that we are proud of as the Eastern Cape government, which has funded about it's actually 32.
My apologies.
Yes. Emerging businesses, and which has benefited about 200 in terms of 200 young people in terms of employment out of that 32 alone. We noted the issue of underspending when it comes to that particular funding, and we are currently in engagements with the Office of the Premier, and they are indeed accounting about what might have happened. So we are currently in that particular process. But all one can say with regards to that is that we are going to ensure that each and every money that is allocated for a particular role goes towards that and gets to be spent there. I know that when it comes to other fundings, grants, which are not conditional, when maybe there are these, we are confronted with challenges such as that one of climate change, which is hitting hard in the Eastern Cape, we are able to divert some of the funds to ensure that in trying to recover whatever that has been lost. But when it comes to Sikalo Youth Fund, we do not even touch, we don't compromise. We know and understand the mandate, and we know that the importance of ensuring that that particular funding goes towards the beneficiation of young people. And fortunately, I'm a young person, so I will definitely always ensure as the presiding officer.
I know you spoke briefly to this, but I want to elaborate more, because we know that the recent floods in parts of the province have caused so much pain and loss. Now I want to understand, what role then does the legislature play in making sure that the monies that are meant for the relief actually reaches the families who need it the most?
Thank you. Look, we've had several engagements with the executive. As you would know, that our role always is to heighten oversight role on the executive. So we have had a number of engagements with regards to the issue of the funds that come and as a relief on the challenges of climate change. As indicated earlier, that climate change is a serious challenge. That I think one other thing that makes it a bit difficult for us to confront it, because it's nothing that we can say, okay, no, in order for us to do a certain a particular thing, we must take this and put it there so that we do away with it. It's something that is uncontrollable. But what we can confirm is that as the legislature, we know exactly the funds that gets to be allocated as an intervention or a relief fund towards whatever damages that have been caused by climate change, because it affects agricultural sector, education, health, and we've got a number of schools that have been hit by storms and hurricanes that have hit Eastern Cape. We've got a number of amafama akhalayo ngombona ubethwe sisichotho kakhulu eMpuma Koloni. So siye siqinisekise into okubana sinoqoqosho esilenzayo ekuqinisekiseni into okubana they come and account about all the funds that have been allocated for such.
Mr. Charlie, before I let you go, quickly and briefly, as we reflect on the 30 years of democracy and look ahead to the next 30, what gives you hope about the Eastern Cape? Briefly, very brief, less than a minute.
What gives me?
What gives you hope about the Eastern Cape as we celebrate the 30 years of the Constitution? Less than 30 seconds.
What gives me hope about the Eastern Cape is what we have turned it to be. You will hear the Premier when he speaks on the 26th of February. We have turned it into a construction site, as I have indicated. We have built, a number of houses for our people. There's quite a lot that we have done, and we have a clear direction where we are going towards this development of the
Mr. Jali, I'd like to thank you very much for taking time off. That was the Deputy Speaker of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, Mr. Vuyo Jali. Please stay tuned.
The State of the Nation address and State of the Province addresses that we are hosting as the legislative sector are imperative for the country and our provinces, as these serve as the blueprint for outlining and aligning provincial priorities with national goals. Our role as the legislatures is to heighten our oversight on the executive and to oversee the implementation of government policies to ensure that these broadly respond and address our realities to change the lives of our people in our provinces. As a way of ensuring improved delivery of services to the people, our committees embark on the oversight visits to connect the dots and engage communities on performance of the departments and municipalities. Key to this is ensuring that the executive government departments and municipalities implement the pronouncements made in SONA and SOPAs for the rest of the term, and that the executive delivers on its mandate to meet set targets by 2030. In this 7th term, as the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, we are focused on strengthening oversight over the executive and ensuring effective service delivery at the local level. Enhanced oversight, intensifying oversight over the executive to ensure accountability, especially regarding the utilization of the budget allocated to their departments.
And of course, while the president delivers the national vision inside the city hall later on, provinces like the Free State are watching closely because a SONA speech is only as good as its implementation on the ground. Now, in your province, municipalities are bucking under billions of rand in water and electricity debt. Service delivery protests are flaring, and the legislature is preparing to host its own State of the Province address. Now, joining me is the Speaker of the Free State Provincial Legislature, Speaker, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Just first off, Speaker, what are some of your expectations from the SONA tonight?
Well, I think the most important thing for us and for the people is it should be action orientated. There's too much planning that has gone in. Our people want to see action and they want to see results. So we're hoping that the speech today would actually be more action orientated.
Yes, and of course throughout the day we've learned that the SONA filters down to the SOPAs, which are the State of the Provinces address. Now, Speaker, when we look at the Free State specifically, there's structural challenges. We're talking declining manufacturing, strained municipal finances and youth unemployment. Now, beyond the general platitudes, what specific commitment or policy announcement are you hoping that the President will make that will guide provinces such as the Free State that have so many challenges?
Mostly should be around fixing local government, ensuring that there are consequences for people who are not doing what they're supposed to do. And also we have municipalities that go with unfunded budgets. So we need to fix all those things and make sure that there is also a professionalization of the interface between the political leadership as well as the administrative leadership in the municipality to provide for effective leadership and resilient leadership that is present at all times. And the other would be, because our province is youthful, we're looking at the tangible projects that would filter down to provinces, especially in relations to creating opportunities for young people to realize their full potential. You would realize that I'm avoiding talking about employment because I believe that our focus should not only be employment, should also be our young people be given an opportunity to create opportunities for work and also to produce things, especially among the black child.
Yes. And the Free State is preparing to host the State of the Province address just next month. What are some of those preparations?
No, we are having our own on the 20th of February, and preparations are moving ahead, and we think we're almost there, and we are ready for this. And as I say, we hope that the Premier of the province will focus on effective local government, and also one of the problems that we are facing now is the scourge of violence against women and children in the province, and this is something that is, I know, very close to the heart of the Premier and also affecting many communities in the province. So she would also daily put more pressure and ensure that we've got an effective way of dealing with this scourge.
And then Tata, just lastly, to batho ba dulang Freistata, batho ba senang tshepo mo mmusong wa bona ba ikutlwang hore ha ona service delivery, ha ona metsi, ha ona motlakase, o reng ho bona jwalo ka moetapele a dutseng ka hara ntlo e kana a etsang hore dintho di etsahale?
Ke hopola ntho e kgolo ho rona kaofela ke maikemisetso a rona lo kenya letsoho hobane ha re kana ra nahana hore fela mmuso ka etsa dintho for batho re qeteletse rena le batho ba sena ho tsotella tseo ba di fumanang. Jwale ho rona ko hore ho robe le tshepo ke mmuso o etsang dintho di etsahale le o etsa hore batho ba bapale dikarolo e utlwahalang. Batho ba rona ba batla ho utlwa, batho ba rona ba batla ho bonwa, mme ke tsa molao e leng yona e bang bridge between government le setšhaba o tlamehile ba pale karolo ya bohlokwa o etsa batho ba rona ba ba involved and isn't just as a way ya o bontsha but effectively ba iphumane le bona ba le karolo ya o rarolla mathata a rena le ona ba se ba bonela hole ke yona ntho e tla re thusa le o tlisa tshepo e go bona
se ke le buile papa
go le bona gaetse
re tlo emela mane ne go red carpeting tla be go shebi
all right
and that was the Speaker of the Free State Provincial Legislature, Ntate Mxolisi Tukwana, talking to the State of the Province address and how SONA infiltrates, basically filters down to the State of the Province address that is happening sometime next month in the Free State. He also spoke to the residents of the Free State, saying that they should also practice active citizenship and also ensure that their voices are heard, to ensure that issues such as service delivery and social ills such as unemployment are attended to. You're watching Parliament TV as we await the State of the Nation address that will be delivered by Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa at 7 p.m. right here at the Cape Town City Hall. Stay tuned.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. It's great to be here, have you here. And yeah, I'm Dr. Pippa Norton. I'm a director of a consultancy called The Greenhouse. We work in climate change and basically in greening products and services and the economy to a greener future. We work for the textile sector to what can we do to make clothing greener. One of the things that comes out really strongly is to not just wear something once. So all that beautiful clothing mustn't now go into a closet and stay there, or worse still, land up in a landfill. So all that energy and the materials and the chemicals that went into manufacturing that needs to be used many times for them to wear them again. And if you don't want to be seen in the same outfit, many times there are many fabulous organizations that allow high-end clothing to be donated to those that don't have otherwise an opportunity to wear that sort of clothing, so to get the best out of them. There's a lot of new business models out there, because I think recognizing that we want to wear interesting and new and vibrant clothing, but we also recognize that clothing has a high environmental impact when you make it. So there's a lot of exciting new business models around donating, sort of reuse or hiring, rental models, hiring models, resale models, repurposing. And I think, yeah, with the innovation, the South Africans we know to be innovative, and there are some really great designers that take repurposed fabric, so recycled, and then remake it into something new and beautiful again. So I think to really support those sort of innovative designers.
I-challenges esinoziconfronta is to save the film industry up in South Africa, and also in Africa siyenze ibe ngcono, siye kwi-incentivizer kakhulu, and then xa senza ezo zinto ezinjalo, aba bantu that are coming here to shoot bayahamba ngoku, and then siyasafarisha thina in the film industry. So government wethu is failing us, bantu abaku-media space. So yeah, in our communities, challenges that I come across with, because ngoku community yam that are enhlala kuyo ngoku lapha eWoodstock, there's a lot of gentrification ndingatsho. Abantu bathengisa izindlu zabo, many businesses ezinkulu, they come in and iyatshintsha yonke i-neighborhood kanjalo, and then history iyasuka, abantu bengathi khange babe khona, si-land developers ezenza loo nto. Ingaba kwi-sports and arts and culture, because I feel like i-government iyalekhisha kwiimeko ezinjeya. Zininzi izinto ezenzekayo kwicala le-sports, but ayikho i-funding necessary. And also i-arts and culture nayo i-budget ikhathiwe kuyo, of which akufuze bangayenzekile kanjalo loo nto, because siyayidinga i-arts amongst our communities. Nkosi nabulela.
You are still watching Parliament TV as we bring you live the build-up to this evening's State of the Nation address. We are joined in studio here by the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the custodian of legislative oversight and democratic accountability in South Africa's economic hub, As the country looks ahead to the President's address, we examine what SONA means for provinces, how national priorities translate into provincial action, and the role of legislatures in ensuring implementation. Speaker, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Maseko, and thank you for the opportunity.
Tonight we're expecting to hear the President give us national priorities. And how are you going to ensure that these national priorities are now filtered into your provincial priorities as the Gauteng province?
Okay, like you said, the President will give us the national picture. So as provinces, we have a responsibility. First, let me speak, in a nutshell about what the executive has to do, because they are the ones who must translate that using their APPs. And we, as the legislature now, hold them accountable on the score of their APPs in terms of implementation. So they would table those in the House, adopted, and then we filter them through committees, and the committees will then localize that for the people of Gauteng.
Now, Gauteng drives a significant share of South Africa's GDP, and now you're also about to host the provincial address by the Premier Lessufi. Now, what is it that the youth of South Africa can look forward to between the State of the Nation address and the State of the Province address that is upcoming?
I think what is important in that sense is alignment. You said it yourself that Gauteng is the hub of economic development in South Africa, in the country. Yeah, so then the executive, in this particular case, must make sure that whatever plans they have respond to all the challenges that are faced by, in the main, young people, but you can't leave the rest of the province, of the residents of Gauteng out. But the priorities must make sure that they speak to the development of the economy, of the economic hub. The GDP of the province of Gauteng grows annually much higher than that of the nation. It says that to us as a province, we have a responsibility to either maintain that or to grow it, to make sure that it becomes bigger and bigger so that we respond to the bigger problem that we have of unemployment. I'm not sure what the President's priorities are going to be, but I would like to speak about the challenges that you and I and any other person experiences in the country. I don't know which province you come from, so if you're from Gauteng, you will understand what I'm talking about. Gender-based violence affects us as well. Crime also affects us as well. Unemployment, youth unemployment, but unemployment generally also affects us. This morning I was watching TV and was this big thing about the challenge around water. There is a solution that was offered by the minister, the two ministers, and the MECs who were there, and the Premier. So hopefully, if the President speaks to that, then it means both the ministers and MECs and premiers must have a solution to that.
Okay, just lastly, as about to wrap up, what is it that you are looking forward, or you're hoping to hear from the President's speech tonight?
Well, it's very simple. Response to people's daily experiences and the problems that we have. Because that's the purpose of having government. Government is supposed to make people's lives livable. It's supposed to make sure that the economy grows, and then people are, feel as part of the nation that they are, and they are part of the growth of the nation. So I do believe and suspect that's what the President is going to be talking about, over and above the fact that it's an update on the programs that exist, because that update is also very important.
Okay, also just as we wrap up again, the youth is becoming disengaged from what government does. They're least interested. So what are you doing as the Gauteng legislature to ensure that you remain relevant, and also that now you're about to host the State of the Province address? What is it that you're doing, or that you wish the youth of Gauteng would know about the upcoming State of the Province address?
Look, there's a program that we started. It's one of our responsibilities, voter education, and working together with Chapter 9 and 10 institutions. There's a program that we're running together with the IEC, which I personally think is very interesting, because they're using technology to get the youth engaged and interested in what government is doing. So what we did November last year, we had a sort of a launch program because IEC was a bit way ahead of us, but working together with them, we launched a program that they have in terms of using all technology platforms, your WhatsApp, your Instagram, your
Twitter,
Facebook, Twitter. Do we still have Twitter? X? Yeah, and all of those things, yeah. And the programs that they have then, I would encourage them, because I encourage you as well, because you're young, to look into them and see what they do. So what we noticed, because we had to monitor the impact, is that the interest in terms of responses from young people is growing on that platform. So we have partnered with them. It's one-off. We're also using sports, arts, culture, and recreation as one of the platforms to engage young people. But we're also sending out questionnaires to them, for them to tell us what is it that we can do with you, what speaks to you, what is it that you want to see, what are you interested in. And we use also I'm sure you know that the sittings are open and the committees are also open. So we want to encourage them to come and engage, you know, because if they don't come and question what government says it's going to do, government will continue doing what it does, because the law says it must continue. So we need them to bring positive criticism, and they are educated. The world is new to them. They can teach us. We are open to that.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Ms. Musupio, for your time. You're still tuned into Parliament TV as we bring you more interviews with the speakers of various provincial legislatures and various also heads of Chapter 9 institutions. Stay tuned and follow us on our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, #SONA 2026.
Very good afternoon to you. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Vanessa Stark. I'm the Air Wing Coordinator at Air Force Base Langebaan-Weg, and I'm here in support of the State of the Nation address to assist as a media announcer for the South African Air Force. What you can expect the Air Force's participation in the event, we have a formation of 3 Hawk Mark 120 lead-in fighter aircraft that are going to be performing the salute flight. That means that they will approach the podium where our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the Republic of South Africa, will be positioned, and they will overfly him in a flypast that is a sign of respect to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The aircraft will be coming in from the northeast and departing towards the southwest, and the speed that they're going to be maintaining is approximately 360 knots, so that's pretty fast. That's over 600 kilometers an hour. So everyone must just keep their eyes peeled so that they don't miss it. That flypast is an opportunity for the armed forces to show their respect to the Commander-in-Chief. It is our duty to maintain the sovereignty of our country, and it is our pride, and we serve as volunteers in the South African National Defence Force, and so we're very proud to participate in the State of the Nation address, opening of Parliament in this role. Something that I've noticed throughout my life is how fortunate I am to have had this opportunity. Often I'll speak to people and they'll tell me, oh, it's my dream to be a pilot for the South African Air Force. And then I'm just again grateful that I was given the opportunity. I started off flying civilian aircraft. I would waitress day and night so that I had enough money to fly the aircraft, and every other cent that I earned was spent on buying every single aviation book that I could get my hands on, all the magazines, so that I could learn as much as I possibly could. And then I was successful in my application to the Air Force, so I was delighted about that. And yes, from there I started my military training. It started with basic military training in 2004, and from there I progressed through officers forming, the time doing ground school, and then also the flying training at Central Flying School, Air Force Base Langebaan-Weg. And from there I was streamed to become a transport pilot, and now here we are. As the Air Wing Coordinator at Air Force Base Langebaan-Weg, I'm involved with running operations. So at Langebaan-Weg we've got Central Flying School, where we are training student pilots. Basically, as the pilots come into the Air Force, we are the ones that take them from not knowing what to do around an aircraft, teaching them how to fly. We also train flying instructors there, and that is so that they can then progress into the other lines. Like for instance, the Hawk aircraft that you're going to be seeing in the fly past, those pilots were trained at Central Flying School at Air Force Base Langebaan-Weg. Right, for the youngsters, work hard in school. That is the best advice I can give you. Make sure you're focusing on your maths and science. Don't think that you'll leave it until you're in matric and then you'll try and catch up. No, start when you're grade 6, grade 7, early, started grade 1 even, oh my goodness. So make sure that you're working hard, because it is that work ethic that's going to serve you well. Be disciplined, know what you want and go for it. Educate yourself on what all the requirements are. There's a lot of information out there. So once you've got that knowledge, set goals and work for it.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. We are still coming to you live from DSTV channel 408. The KwaZulu-Natal arrives at this SONA under difficult circumstances. Communities are still rebuilding after devastating floods. Infrastructure is fragile, and the province is preparing to account for itself at its own State of the Province address. But joining me now is the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, Ms. Nondondeko Boisma. Thank you very much for taking time off to speak to us here on Parliament TV.
It is always a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. Speaker, if you can, KZN has endured recurrent climate disasters, yet disaster relief funding has been slow and conditional. So what specific commitment regarding climate resilience, infrastructure repair, or disaster management funding is the province hoping to hear from the President when he addresses the country tonight?
Thank you. Firstly, I think I must always, when I'm speaking on this platform, first acknowledge the role that is played by communities in KwaZulu-Natal when there are disasters. Regardless of how their situation may be at that time, they are able to come together as communities and assist each other. Of course, there has always been these disasters since, I think since 2016, we have been experiencing this inclement weather as a province. And when we are here today, we are not remembering only 2022, 2020, we also remember what happened right this year, especially in the coast and also over December. We are here hoping that the President will also speak, which will also be more clarified during the various departments, speak on how we do not only respond to disasters, but how we have our communities ready in terms of having the disaster management authorities poised for action prior to even the occurrence of the disasters. We are also hoping that we will hear the President speaking on specific programs that will be supported by budget on the reconstruction of the province of KwaZulu-Natal following the disasters. Because most of the time after disasters, the provincial budget gets affected, and you see certain departments having to make sacrifices as there will be budget cuts owing to the funding of the infrastructure in that province. So I'm hoping that that will be dealt at the national level. But lastly, when we closed 2025, we had a gathering of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which was in KwaZulu-Natal. In that PF, we also took resolutions that were saying that let's build these resilient communities across the countries that are in the region. So I'm hoping that there would also be more that is spoken, integrated, not only looking at KwaZulu-Natal, but the readiness of South Africa in its entirety. Because as KwaZulu-Natal, whilst we hosted SADC PF, we own those resolutions. We want to see them, and we don't want other provinces going through what ourselves and Eastern Cape have gone through.
And I must commend you for the successful hosting of that event. Fortunately, I was there. Now, Speaker, often huge amounts of money have been allocated for flood recovery, but there are recurring concerns about procurement irregularities and slow service delivery. So what oversight mechanism is the provincial legislature putting in place to ensure that every rand intended for rebuilding actually reaches the affected communities?
We have also been worried about that, which is why when initially at the beginning of this year, the Portfolio Committee on COCTA at the National Assembly visited our province. We fully participated. Our chairperson was there, and I was even there myself, because we want to have a particular program now that is going to assist municipalities to ensure that what is due to them comes to them. But when they spend them, they also spend it in an accountable way. We have the Speakers Forum that is going to be sitting, the Provincial Speakers Forum that is going to be sitting in March, where we're going to ensure and look at how ready are our municipalities. But also the Portfolio Committee on COCTA is working closely with the other relevant committees in the legislature, that includes SCOPA, to ensure that there is accountability. As we speak with you, we are aware that our own SCOPA has been concluding hearings on departments on matters that were raised by the AG, but other matters that relate to 2022, areas that still remain unfinished in terms of the reconstruction that should have taken place. So as a province, we are readying ourselves through an oversight that is impactful, but an oversight that will include the affected communities through the COGTA Portfolio Committee, the Public Works Portfolio Committee, and the relevant portfolio committees, be it in education, because others in other areas, schools were affected, and we need our portfolio committee to be poised to look at that.
Now, Speaker, before I let you go, what is your message to residents of, say, Umkomazi, Nongoma, or Ladysmith, who is watching tonight and wondering whether the province can actually deliver the recovery it promises?
It goes to beyond those. My message goes beyond those areas. I want to include Umgungundlovu, because Umgungundlovu has always been also affected like that. But I also want to speak to the people of Uku. I may be a resident of Uku, and people think that I do not see them. We see what they have been going through, especially with the recent floods. I am saying to the people of the province, we must listen to the president. But after listening to the president, it must not end there. Hold us as your public representatives accountable. Participate in our public participation platforms that we have, the mechanisms that the province is having. We are already taking this year we'll take the youth parliament to Uku, while we are taking other parliaments to other areas. We want people to be ready to make us accountable. Make your public representative, that is having a constituency office in your area that you reside in, because there are constituency offices in all municipalities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Make them accountable. But also, do participate when government comes. I know that when government comes, sometimes we want to stand as if it's political parties that are there, and we want to speak to them in the language that would favor political parties. Once you elect us into office, we are your servant. We represent you. So you must ask us questions. Ensure that those unreported cases that you see in your community are also brought forward so that they are dealt with.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I love the call that you are making for people to participate in government programs so that they can also be part of these processes. Thank you so much for taking to us.
Thank you.
Well, in just a few hours, the President will deliver the State of the Nation address here at 7 o'clock. But I've just been speaking to the Speaker of the KZN Provincial Legislature, Ms. Nontendeko Boyce. Please stay tuned.
What are the few challenges as face our youth of South Africa? Okokuqala, challenges that we face as the youth of South Africa, it have to be job opportunities. It happens that we are funda, then ugqibe and you graduate, but awufumani umsebenzi. Okay, so let's say you are a president for the first time then. What are the challenges? Okay, let me just say, izinto ongazenza to make those challenges face our youth zibe a little bit lesser. Yeah, I will create opportunities for graduates. If we graduated, then kube khona lo learnership uzokwazi ba upractice kuyo. And also we know ubana South Africa ayikho imisebenzi, even though sonke sifuna uqashigqibela ufunda sibe nemisebenzi. But I will make sure ubana xa ufundile there are companies that are gonna take you ukwazi ukusebenza pha kule ndawo uyifundele. For example, wenze journalism, but ufundile wa graduate uyigqibile yonke into, then I will maybe ukwazi ba wenze i-interview yakho, i-internship yakho kulo newsroom leyo. It can be SABC, it can be News 24, so that ukwazi ba nawe xa ugqibile ukwenza loo nto ufumane umsebenzi. Okay, so as youth, we are dealing with a lot of a crime rate there. When as a person, what do you think can be tackled ukuze maybe crime ibe less? Your into crime is very big because noba ungathini abantu they won't stop the crime. But for example, if mhlambi
there might be cameras ezindaweni that kukho abantu abaninzi, for example shopping centers, outside the shopping centers ezingenazo cameras. And also kuyenzeka ubana mhlambi uxuthelwe ifoni on the street, student uhlala eBhela kwi-private accommodation, usuka esikolweni uya endlini and then uxuthelwa ifoni. So I think nasezindleleni kufuneka zibe khona i-cameras so that sikwazi uba sibe safe as students that are staying with private accommodations.
Okay, so for youth ehlele ekhaya ngeyiphi advice ongathanda ubanika yona?
Youth engafundanga okanye efundileyo,
like youth as in general.
Advice engayinika youth is that abantu they must study, bafunde, so that bakwazi bamhlambi even though ingekho imisebenzi ibe khona into umuntu ayenzayo, because ngoku even if usebenza eShoprite or kweyiphi i-shopping center funeke ube nayo grade 12. So even if okanye umuntu uyekile ufunda kwa grade 9 or kwa grade 10, ngaba advisor ubana okanye umuntu aye noma kuse college or aphinde esikolweni aqalele from grade 10 so that abe nayo grade 12 at least.
Okay, enkosi.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Togo Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refulem Tweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Did you know the State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours? The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel. Did you know the State of the Nation address marks the official opening of the annual parliamentary program? It is convened by the President in terms of the Constitution to provide the nation with an update on government commitments and to outline the program of action for the new financial year. Did you know the State of the Nation address sets out the government's key policy priorities for the year ahead? It provides the President an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa.
And in just a few hours, the President will deliver the State of the Nation address, setting the national agenda for the year ahead. But SONA is not just a national event. Its implications resonate deeply in every province, shaping priorities and responses at the local level. Now, joining us is the Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, Dr. Makoma Makhulupech. Doc, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Tepo, and the viewers there.
Thank you.
You look gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you.
Speaker, let's speak to how the State of the Nation address sets out the tone for the year, but also sets out the tone for what the State of the Province address might have to touch on. What are the preparations there in terms of Limpopo, and what is it that people can expect from the State of the Province address?
We're here today to listen to the State of the Nation address. You remember that the State of the Nation address is informed by the 5-year term of the 7th administration. The President is coming here to say in the 2024, he gave us the 5-year term priorities. And on an annual basis, he comes here to tell us to say, in this year, what is the progress that I've done in the previous financial year, and what is it that is setting the tone for the year? For the provinces, for all of us to say, as and when we do our work, we must remember that as we do the plans are aligned to what the priorities of the years are. So you know that as the Limpopo Provincial Legislature will be doing our SOPA on the 5th of March, and we expect that the Premier obviously should be following in the same manner that the President has outlined the plans for the year, and she will be doing exactly the same thing on the 5th of March.
And of course then, Speaker, it's important then to have proper provincial scrutiny, even after the Premier has delivered her State of the Province address. What mechanisms does the legislature have to rigorously scrutinize the Premier's speech and to ensure that it not only aligns to the State of the Nation address, but it addresses the issues that are specific to the Limpopo province?
Limpopo province, you will know that as a rural province, it's a province that we have got issues of water, we have got issues of roads, we have got issues that affect our communities now, and I hope the President will as well talk to it. The issue of load reduction. We no longer have load shedding, but unfortunately in the province, there are areas where they consistently have load reduction, where the electricity is always cut for a number of hours, sometimes it's for the whole day. So it's something that obviously we'll expect the Premier as well, that she has been doing some work with the Minister around that in terms of how they're going to resolve that matter. But the issues of now infrastructure, there's challenges that we just had recent floods, which unfortunately we must take this opportunity to send our condolences, because we lost a number of family members there, more than 30 people. Some of them, we haven't found them, they're still trying. And we must thank the President, because immediately when he realized that the floods were so devastating, he took himself to come and see what is happening. We hope the State of the Province of the National Address as well, he will be able to outline how the national government, in terms of the disaster, they are going to be supporting the Limpopo Province around that.
And of course, Speaker, you're speaking about the devastating floods that happened in Limpopo. Now, how does this natural catastrophe fundamentally alter the priorities and the tone of the standard that has been used, but now for the State of the Province address and for SONA?
Like I've already said, that we've already have issues of water, you have got issues of roads and other infrastructure, your housing, your education, but job creation is a big issue as well. That our young people wants to hear what is it that because Limpopo has got priority, it's got some like you are mining, you've got mining, you have got agriculture, we've got tourism. That are areas of the economy that can be able to be explored. And as and when we talk about industrialization and manufacturing, it's where we must be able to create jobs. So while we're supposed to be expecting a lot of money to go that direction, but you'll have now to find resources going to infrastructure development, because if a lot of bridges have been taken away by the water due to the floods that we had, obviously people can't connect from one village to the other or from one town to the other. You need to reprioritize in terms of what needs to be done to ensure that people are connected. But we think, as and when we invest in infrastructure, that must be able to assist us to create more jobs and ensure that the young people that have gone to TVETs, that have got qualifications, are able to be absorbed when we are working with CETAs as well, that can be able to assist with the FETs and other colleges.
And Speaker, of course, you play a huge role when it comes to the provincial legislature. And as you lead the legislature in the 7th term, what have been your core strategic priorities to strengthen its role as the pillar of democracy, to strengthen the oversight role, to strengthen accountability and public participation, and ensure that the work of the province is done efficiently and effectively?
In the 7th administration, I must say, we're so fortunate as the Limpopo legislature because we used to have more people who were older previously. But now, our members in the legislature is more young people, and they are very energetic. What they say to me, Speaker, we need more support, because we need to do the oversight. And they are doing the oversight in the true sense of doing the oversight. And we're so happy about it. Like, for example, now we have a committee that was just established for the first time in the 7th administration that we call Pandemic and Disaster Committee. As we speak, from next week, they will be going all around with other committees, Coxstar and other public works and other committees to go and do the oversight on the disaster itself. So that when the MECs come to report to them, already they come from the ground, they've seen what is happening, they know what our people want. And as part of that oversight, one of the committees that is very, very, very active, we've got a committee that's called Petitions and Public Participation. That committee has been dormant, but in this administration it is very active that they're able to do a lot of public hearings where when the community's issues are not being attended to, that committee says it cannot be. We need executive to account to that and make sure that our people, and many issues have been resolved now in the last year that we just came in, and we're very happy because a lot of our communities are happy. The other point that we just held one key important thing, taking legislature to the people. We went to Skukune. We spent the whole week going to service points, areas, making sure that we interact with our own communities for the whole week as the 64 members of the legislature. And the last day, we had the MECs and the Premier talking to say, what are the things that they're going to do as executive to resolve those issues? Just talking to the people and taking legislature out of Leboa home, going to the villages. Our people are very excited. So, is it what the legislature does? So for us, we're doing things differently in this term of administration.
Thank you so much for joining us, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Steph.
And we're excited. We're going to be seeing you there at the red
Thank
carpet.
you so much. Thank you a lot. We really appreciate for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
That was the Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, and she was giving us some insightful and comprehensive perspective. And of course, the interplay between national policy, provincial adaptation, and localized crisis management has never been clearer. Now, we appreciate the Speaker and the legislature's role in this chain and wish her and the Limpopo Legislature strength as they prepare critically for this important State of the Province address. You're still watching Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon again, and thank you if you're still joining us here from Parliament TV, here outside the Cape Town City Hall, where the President of the Republic of South Africa will be delivering his 2026 State of the Nation address. With me here is the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Dr. Desbo Mohon, who will be listening closely tonight for announcements that directly impact the Platinum Province, as it is popularly known. Speaker Mohono represents a province rich in minerals, resources, but also one that has faced significant governance challenges, climate shocks, and service delivery pressures. As the President prepares to outline government's priorities for the coming year, she will also be preparing to host Premier Lazarus Mokgosi as the State of the Province addressed later this month. Dumela Ms. Desbo Mohono wa amogelesegile mo Parliament TV.
Dumelang ngwana a o siame le ba bugi ko gae dumelang ba gae re mo Kapa.
And there's a critical period for the legislatures nationwide with the looming local government elections set up to interrupt the parliamentary program. And Jano Mema Mohono, kore ke batla go itse gore gompieno wena o hopa go utlwa presidente a bua ka eng se se tla netefatsang gore go nna le ditšhono ko profenseng ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima ditiro jalo le di investment so ke eng se o tshepang se o hopang go se utlwa go tswa mo presidenteng gompieno
tla ke re babugi ko gae dumelang gape ke go leboge o ya ka o setse o tlhalositse province ya rona ke nngwe ya di provinces tse di unneng thata ka dikuno tse di fotlasegang your minerals. We not long ago it was established that beside platinum, Northwest is also rich on chrome. And Bokone Bophirima is one of the provinces with regard to unemployment. We are the highest in the country. We are like a cat sitting next to the milk, very hungry, but can't touch that milk. It's a very painful situation, but we are taking control as a province. We are saying enough is enough. One of the things that we want to hear the president saying tonight is saying, how do you allow us as a province to make sure that the minerals that we have benefit us as a province? Because for a very long time, we are looking people coming in, coming out. You know, what is very painful even on our side is that these mining bosses, they just fly in and out. And as the Northwest, we have what it takes to host this mining in Durban they are hosting in Cape Town. What people don't understand, the arrival of people in a province assists the province to grow economically. We want to see a situation where there is a turnaround. And what is good with us, Mahosi Aruna, they are walking this journey with us. Maybe not long time ago, you saw Bakwena, Bamohopa, where people are digging next to their houses. And you ask yourself, now I was a victim, now I'm from Chaneng. Rinalidi mine, right, Bostel Drift, Boba African Rasimone, they are just around us. Where my house cracked into two pieces, I had to demolish the house and start afresh. But I can't go and cry like an ordinary community member who can't even afford to do another house. Now, the mining houses think building 2 houses there, 3 houses there, and taking what is us, it make life easier. We want to hear a situation where those responsible for the economy says we must stop taking our minerals raw as they are outside the country and come back very expensive. Let's find a way of keeping them in bulk. And when the time is ripe, we determine the price. And once we do that, you will never have a situation where Northwest is accused of the capital of potholes, unemployment, poverty, and all these other things. So we need people who must see the importance of making sure that what we have work for us. We must stop fighting for few tenders in municipality, in government department. That is nothing. You have a tender tomorrow, today, tomorrow is gone. You didn't even finish the work. Because one other thing that people don't understand, I have to do something for 100 rand. Because the cake is small, I'm giving 10 rand. How do I cover the 100 rand project that I have to do when I'm being given 10 rand? So we are trying to make end meet. That is why we don't have an impact. We want an impact-driven economy. We want what we have to work for us as the people of... You know, I said to them, you look at Northwest, you look at Limpopo, you look at Mpumalanga, you look at Northern Cape, Gauteng to some extent, we are the mining communities. Look at what climate change is doing to these provinces. Look what happened in Limpopo. Look what happened in Mpumalanga. That is the reality of climate change. Where are we? We're supposed to be more advanced as these provinces that have what it takes. You know, there is life after mining.
It's true.
Do we have plan B?
B after the mine. What
then happen? You know, Hoselurua will tell you that I can tell you, Hore, this shaft lifespan how long. The software that he's using, he can tell you the lifespan of a mine and tell you how many years and how many people are working in that mine and how far they can go. So I think we need to hear from the president. How do we turn the wheel
around?
You know, I like some other countries, they are not apologetic. Sometimes South Africans, we are very apologetic, we are very understanding at the detrimental of our country
people.
And our people. So we are looking forward to the president tonight, hoping that as provinces will go back, because on the 26th I'll be hosting the premier, because among other things, the president must account to the country on what he promised and how far they have gone and where are challenges and how best they are going to make sure that they deal with those challenges and they mitigate on all those challenges. For me, where I'm sitting, this country is a very rich country, but we are too apologetic unnecessarily.
Ya ka bua gore ba ditsela ke dipothole ga gona go tsamaege dikolo batho ga bana metsi so gore ke eng se ke gore ke role e feng e legislature e nang le yone go tlhomamisa gore batho ba rona or khotsa gore puso ya province isa ditirelo go bathong ke di mechanism di feng tse di dirisang go tracka gore a mme batho ba rona ba bona ditirelo.
One of the important role of the legislature is oversight, public participation, and taking the legislature to the people. We will go out, but we are unable to go as far as we want to do as the legislature because of the budget constraint. That's the situation that we want to find a creative way. How do we mitigate this thing of a budget constraint? Our people must know what the legislature can provide for them. At least I'm happy for the year that I've been a speaker. People now understand where there are gem locks, they can go and petition the municipality, they can go and petition the department that is making it difficult for them. It is our role as the legislature to ensure that people get services, but not just services, good quality services. When you say you're doing a road for the people, that it must be a good quality road. You don't just do a road. No, Kiko Northwest, you'll do a road for 10 rand. It come rain, that tar road is gone. That is the role of the legislature to ensure that the kind of services that goes to our people is good quality. But also we must hold executive accountable. Is our role. We call them in the legislature not to fight them, but to say to them, we went to Channing, we oversee over a school, we saw 1, 2, 3 as a gap. We went to Muritile, you were saying you're doing this particular road, we realized 1, 2, 3 is wrong. Go back and correct and follow up. We as a legislature, we make a follow-up. After we told the MEC, did the MEC comply? The same applied to municipality. After the municipality said, we are working on water challenge, because water challenge is all over. You know, in the past, we knew as people in the villages struggling with water. But now, the problem is all over. What are we doing as lawmakers? How far do we go to ensure that people who are responsible of making sure that people get water and everything, they are complying? We know for a fact that we blaming municipality, but we've got water entities, your mahales, your rent water, your whatever. What is their role? If you can't perform, why can't you go and allow people who can perform do it? Because sometimes we feel it's a direct sabotage, where a mayor will tell you every week we must go and correct the infrastructure. People make sure that they make something that will make the infrastructure not to work and the people not to get water because they are benefiting out of some of the tenders of your water tank. For me, I don't like that thing. I want a permanent solution. But as legislature, this is part of our role, and we're doing exactly, no matter constraint we have on our budget, but we make sure that we go to our people and tell people. One of the things we want to do this year in taking Parliament to the people. We want a situation where we spread our wings and the presiding will meet the stakeholders, and at the end of the week we come together and look at the outcome of what we have done so that our people can have a clear understanding. Right now they do understand gradually, but we want a full understanding so that when we go to them to present bills, the new bills that are coming, they know their role and the contribution they must make.
Ke sa go tsene ganong mme Desbo mo ngwageng ono re tla be re tshwere di local government elections. Batho ba kgobegile marapo, batho ga ba sa tlhole ba tshepa puso ya rona. Ke eng se o ka rang batho ba bokone bophirima gore se ba tsose mowa gore ba ye go vouta ko di local government elections?
Motswana a re nko ya kgomo mogala tshwara thata e se re utlwa se bodiwa kgaoga. Moseka phofu ya gabo ga nka swa lentsi. For me, it's not difficult to turn the wheel. We have officials, we have politicians. The question is, how far do you go as a politician to make sure that these officials that we have appointed in the municipality, that we've appointed in the department, are making sure that they deliver to our people? I think we don't have to give up on ourselves.
Yeah.
We have made a research to check where are the gem locks. Now we know where the gem locks are, and we know the saboteurs who make sure that whatever that we want our people to get, they don't get. And our people sometimes they don't understand. They fall into that trap. Now I want to say to them, don't give up on us. Not all of us are hopeless. Not all of us are giving up on you. Not all of us don't want to see our community happy. I can't be happy when I walk around in Cape Town and people ask me, where do you come from? I'm coming from Northwest, but why that useless province? That's something that hurts some of us because we have solution in our hands. If we can have revocrats, the officials that understand the impact that what they do to our people. Because as a politician, you can go to this far. Sometimes they tell you are interfering. I tell them I don't interfere, I'm intervening. Because I see there is a crisis, I must help to make sure that our people are being assisted. I must make sure that our people get what is due to them. We are not doing our people favor. It's due to them. It's their right. So that we don't need to go door to door. If we can resolve our issue of making sure our people get water, I'm happy what Minister Sputler is doing in terms of electricity. Yes, there's still a load reduction with municipalities, but the minister is saying to us, I'm working very hard to ensure that even this load reduction is no longer there. So for me, something that was broken for 300 years, we can't keep on blaming on it. But the bottom line is that behind closed door, we are making sure that we correct the situation. But along the way, there will always be these elements. Gradually, steady but sure, we'll get rid of these elements. And it's not going to be nice. It's going to be painful because you are costing us a lot. You are destroying our people and their lives and what they have at the end of the day.
And lastly, you are about to host the premiere for the State of the Province address. A province are ready for host the State of the Province address.
We are more than ready. Even if we can start tomorrow. We have to wait for the president. We started the preparation last year. We'll be hosting our people in our chamber, in the legislature. We wish to bring everybody, because it is a pride of our people. That's where they will live hear the premier, telling them that last year I've promised you 1, 2, 3. This is how far we have gone as a province. We'll be coming back to ensure that we follow up and tell them the challenges. Because sometimes there are challenges. Sometimes I say to mayors, you don't have to ask the mine to give you mine. Tell the mine, I want energy, sustainable energy. I want water, I want road. How you do it as a mine, see how to finish.
It's up to you.
They shouldn't give you money because you are struggling with the little that you have. When they give you money, you're going to struggle more. So the premier, I'm happy that everything is on par. With regard to our hosting, is on the 26th in our chamber in Mahikeng. You're also invited to come in so that you can hear for yourself what the Premier says for this 26-27, this is how make sure that the province is being taken forward. And these are the challenges that we are still encountering as a province.
That was the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Dr. Desbo Mohono, who was speaking to us about the plans for the hosting of the State of the Province Address. You are still tuned into Parliament TV for the State of the Nation Address Build-Up Program, which will be happening this evening at 7 p.m. right at the City Hall behind us this evening.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refule Mthweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. As you can see there on your screen, it is a beautiful day in the mother city, and of course we are coming to you live from the City Hall in Cape Town. With national priorities about to be outlined, we turn to the provinces, and joining us in the studio now is the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Mr. Dylan Mitchell, and we're going rapid fire on what SONA must deliver and how the province will hold the executive accountable. Mr. Mitchell, thank you very much for talking to us here on Parliament TV this afternoon.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me, and thank you to the viewers.
Few minutes away from the State of the Nation address, what are you expecting to hear from the President this evening?
Well, as a priority in this province, safety and the safety of our people is a prime concern, because with that goes economic opportunities and economic development. So what I would want the President to address, and it's something that this province and this city has called for on numerous occasions, and that is for the devolution of policing powers to local spheres of government. So I trust that, or I hope that the President will touch on that this evening in the interest of the citizens of this province.
And as you have indicated that the President will be outlining the national priorities later today, how does the Western Cape Provincial Parliament ensure that those commitments are monitored and implemented effectively within this province?
Obviously, once the President outlines his commitments, those that directly affect the provinces will be monitored in the money that flows to provinces. So based on the strategic objectives of the national government and the national priorities outlined by the President, the provincial parliament will ensure that those commitments and the money that flows for those commitments are being monitored through the relevant standing committees and our oversight in the province.
And now, given the Western Cape distinct governance model, how do you navigate alignment or divergence between national policy directives and provincial strategies?
Well, obviously, as a province, and on the 25th of February, the Premier of the province, Premier Windy, will outline his strategic objectives for the province. So our alignment between the national priorities and the provincial priorities synchronizes with the budget that flows from National Treasury. But I also think that in a province like the Western Cape, the Premier has been categorically clear from the beginning of his term that safety, jobs, and the economic opportunities is his key priorities, and all the strategic objectives that flow from that government decisions and government policies that is implemented under the leadership of the Premier. Those are the things that find effect into the budgets and into the annual performance plans of the Western Cape government.
Now, you have indicated that the province will be hosting the State of the Province address on the 25th of February. How ready is the province and what work has been going behind the scenes?
Well, so we are always ready. It's an annual event on the parliamentary calendar. It also creates an opportunity for citizen engagement. So since 2019, we have taken the opening of provincial parliament across the province, and this year we will be hosting or having the opening of the provincial parliament in the Garden Route district in George. So we will ensure that the community of George is also included in that. But over and above that, we create the space for public involvement across the province. So on all our social media platforms, citizens will be able to be active citizens and participate in in the opening of provincial parliament, but it also creates an opportunity for them to see directly or hear directly from the Premier what his commitments are, so that once we do the public engagement and public participation processes as part of the legislative processes, that they know what commitments have been made and they can hold the Premier and his government accountable.
That's great news for the people of George. It's good that the Western Cape does host its SOPA in various areas of the Western Cape. Now, what should businesses and residents in the Western Cape listen for in this year's SONA regarding infrastructure investment, energy security, and possibly job creation? So
ironically, all those three things that you've just mentioned is the three key priorities for the Premier and the Western Cape government, and has been since the Premier's start of his term of office. I mean, if you look at infrastructure, the Premier established a standalone infrastructure department because of clear focus and intentional focus of creating an infrastructure space in the Western Cape. And for that reason, there is now a Minister of Infrastructure in the Western Cape. There's a Department of Infrastructure in the Western Cape. And the same with energy and energy security. There's an Energy Council in the Western Cape, led by under the Premier's leadership. And all of that brings together jobs and job creation. And so the intentional delivery of these department or these things in the department is to ensure that jobs are being created for the citizens of this province.
Now, the Western Cape often positions itself on governance standards. So how is the provincial parliament strengthening oversight to ensure ethical administration and consequence management?
Well, I'm very proud to lead an institution like the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and I want to answer that in two facets. The first part being the oversight being done by our portfolio committees. I think that in the past the compliance mechanism of portfolio committees was to just comply with the requirements to do oversight. We have made an intentional shift to make sure that there's impact oversight being done. So it's no longer just ticking a box. It is about being intentional, going out to communities and listening directly to the plight of communities, but then coming back to provincial parliament and then doing post scrutiny of those oversight visits and oversight responsibilities of committees. But to bring it further, I mean, the functioning of the Western Cape Parliament with questions to the Premier without notice. I think we're the only province in the country where the Premier gets asked questions without him having notice of those questions in advance. We are deliberate with oral questions to ministers. We track those. We track the commitments made by these ministers in Parliament. We also follow up on written questions. Members have a voice, whether you are one party member or if you are the majority party. All members all citizens are represented, and the electorate then gets an opportunity to hold the executive through the elected public representatives accountable.
Now, before I let you go, Mr. Michel, understanding that the day is quite busy for a Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, so how is the Provincial Parliament then deepening public participation to ensure that community concerns shape provincial responses to national priorities announced in SONA? If you can respond briefly to that question.
Well, public participation and public education and public participation is a unit in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We have a standalone unit that intentionally and actively engages communities, from legislation to commitments to post-legislative scrutiny. So the intention is there, and our public participation unit actively engages citizens. We have also embarked on a petitions framework where citizens have a right and a platform now to raise their objections through petitions, and the unit assists those members, whether you're in the city of Cape Town or you come from the central Karoo, where I'm originally from. All citizens are given the platform and the opportunities and the resources to ensure that we leave no citizen behind.
Mr. Michel, I'd like to thank you very much and wish you well and best in your State of the Province address on the 25th of this month.
Thank you very much.
Well, viewers, that was the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature, Mr. Dylan Michel, sharing some of the insights here on Parliament TV. Please stay tuned.
Climate change and inequality go hand in hand. That the climate change impacts affect the poorest people the hardest, and it's really important that we have fast and efficient emergency responses, but also that communities are strong enough to deal with these disasters. And that means people having incomes like universal basic income, it means decent housing, it means infrastructure that works. So definitely we're going to be watching for that. An effective and credible SONA commitment would be one that centers people and the planet, that understands that we're already dealing with climate change, and that if we are not able to deal with inequality, it's going to impact a lot more people a lot harder. We have to start planning and focusing on the types of interventions and spending that is going to protect people and the planet, because without a healthy planet, we can't be healthy ourselves. It's really important. It's important because it creates jobs, which improves livelihoods, making our communities more sustainable, but also it's better for the planet. It means local production, means less transport, so less carbon in the atmosphere. So yeah, it's really important, and it's really fun to watch. So the Constitution guarantees the right to water, food and a healthy environment. And it's been important in terms of having that on paper. But unless we deal with inequality, unless we have a more equal society that allows everyone to thrive, but also everyone to be resilient to the climate changes, we're not going to achieve what the Constitution dreamed we would have, and we dreamed we would have. Taking care of our environment is taking care of ourselves. We're part of the environment. If we live in an unhealthy environment, we're not going to be healthy. Also, the environment protects us from climate change. Floods are reduced if you have healthy wetlands, the impact of floods. We can do a lot more, but I think it's also incumbent on the private sector to take responsibility for the pollution that they do. Our communities are polluted with nappies and Coke bottles and all those kind of things. And whilst it's important that as a community we try to recycle, statistics show that recycling only does about 20% of the plastic, and the rest still goes into the environment. So we also need to start putting massive amounts of pressure on the polluters that profits from selling their products and take no responsibility for the waste that those products create. So our focus is on communities, water and food. We don't have consumer awareness around issues of pollution and that kind of thing. But when we do our workshops and when we work with the communities we work with, the perspective of caring for nature, of trying our best to recycle, of reduce, reuse, recycle is part of our daily work. So whilst we don't have campaigns, that is our kind of at the core of the work that we
do. Did you know the public involvement element is an important role in the SONA ceremony? The SONA includes participation by the public, representatives of various Did you know the ceremonial format of the SONA will include a 21-gun salute, an aircraft fly-past, the ceremonial guard, and a salute? Did you know, during the SONA, a 21-gun salute is fired in honor of the President and is timed to start with the singing of the anthem. Did you know, after the SONA, the Minister of Finance will deliver the annual budget speech, which indicates the allocation of financial resources in line with the priorities outlined in the SONA. This year, the budget speech will be delivered on Wednesday, the 25th of February.
This year marks 30 years since South Africa adopted a constitution that recognized language not just as a cultural issue, but as a matter of dignity, equality, and access. The constitution commits the state to take practical and positive measures to elevate indigenous languages and to treat all official languages fairly. At the center of this constitutional promise is the Pan-South African Language Board, an independent institution tasked with promoting multilingualism and protecting linguistic human rights. Now we're going to speak to Chairperson of Pan-South, Professor Loli Makhulu Badenhorst, about how far South Africa has come and how far it still has to go. Professor, welcome.
Thank you so much, and good day to you, and thank you for having us.
And also in studio, I have Ria, who's going to be the Imbongi during tonight's State of the Nation address. Welcome, Ria.
Thank you so much for having me.
Professor, can you please take us through to what is the mandate of the Pan-South African Language and how is it relevant in the current dispensation of government?
Well, as per the Pan-South Act 59 of 1995, as amended in 1999, we need to create the environment for multilingualism. We promote multilingualism. We need to develop the previously marginalized languages. So that is who we are. And by act and by law, we need to protect, develop, and promote the indigenous languages of the country.
And now, just a little bit, take us back for a moment to what did South Africa's language landscape look like
before 1994? And what role has PenSALB played in preserving indigenous languages since its establishment?
Oh, wow, we've come a long way. From 2 official languages, English and Afrikaans, to 12 official languages. So pre-1994, it was only English and Afrikaans. And thereafter, then we have all our official languages, like your Sesotho, Setswana, Tshivenda, and isiZulu and isiXhosa. And then recently, that was in 2023 already, we had the South African Sign Language being one of the 12 official languages. And then we are now, with this current board, this PenSALB, we want to advocate to having one of the Kwe and San languages to be made official. For instance, like the Kuntali, that is one of the Kwe and San languages. It's not yet official, so we still have a long road to go in terms of making it official, but we have taken so many strides as a country, and I'm proud of that.
Okay, Andrea, just on your side, being a part of a small group or a marginalized language, and now being able to get this exposure of being what you call an imbongi, a praise singer for the State of the Nation address, how does that feel?
I don't know how it feels. I feel wonderful, blessing, and this is also my boss. I'm working for them as an intern, promoting my language. So on the national platform, I think this is a very beautiful, great opportunity to show out the world about our language. And everyone is going to know about it after today. I mean, people can see it from PenSALB, but most of the people only knows maybe Nama and Ngu and not about all of the language. But today, I'm here and I will make sure that they will know about mine before I leave.
So can you please take us just a little bit briefly, where are you from and where is the language mostly, which area is the language mostly spoken in?
I'm from Northern Cape, Kimberley. So we are based in Kimberley. There's a small place outside Kimberley, which is platformed in, just 15 kilometers outside Kimberley, which is platformed in, where you find 2 different communities of the San people. The other one is called Kwe, and then the other one is called Kong. So I'm from the Kong side, where I speak Kongtali, and the Kwe people speak Kwedam. And we are 2 different communities staying in that area, and there's, I can say the whole community can speak the language.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, back to you now, Chairperson. How do we as a country move from, how can we move from just supporting these languages only during special occasions, but ensuring that they are there in our everyday life? It's my first time hearing of this language. I've never heard of it. So how do we ensure that we are aware that there are these languages and just in our everyday life?
Well, first let's commend, that the country, we need to start somewhere, and especially starting at such high profile. And I'm not sure if you're aware that this month we are rolling out that is the Language Activism Month as declared by UNESCO. So on the 21st of February, each year, on an annual basis, the whole world celebrates the International Mother Language Day. So it's a great opportunity for us. So as the South African Language Board, we are rolling out, we have different programs that we have. We'll be visiting various provinces and then making sure that we remind people. And by the way, it's not only that we only use as PenSALB, at least, because PenSALB is present in all 9 provinces of the country. It's just that it is only publicized or well known or marketed, and the members of the public only know about the other languages when it is these auspicious occasions. But then we use them on a day-to-day basis. If the media was present in all spheres of life all the time, which I would think that that would require a lot. But we do use them. But I would encourage South Africans to actually use their languages. And actually, even with this interview, I mean, English is my 12th language, not 12th, 10th language. But I need to translate and interpret before I actually even respond. Now you can imagine, at least some of the languages are official, but other languages don't even have the official status. But as a country, we embrace multilingualism, and I'm so grateful that like Kuntali now is given this platform so that people can know about this language.
Okay, now, currently people are worried about more important things, or put it like that. They're worried about water, they're worried about electricity, they're worried about jobs, and they feel health as well. So they feel like languages, what about languages, preserving of languages? So how would you explain in simple terms to South African citizens the connection between preserving our languages and economic activities? How are they connected?
Well, as you know, language goes with identity. It's language and culture. If you take away my language, you take away her language, you are taking away her identity, you are taking away her culture, and then also for her to express herself in any space using her own language. And then in terms of the other people getting the services in the past, or the trend is that we're getting all the services, whether it's your water bills or your statements or your bills, you are getting them not only in your official language. So if you don't understand the other language, so then it means that you can't. I would say that, you know, if I'm a South African and there's a bill that is coming to me and I'm speaking, I'm a Kuntali speaker. So how will I then pay the bill if I don't understand what's written there? So she needs to know what is she owing in order for her to get the services. When she goes to the police station, she goes to wherever, then it is English or other language, and Kuntali is not there. So how is she going to get the services if you don't use the languages? Over and above that, it is her right. It is her human right. Language rights, linguistic rights are human rights.
Okay. Ria, thank you so much for joining us in the studio, and all the best as you represent your people and when you are praise singing for the President of the Republic of South Africa for this evening. And thank you so much, Chairperson, for your time. That was the Chairperson of the PenSALB, Ms. Loli Makubu Badenhorst, who was joining us in the studio and sharing insights on the vital role of PenSALB in promoting multilingualism and protecting South Africa's language rights. It's clear that language is not just a means of communication, but a cornerstone of inclusion. Stay tuned as we bring you the build-up to this evening's State of the Nation address by President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, which will be happening in the Cape Town City Hall this evening at 7 p.m. Continue staying tuned and following us on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA using hashtag SONA2026.
Thank you for this opportunity. It's great to be here, have you here. And yeah, I'm Dr. Pippa Norton. I'm a director of a consultancy called The Greenhouse. We work in climate change and basically in greening products and services and the economy to a greener future. We work with the textile sector to what can we do to make clothing greener. One of the things that comes out really strongly is to not just wear something once. So all that beautiful clothing mustn't now go into a closet and stay there, or worse still, land up in a landfill. So all that energy and the materials and the chemicals that went into manufacturing that needs to be used many times for them to wear them again. And if you don't want to be seen in the same outfit many times, there are many fabulous organizations that allow high-end clothing to be donated to those that don't have otherwise an opportunity to wear that sort of clothing, so to get the best out of them. There's a lot of new business models out there, because I think recognizing that we want to wear interesting and new and vibrant clothing, but we also recognize that clothing has a high environmental impact when you make it. So there's a lot of exciting new business models around donating, sort of reuse or hiring, rental models, hiring models, resale models. Repurposing, and I think, with the innovation, the South Africans, we're known to be innovative, and there are some really great designers that take repurposed fabric, so recycled, and then remake it into something new and beautiful again. So I think to really support those sort of innovative designers.
I-challenges esinoziconfronta is to save the film industry up in South Africa, and also in Africa siyenze ibe ngcono, siye kwi-incentivizer kakhulu, and then xa senza ezo zinto ezinjalo aba bantu that are coming here to shoot bayahamba ngoku, and then siyasafarisha thina in the film industry. So government wethu is failing us, bantu abaku-media space. So yeah, in our communities, challenges that I come across with, because ngoku community that are enhlala kuyo ngoku lapha eWoodstock, there's a lot of gentrification ndingatsho. Abantu bathengisa izindlu zabo, many businesses ezinkulu, they come in and iyachinja yonke neighborhood kanjalo, and then history iyasuka, abantu bengathi khange babe khona, si-land developers ezenza loo nto. Ingaba ku-sports and arts and culture, because I feel like i-government iyalekhisha kwiimeko ezinje ya. Zininzi izinto ezenzekayo kwicala le-sports, but ayikho i-funding necessary. And also i-arts and culture nayo i-budget ikhathiwe kuyo, of which akufuze bangayenzekile kanjalo loo nto, because siyayidinga i-arts amongst our communities. Inkosi nabulela.
Did you know the State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours? The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel. Did you know the State of the Nation address marks the official opening of the annual parliamentary program? It is convened by the President in terms of the Constitution to provide the nation with an update on government commitments and to outline the program of action for the new financial year. Did you know the State of the Nation address sets out the government's key policy priorities for the year ahead? It provides the President an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa.
You're still watching Parliament TV. In just a few hours, the red carpet will be rolled out, the joint sitting of Parliament will be called to order, and the President will step up to the podium to deliver the State of the Nation address. SONA is one of the most important political appointments on the calendar. And while there are often theatrical moments, the section that also truly matters is the economic chapter. And in studio, before I go to that, the President tonight has a tough room. He isn't just speaking to politicians. He's speaking to ratings agencies, foreign direct investors, business leaders, and 60+ million South Africans who are watching the price of bread and the availability of jobs. In studio now, I have an economist and governance expert, Mr. Holeni. Welcome to our studio.
Thank you.
Mr. Holeni, the big question isn't just what will he say. It's, can it be delivered?
Yeah.
Tonight, you know, and the people judge economic and a working government by what they see. The price of bread is going up, and electricity is still going up, and nothing seems to be changing, even though we are being promised every year. Are we supposed to be hearing policy changes probably, or what are your thoughts?
I think what we must look forward to, definitely, I think it's about the person, in the home. It's about the person in the street. It's about the ordinary citizen who's looking forward to better opportunities. One of the key things that I would say is that, at least, we are seeing that, there are green shoots on the economic side. The slight, growth that is being projected. We are seeing at least inflation has stabilized. Yeah. We are seeing that, on the agricultural side, the agricultural produce, is, and especially exports have increased. So we're looking at, all of those things, together and how they translate into jobs, how they translate into better livelihoods, and how they translate into sustainability for the country. So we're looking at the president, talking about, how they are going to continue to drive the economy so that it grows. They are continuing to support businesses, continuing to support even the individuals who are supposed to go into business. And as well, the skills, which is the education sector, to drive, more money into education, because that's where at least, you can talk about, being a differentiator. Education has proved over many years to be a differentiator of, people who are coming into the economy, people who can start their own businesses, or people who can branch out and do bigger things, on the world stage. So the president ought to be looking at, how he channels money into initiatives that develop the economy. Of course, you will argue about, the fact that, there's AGOA, that, must be part of the AGOA agreement. Those are issues that, at least, must also come into place, and how we are opening frontiers with the likes of the BRICS countries, which is going to enable the economy to expand and for us to send more goods overseas.
Yeah, but we often focus on national policy. But now economic activity dies at local government. Is this probably a time when the president now should be zooming into micro, local government issues instead of just being at a view on a national sphere?
And of course, as we, you've put it well, because growth is local.
Yes.
There's no growth, in the air or in the sky and so on. And I think the intent of what we've seen, even from his January 8th statement, even from the previous, and the conversations that he's having, there is a focus on local government. Of course, it's the elective year for local government, but we also hope that, beyond just being an elective year, is to now look at, how the micro issues are coming together, how the various municipalities that lack industry are supported to start building up industry. It's how the budgets are starting to flow into catalytic projects that are going to drive the economies of the various, towns. It's how the smaller towns, which are in the outskirts or the rural areas, are also getting, into the mainstream economy. So we would expect that, with his budget, as well as, it lifting the cap, in terms of how much money goes into local government, which we hope it will be beyond 10% this time, will then start signaling a change as to how he wants to get involved with attracting local investment, attracting businesses, and ensuring that, businesses, when they set, their base, in a particular area, they don't decide to move.
Yeah.
Of course, local government also needs to be attractive from a tariff, setting point of view, from a cost, of doing business, point of view. And that would mean that, the roads must be up to good condition. The electricity, obviously, nationally, ESCOM is hard at work. The big question now is water. This is where we need to look at, how the water crisis issues, that they don't develop into something that becomes a chronic issue, but at least are contained, and business, at least can have water, electricity, roads, and the citizens can then enjoy free movement of themselves as well as the goods that are coming in and out. So we would expect that, that focus today is not only about, the elective year that, we are into, but it's about, the eventual livelihood of the people who are living in those municipalities, that they must, improve and they must be sound.
But why would you say is this thing that we always find ourselves into this trend? Every year, into this, it's a repetition of the same. It's promises, then there's no feedback, there's no progress report. We are in this cycle, I must say, sort of a trend, like a cycle of it's promise, but, and which creates obviously frustration. But why do we keep finding ourselves within this trap?
I think the one thing that we must also appreciate is that, the wheels of government, unfortunately, grind a lot slower than, what, we often want to see. Our desires, sometimes, which are valid, of citizens, often run ahead, of what government, needs to do. Which is why I think, part of what the president must be saying is to say, I have sourced, additional capacity from the private sector to help us as government to be more nimble in the way that, we're going to deliver all of this. So government obviously needs to move a lot faster. They need to do things a lot, quicker. They need to be a lot more expedient. And hopefully the policies that are going to enable all of that have at least, been tabled or have been worked on, or there's been groundwork, One of the things is, Operation Vulindlela, which is, working on the network economies. We want to hope that, the same approach of Operation Vulindlela goes into local government and starts, driving the wheels of government to grind a lot faster and to grind in the right direction. So that's what we're looking for. Because government alone, in terms of, their own conversations, discussions, policies, unfortunately cannot do it alone, but they need, other partners and stakeholders, whether it's civic society, whether it's business, whether it's the ordinary people, to support government with regards to doing those things. Because creation of jobs is about, private sector. Government must create an enabling environment for that to happen.
So as we wrap up this conversation, according to you, Mr. Holeni, let's imagine it's 8:30. The president is saying, God bless South Africa, South Africa, what is the one thing for you that a concrete commitment that if it is included in the State of the Nation address tonight, you would say, that is it, we are going somewhere?
So the local government, question that we've always heard is that local government is treated as business. 90% of, the money they must collect, 10% must come from the fiscus. But it's for the president to realize that, that has not, materialized. So the president must at least, be saying to the Minister of Finance, when you go and announce the budget in a week or two's time, make sure that, there's a lot more funding that is directed towards local government for infrastructure, not just, financing, the bread and butter issues, but infrastructure is a great issue that must be at least, driven a lot more. So we want to see a greater, upliftment of the cap of 10%, to be beyond, 10%, so that in this year and the following years, there's a legacy that starts to develop within local government and to develop and grow the local economy, particularly through economic development initiatives and catalytic projects.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Holeni, for your time. Stay tuned to Parliament TV as we continue with the build-up to the 7 p.m. when President Ramaphosa is expected to ascend the podium and address the nation. Stay tuned.
I think when we started the organization 19 years ago, the whole vision was, how do we make the world better for people? How do we make sure that people's social issues are dealt with and the environmental issues? One cannot exist without the other. And so when we talk about people, we're talking about marginalized communities, under-resourced, underrepresented individuals, youth and community members across South Africa. I think a massive challenge that we're facing in our work, specifically around energy and climate justice, is that the problem keeps building and it keeps strengthening. So we take one step forward, then it's 6 steps back, basically, because that's how the issue is. I mean, we saw load shedding disappeared for some, but load reduction is still happening in Joburg. We're seeing the climate crisis. The Climate Act was signed into action in 2024, but what we've seen recently is climate floods and disasters across South Africa and the world as a whole. And so I think a big issue is that the forces that we're against, which is a government not willing to take the needs of people seriously, indecision and less action is a problem. And so we're not saying this is a war against the people and the government, but rather that we need more communication, we need more action, and we need more strengthened partnership between different sectors. Our successes aren't ours, it's the people that we work with successes as well. And so when we talk about showing individuals what solar could look like in communities on a small scale level, through working with youth, that's a big challenge. That, electricity is a big issue, energy poverty is a big issue, and so for us a success is building knowledge and building capacity with people. It's helping them understand that they have a voice, and they know they have a voice, but now their voice matters in conversations with government. And so it's teaching them how to access spaces for conversation. A big part of my work is, and a few of my colleagues' work, is going into the communities that we come from ourselves, building understanding, building capacity, and saying, cool, there's this hearing happening, there's this opportunity for you to have your voice heard. Whatever you want to say about your issue, go and say it. And they say, no, well, I don't feel like I should. I think it needs to be a technical input. An input in South Africa is, my issue is this, government, I need this. And that can clear now. I think a big thing when it comes to our president is we keep hearing that we are going to get this change, and this change is coming. I think a few years we heard the line, "No African child left behind." And that sat heavy in my chest. Because after that we saw the Presidential Climate Commission come forward. We started seeing conversations about a big change in our country and how we're going to be leading in the continent. And then no action occurred. A big issue that we face right now is one on many levels. It's an intersectional issue. People's energy issue is a massive one. Land, water, food, and these are all further affected by the climate crisis. And so when I say one big thing that we want our president to do, it's quite a difficult thing, but if we had to say it needs to be a systematic approach to injustice, to uprooting injustice and making lives better for people in our country. At the end of the day, our president knows what needs to be done. It's time for action. I think we need to see harmonization of different policies and government departments when addressing the climate crisis in South Africa. One department will say something that contradicts another, whilst our president is leading the conversation on a global level. One thing I wish we could see is proper cross-communication in our government and proper resourcing of our municipalities to take action. What I would say would make SONA credible would be proper timelines communicated, clear actionable steps, not another story about a young person that's moved their way through this journey. I mean, right now we're sitting at the perfect opportunity to see change. We have 30 years of our constitution in South Africa, 50 years since the 76 uprising, and local elections on the horizon. If government doesn't make a very clear pathway or actionable, especially following G20 and our success of hosting G20 last year, I think we're going to fall flat. And so we need good management, we need clear communication, and we need timelines with milestones that can help civil society monitor and track the effectiveness of actions. The Constitution of South Africa is one of the most fundamental documents, I think, that guides our country. And it shouldn't just be guiding our country in the way that we feel or the way that we act, but how we follow law, how we practice in our daily ways, and how we move through our nation. It is not only this document that is placed there, it's actually a very progressive document, one that looks out for all people, one that has protections for people, for the environment, for the economy, one that projects a future that could be. But I think the issue is, one thing can be written in theory and another thing can be done in practice. When we see our government tell us, no, please don't protest during G20, even though we have a constitutional right to do that, it's a contradiction of, no, but South Africans are going to do what we're going to do regardless. I think when it comes to that document, it needs to be more than a document. It needs to be something that we really embrace as citizens of our country. We need to embrace our constitution, our laws, and our rights, more importantly. If we say power to the people, it must mean power to the people, not just electricity, but social justice power as well. And so I would genuinely say to South Africans who are like, oh, the Constitution is just a document. It's not a document. It's a way of life. It's a way of living. It's a way to secure our rights in this country. And if anyone would oppose those rights in our country, who would violate rights, I think I would say resist. Resist like never before. We are at the tipping point. We are at 30 years of our Constitution. It's time for change. It's time for action.
Did you know, during the SONA, a 21-gun salute is fired in honor of the president and is timed to start with the singing of the anthem. Did you know, after the SONA, the Minister of Finance will deliver the annual budget speech, which indicates the allocation of financial resources in line with the priorities outlined in the SONA. This year, the budget speech will be delivered on Wednesday, the 25th of February. Did you know the State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours? The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel. Did you know the State of the Nation address marks the official opening of the annual parliamentary program? It is convened by the President in terms of the Constitution to provide the nation with an update on government commitments and to outline the program of action for the new financial year.
A very good afternoon, Dumelang Molweni, and welcome to Parliament TV and Proudly South African, the live coverage of the Red Carpet SONA 2026. We are coming to you live from City Hall in Cape Town, and of course, I am not alone. I'm with my Red Carpet host, Tammy Dish, who will be bringing you all the local glitz and glam from the carpet. Now, as you know, we always try to partner with Proudly SA to ensure and also to promote designers of South Africa. Why do we do this? To ensure that members wear local and support local. In fact, members have been so excited. We've been getting calls. They've been asking that, please, just be a little, have a little shame when you do judge us this year. Because apparently last year,
we did what we were supposed to do here with our fashion police. Of course, I'm not alone. I'm with our 2 fashion designers, and I will allow them to introduce themselves to you.
Well, thank you so much for having us. My name is Nobukosi Mugwebo from Kosinkosi Fashion House.
Thank you.
Hi, Tshepo. I'm Stephen van Eden, and I'm a Cape Town-based designer.
Oh, wow. Well, Nobukosi, tell us, why is it that you decided to go into fashion?
I think I've always had this artistic flair, and in my family, this whole thing of making things from scratch has always been there. My grandmother was a seamstress, but she was a pastor's wife. They couldn't afford to buy clothes at that time, so she'd literally go and look at the store window, copy the pattern, and then she'd do it for her children. So it's generation from to generation. So I'm carrying the baton.
Stephen, what inspired the fashion and the vision?
Gosh, I'm from a very small mining town in the Northern Cape. I was born there. And I think the big city lights just attracted me. And obviously fashion, it just happened naturally. I was always drawn to beautiful red carpet gowns. And I think from a young age, I was always sitting and sketching and designing. And also my grandmother was also a seamstress. And she made all my mom and her sister's clothes as well. So I think that kind of was just a natural progression towards fashion. But I think the moment when I started studying to where I'm at now, I feel like fashion is so much more than just clothing. I think the amount of jobs that we can create in the fashion landscape is quite important, and I think we need to focus on that.
And I love the fact that you touch on the fact that it's not just fashion, it's not just creativity. There's jobs that are attached to this. And of course, let's talk about the importance of ensuring that the textile industry works, ensuring that people are buying local, supporting local, and how that translates in more jobs and more employment, more people being entrepreneurs and employing more people. How that relationship and that balance, talk to us about that.
Absolutely. So it's an entire ecosystem. And back in the days, South Africa was a hub. We had the mills, we had the textile factories, we had the CMTs to manufacture all these items. But over the years, because now we're importing, it becomes an issue. There's the fast fashion that also plays a factor. So a lot of factories have closed down. So it has crippled the economy when it comes to that regard, because when we have CMTs, it employs a lot of people. And there's a ripple effect. Fashion is not just putting on a t-shirt. Every single day, somebody has to go into a store and buy something to wear on their back.
Of course.
And that is an economy on its own. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So why can we not focus on doing it for ourselves and be independent as a country and plow back into the economy? Because it's not just a designer, it's a pattern maker, it's a person who's a buyer, it's a person who's making it, the beading. I mean, these are hand beaded. So we're creating jobs, we're creating a whole ecosystem, and it starts with us.
And of course, then, Stephen, we're not alone. We have people outside. Tommy Dish is outside, and he is there bringing us the local glitz and glam on the carpet. Tommy, who do you have there?
Good afternoon and welcome once again to SONA 2026. We're back here at Cape Town, and we're coming to listen to the President deliver us the State of the Nation address one more time. We're back as Proudly South African, doing this again with our local fashion police. We asked the people, are you wearing local? And are you supporting our businesses? Are you supporting our creatives? We're here today to check out who's looking what colors they're wearing, who they're wearing, if they understand the theme itself, but also if they understand the importance of supporting local. And the person who understands more about supporting local is our CMO of Proudly South African, Ms. Happy Ngiti. And I want to tell you a quick story. Come through. Good afternoon.
Hello there.
So we've been walking around this entire time, and they've been asking us if we're getting married, and I believe we're getting married.
And all I'm saying is that it's our perfect wedding.
And we didn't even plan it. The universe intervened, and we both rocked up in white. I know nobody's going to believe us, but it's okay.
Look, I was not expecting people to believe us because it's not a believable story. We didn't know. I'm only seeing her for the first time this morning. And then we were like looking at the detailing of our garments. Who are you wearing?
I am wearing Otis Seflo, and I would have failed if I don't do a bit of a twirl.
Yes.
Yeah, to show that.
Go.
Otis Seflo from Johannesburg.
Amazing. Now tell us why we're here.
We are here because we're continuing the movement, the revolution around reminding guests, parliamentarians, and South Africans in general to keep supporting the local textile. This economy is not going to turn itself around, not with the pressure of e-commerce platforms like Temu and Shein. The battle is real, and we have a responsibility to walk the journey with our creatives in South Africa. And when there's a spectacle like the SONA 2026, the State of the Nation address, where the guests have got deeper pockets, where they have the voices, they have the following, and they have the attention of an audience out there, for us to ask them to do right by the economy, do right by local businesses, and redirect their rand from Diamond Walk in Sandton and Platinum Walk in Umhlanga to, in favor of make their purchasing decisions rather in favor of locally manufactured clothes.
Yes. Yeah. Amazing. So that was the request. Is for you to release Mandela from the Diamond Walk and walk directly to Otis Seflo. I'm wearing Silas and Chabeleng, who I've asked to actually design this because I hardly ever wear white, one, but two, we're celebrating 30 years of our constitution, and also as a queer individual, we're celebrating 20 years of our Civil Unions Act. So I decided to get married, but I've got a quick request, right? You've made the request to South Africans and to citizens and to all 1,350 guests that get to come in here to buy locally. I want you to pledge, right? Because I did say we were going to get married.
Yes.
I want to see you pledge. I'm going to open my dress. If I can get some assistance, yes. I'm going to open my dress. Can I get the marker? So I want everybody who's going to walk today to actually pledge to wearing literally local, but also to remember that it's loved here and made here. So, but we've been asking everybody every time we do this, and our local fashion police experts who are sitting in the room are guarding everyone, and they actually are saying, hey, how far is your Randela or Mandela stretching? So we've got our first pledge from the CMO. Pull it. Don't worry, it's long enough. Don't stress. There we go. She's writing, loved here, made here. Proudly.
Loved here and made here. And can I just say that the guests who are showing up today at the red carpet, they can't say they did not know. Because before we got here a couple of weeks ago, we threw it out there, showcasing local designers, big and small, known and not so well known, to say this is where you can buy from. The fashion police are here. We've got Malondi here today.
Yes.
We've got Craig Jacobs.
Come on.
We've got Stephen Van Heerden.
Come on.
We have got Nomkosi, who are our fashion police today and are looking out for what you are wearing. And if you are not wearing local, we will call you out. We're not shy.
Can we charge them?
We are proud. We will fine you.
Shall we fine them?
We still have to figure out what the fine is going to be, but we are fining you. We can't make this effort and then you do nothing about it.
So people actually go out and they look forward to an evening like this because of you. It's been 4 years. How do you feel?
I feel incredibly happy, pun intended. When we started 4 years ago, it was, many people thought we were smoking cheap socks.
Right.
The embrace was lukewarm. It was not make sure.
Yeah.
4 years later, we get calls that says, don't close the red carpet before I step on it.
Right.
Yeah, the mind shift change is happening slowly but surely, but it's a beautiful space to look back and see how far we've come as proudly as that, because local is like a Muslim.
Listen, local is lekker, and I can attest to that. I am local and you are local, and you and I just got married. Yes, can you guys believe it? We absolutely got married. Yes, this is our absolute
perfect wedding.
Okay, cool. So we've got pearls.
Yes.
And we're celebrating our lives. So guys, please stay tuned. The environment here is looking beautiful. It's looking crazy. If we actually just move around, you can see guests have already started arriving, looking absolutely stylish, and they're in their colors. And I can't wait what our fashion police has to say about them. Guys, what are the trends saying? What are the colors saying? The makeup. You know, let's talk about the value chain that goes into how we get to an evening like this, because it took me hours to put my makeup on, and this outfit was made over hours. I heard somebody's outfit weighs 6 kgs, so I'm looking forward to those, you know. But I'm going to throw it back to you, Tsepo, and our local fashion police to discuss some of the trends, some of the facts, what you guys are looking forward to today.
Local is lekker, and that was Happy and Tammy's perfect wedding. And of course, that was a beautiful sentiment that Tammy is doing there, where people will pledge and write their little pledges with regards to supporting local designers and, of course, supporting the design industry at large. We're talking textile, we're talking fabrics, and we're talking the very people that even sweep the factories when all of this work is being done. Now, let me ask Stephen, what are you looking forward to when it comes to the guests and the esteemed members of Parliament as they step onto this red carpet?
I think a platform like this, like State of the Nation, and being a parliamentarian, it is the perfect way to showcase what South African creators have got to offer. I think in terms of trends, I feel like when you're doing a red carpet, you need to transcend a trend. You can't be trend focused. Obviously, you want to have a moment. You want to be memorable, but memorable for the right reasons. A beautifully made garment that's well fitted, I always think is exquisite. It can be very simple. And I think also to keep in mind, you are a politician, but you don't have to be boring. You know, you can bring the vavavoom, but keep it stylish and elegant and tasteful.
And Nomkosi, I mean, a lot of people watch this fashion segment at home and they think, you know what, we have unemployment, we have the issues of service delivery. Why should I sit here and watch a fashion design show? To them, it looks pompous. It looks like it's egocentric. Why is it important that we have this segment? Why is it important that we promote local? And what are you expecting to see?
Well, it's so interesting. I love that question. And for me, coming from Kosinkosi as a brand, which is a brand that has always been about showcasing who we are as Africans. So when we watch shows like these and we see our ministers proudly wearing their African traditional attire, it brings a sense of pride in the African child. Every single year I would sit and watch the SONA. I'd sit and look at the fashion and look at some of the esteemed guests, like really looking incredible in their traditional attire. And for me, the trend, because you're absolutely right, you must just exceed the trends. But for me, the trend is authenticity. Like, let's stay true to who we are. And once we do that, then it's a ripple effect. We're bringing in pride in our own selves, in our own country.
Beautiful. I hear that Tammy has the Premier of Limpopo. Let's see what authenticity she has to bring when it comes to the red carpet. Tammy, let's see.
And you're right there, Tsepo. You know, I'm standing right next to the Premier of Limpopo, and she's looking absolutely gorgeous. One would expect that for somebody who's got such rich wealth of like tradition, she would come looking multicolored and super colorful, but she's got a different look today. Good afternoon.
Hey, afternoon to you. You also look stunning today. Very proud. I don't know who's getting married, but you look stunning.
You and I are getting married. We're getting married in Limpopo, you know. I can go to Limpopo right now.
Yeah.
But we asked the big question. Are you wearing local?
Yes, my seamstress, the lady who designed all my dresses, it's Azwi from Polokwane. And I always believe in the talent that we have, not just in the country, but in my province, in my home province. Everything that I wear, you must look at it. You'll see that the ladies around Polokwane are empowered. They always make sure that their premier look good.
Okay, so let's talk about fashion. How important is fashion?
Fashion it's quite important because it's a statement on its own. Before people could even listen to what you are saying, they first look at what you're wearing. Unfortunately, that is the reality of it. Some of us, if I had choice, I wouldn't be going all out to say I need something to look good. But the reality is that if you don't look good, no matter how good the message is, nobody listens to your message. They begin to focus on such. Therefore, if you do not look good, you then detract, and you give your detractors more of the airtime to talk about you, not to talk about the work that you do, not to talk about it's quite much more important.
And to the economy.
You know, the economy on its own, fashion on its own, if we are to focus on proudly South Africans, like you could see here, like what I know you, I follow you, most of the time you are always advocating for the local. And by doing that, you are making sure that you put a plate of food on the table of millions of South Africans. I think that is one industry, if we really want to grow our economy, if we really want to grow, let's focus on fashion. I don't want to mention, but this whole thing of people saying they will get the sheen of the day, the temu, and the all. For me, I'm not supporting that. I'm fully saying, let's deal with our own. The textile industry needs us, especially those of us who are public figures, whom, like I'm saying to you, if wherever we go, we need to also look good. And for us to look good, somebody else would have helped them to be able to support their families. So fashion on its own, it's one of the biggest drivers of economy. If as a country, we focus on that.
Do you think you want to have Limpopo as the fashion hub?
I definitely will, because Limpopo, you know, that's where you would find the true different cultures in our country. The only province, by the way. If you want to see a province where you will find the Bavenda, the Batsonga, the Bapedi, Balobedu, Batlokwa, Batswana, Mandebele, Baswati. You will find them, the original, true, you will find them in the province. Therefore, if you are to bring all their fashion, like I'm saying, when I invite you next month on the 6th of March, I want you to be dressed in a manner which will reflect each and every one of them. When they look at you, they must be able to identify themselves with you. No, ambara satellite dishi, ya usumedzori bachi kunda malema, imbale a bit of shibelani shitikombisa, uaperinya na yele, inchi wonchaka kwa hurawa, wena umuthaluha kwa wahamulot, kuri uaperi ukaru waskukune kwa. So we want you to look like that, so that our people can look at you and say, wow, there goes the true reflection of South Africa, because we are a rainbow nation.
Amazing.
And our cultural diversity is the one that makes us to be proud of who we are.
Looking beautiful, and of course I'm going to go there on the 6th of March, looking amazing. I love your look. If you could just turn around for us and show South Africa how you look. It looks very gorgeous. The colors are beautiful. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for wearing local. You get a high five from me, but also pledge. Make a pledge. Pledge. Can I have that marker? Pledge to always support local. There we go. By signing that, you're pledging to always support local designers.
All support local designers. Charity begins at home. Before you think about somebody else somewhere else, think about the girl next door who can make even a better outfit than someone from outside. Those ones have made their name because they are local people supported them. If we don't support our own, who is going to make a name of their own. You can't expect people from overseas to support ours. We start, we show pride, and we market them. Even the entire global community will follow suit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, she's looking absolutely amazing. I was thinking, you know, she was going to wear green, you know, like avocado colors, you know, the olives, because they're quite rich also, you know. Every time I go there, I'm looking for lychee or mango and all of those things. And there are many intersections there, you know. When people talk about sustainability, they talk about, like, you know, having to dye or to color your fabrics with various fruits, you know. So I don't know what you guys think. Can we talk about that outfit, Tsepo?
Talk about that outfit, Tammy. Of course, Stephen Nomkosi, that was the premiere of Limpopo. So we're talking, one, the occasion, right? Secondly, we're talking texture. We're talking fit, like you said, Stephen. And then we will give out of 10. What were your thoughts?
I think it was a beautiful balance. Tammy was expecting color and vibrancy, but I think she brought it with her personality. So there's a beautiful the juxtaposition, a vibrant personality, but a more classical fit. And the color I couldn't really see on.
It's like a grey, charcoalish.
But I mean, I thought it was beautiful, very elegant, and I like the way she thinks, because the thing is, you feel as good. You feel as good as you look.
As you look, of course.
I like that message.
No, because you agree.
I agree. Okay, I must say though, she looks stunning for the event of the day, but she comes from Limpopo. I'm married to a Venda tribe, and the Venda tribes are very vibrant. I'm Mukwebo, so I mean, I'll represent her. I've got more than enough colors to. But her mind and the way that she thinks, it's so communal. It's build what we have, focus on what we have, let it thrive, and then it will just grow from there.
Let's talk makeup, accessories. Were you satisfied?
Like what I said, I was expecting more something that's more vibrant because of the nature of where she comes from. But for the business of the day, I would give her a 7.
Not a pass.
It's a pass.
It's a pass.
It's a pass.
Stephen?
I'm also on a 7.
Is it?
Beautifully polished. Like I said, I think the garment is beautifully made, beautifully fitted. And what I really liked is that she supported a local seamstress.
Yes.
It wasn't a well-known designer. And the thing is, it is like she said, how do you expect somebody to build a name if you do not support them first? And that was for me just beautiful. I think that elevated the outfit even more.
Yes. So that is a 7 out of 10 for the premiere of Limpopo in her beautiful garment for the SONA 2026. Now let's continue our discussion, especially around employment, but also let's talk about designers. Let's talk about how the very young designer who is sewing or has a little top shop of sorts in the back room or at her mother's house. How does she ensure that her work is recognized, and how does she grow into the industry? Does she go to school? Is it necessary? You know, let's talk about that. Stephen, let's start there.
Gosh, the private sector and fashion schools are probably going to hate me now. But my advice to fashion students, I'm always saying, go and study business first, and then fashion. I think if you've got a flair for fashion and a natural, you know, like you're naturally drawn to fashion, then I think the business side, to secure that first, you will just naturally grow into creating a fashion brand, because then you will understand where it starts. My first job was actually as an accessory designer in the leather sector, and I worked for the company, and the boss took us to the showroom. Now, I mean, you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, young designer, and this was fabulous, beautiful, locally crafted exotic leather handbags. And you asked me, what is a good design? What is a good bag? And you're like thinking about hardware and detail.
Yes.
And he said, no, it's a sold bag. And I think that is the importance of the fashion industry, is you have to understand the business of it.
Yeah.
So if you've got the business acumen, I think you don't necessarily have to go and study it.
Yeah.
I think you will naturally grow
Yeah.
into creating your own brand.
And Nomkosi, your advice for the young designers that want to find themselves one day having a Kosi, you know, a big brand that is recognized by all South Africans, right? How do they do that?
Discipline. Don't ever think that the person next to you can't do it. So don't ever think that you're irreplaceable. So when you walk into a room and you need to showcase your work, put the work in first. The bold and the beautiful will come later. All of this is just glitz and glam. There's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes. So come into just focus on your work. Focus on making sure that you make it work. If you have to hunt down celebrities, influencers, hunt them down, give them something to wear. So I remember coming up, I didn't want to wear my brand. Because I thought I'm going to be getting high on my own supply. So I'd rather give it out to people to wear, and then I see from a distance how it's received. But it's just put in the work, be disciplined, and show up. Show up.
Now with that, Stephen, of course, then let's talk to what does a thriving local fashion industry look like to you?
Gosh, I think thriving meaning that I think you can the chain is totally completed. I think we've got so many creatives in South Africa. I think in Africa it is definitely a trend that it's focused, especially on creativity, in terms of African and South African creators. We've got so many. But the thing is, we need to have a great supply chain. Fabric suppliers and manufacturing. I think that is the huge thing at the moment for a lot of designers, is that you can have your small team, but a lot of the tailors, the dressmakers, the pattern makers, they're almost dying out. It's because a lot of them the young people don't go and study the technical part of it. They all just want to be the bold and the beautiful designer.
Instagram, likes, that instant gratification.
They need to hone the skill, you know, like understand fabrics. And I think in terms of to complete that cycle, you do need to fulfill in all those gaps in terms of have great tailors, great seamstresses, that you can put up amazing production plants, that you can manufacture beautifully crafted garments, because I think that's what in South Africa we're lacking. We can create, and we are creative. But in terms of the manufacturing and the fabric supply, in terms of having the correct fabrics for certain styles, that is where I feel like we are lacking, and that will make us a very prosperous fashion industry if we can complete that cycle.
And Nomkosi, then in your instance, do you then think that it is necessary for collaboration, not just from government? I think a lot of the times we're always saying, government should, you know, what other key players should be invested in ensuring that we have a thriving local design industry?
I'll give you a perfect example, and I'll make an example out of the brand Kosinkosi. So we have a collaboration or a partnership with African Bank. They sought out to find a South African designer that would design a capsule collection for their frontline staff as well as manufacture it. So they reached out to 9 designers who all pitched for the job, and like what I say, discipline, showing up, making sure you run the extra mile. That is what we did. And we walked in there saying to ourselves, we've got this job. And if anyone can walk into an African Bank branch, they will see a locally designed and locally manufactured item. And that is how people are plowing back into the economy. So it's not just about saying, we're wearing local, but what are you doing on a larger scale and a bigger magnitude, so that there's a ripple effect. And because of that, there's been other collaborations. You've got other banks that are also reaching out to local designers. So it's a ripple effect. It starts with us. the private sector and the government, they can do so much just to make sure that they keep this industry running and growing.
And with that, of course, Stephen, let's talk to then what policy interventions do you think are still necessary in the in our industry, especially when it comes to import and export. I mean, we've been talking about Shein, we've been talking about Timu, and I mean, I think most of us are really guilty of that at this point. What regulations or policies do you think should be installed to protect the local industry?
Gosh, I need to put on my business cap here.
Yes, please, please.
Thank you. Look, I think there is already, they're slowly but surely making a movement towards importing and also taxing imports highly. But the thing is, we also need to understand that if we do not have the supply chain established, how do we get the right fabrics? How do we get the right finishes that we want to have done on certain garments? Because at the end of the day, yes, you want to supply the local market, but essentially we also do want the dollar and the pound to invest into our brands. And the thing is, they are used to a certain standard and caliber. So I think in terms of, we need to have a healthy balance. I think on raw materials or finishes to help designers is to see into that the taxes maybe are not so high, so that we can physically have certain trims and stuff made and imported. But I think also to take that money then and plow it into the local economy in terms of creating jobs, setting up manufacturing plants and developing people in the community so that they have a certain skill set. So I think it is just to have a healthy balance at the moment. I don't think we can just start taxing things excessively.
Of course.
Because at the end of the day, we still need those fabrics and trims to come in so that we can create our garments until our textile industry is up and running again.
And Nomkosi, then, should the creative economy receive the very same attention that, I'll say strategic attention, that industries such as agriculture, mining get? Is that where you're at?
Absolutely. I think that when there's a lot of attention that is brought in, it just magnifies our industry that much more. We have things like the mining in Durban was just happening now in Cape Town. And like what I said earlier, it's not just a t-shirt. Everything has fashion involved. And fashion is the quickest way that you can send out a message. So things like the mining in Durban, you can always put in a fashion element, always. Because even at the mines, what do they put on?
Some overalls.
It's still fashion.
Let's make it fashionable. Tommy has somebody on the red carpet, and let's see what they have on.
Proudly South African, asking our beautiful guests if they're wearing local. Mam Gwen Ramakhopa is here again. Last year we saw her looking absolutely gorgeous. Before we even say hello, can we look at your outfit? Can we turn around and look at your outfit? Give us a little twirl. A little twirl to the back. Yes, there we go. Beautiful color. Good evening.
Yes, thank you. Good evening to you too, and to the viewers. And how are you?
We're doing absolutely amazing. Today we're getting married to South African local produced and designed outfits. Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Caroline Fashions, which is a local fashion designer. She also runs a fashion school, and she trains young people in her field. A woman who's very passionate about made local. So I'm very, I feel good that I'm wearing local, yes.
Look, so you often work with money. How important is it, or is fashion and the economy in this country?
Well, fashion is one of the biggest economies in our country, and it actually unlocks the artistic nature of South Africans. We are creatives. The creative industry is one of the biggest, and it's best to wear local South African and also export our local talent. Very important. And what I also like about our South African artists and also designers is that it's a range. You see, today I'm dressed the way I'm dressed. You know me, I always dressed in working clothing. They said no, for a change. Go and, dress like one of the glamorous people. And I said, I'm not a person of glamour. But I am also giving a message that we've got a lot of talent. South Africa is full of talent. Not only in arts, but in sports, in science and technology, in business, and so forth.
Thank you so much. You look absolutely stunning. And yes, it is true that we contribute a lot as the creative industry, but also the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry. You look absolutely, even the jewelry, it looks absolutely, I'm seeing the pearls.
I also see the pearls on you. So we've meshed today. We might as well get married.
Okay, so it seems that we're getting married again, and we've just done that. This is our perfect wedding. May you enjoy tonight and SONA tonight. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. That was Mam Gwendra Makgopa. She says we're rich in our diverse culture. And moving straight from Mam Gwen, we're with Babantu Polomisa talking about the economy, the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry, how important it is to support local businesses and locally designed outfits. Are you wearing a locally designed outfit, Bab?
Secondly, I'm not wearing any local design or foreign design. I just go to a store and buy a nice suit. So if it is local, good for local industry. But if it is not for local industry, but receiver of revenue still gets my contribution. But let's talk about this thing of textile.
Yes.
We train kids, we send kids to school, and some of them have done fashion design courses. How I wish that when they go out of that, they completed their studies, they can access capital so that they can order, or the government order material for them and machines, and they start producing something. For instance, if you say, produce uniform for 10 schools in this municipality, and then shoes and so on. What is going to happen after she or she has finished designing or doing those materials? He is going to ask for what? Packaging.
Right.
Someone must bring card boxes. Right. Transport.
Yes.
That's another person.
Value
so it's a chain.
Yes, the value chain.
So direct your audience to the government to say, let us create a national fund to help the small businesses through using textile industry.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You look absolutely gorgeous. Yes, and I agree with you. And on that note, we're talking about education and talking about how people can move literally from design and from buying local to manufacturing locally, and also talking about the value chain. You know, he touches on a very important part where, you know, it's not just about making shoes. It's shoelaces. It's a uniform that they wear. It's work uniform that people wear. So I think the stretch on its own and the opportunity is wide. When we talk about fashion in the textile industry, people often think it's just limited to how we look here, but it actually stretches itself far and beyond. You know, that was a very beautiful comment made by this. So the task and the request again is to challenge government and ensure that government is able to fund or to create a fund that helps the creative sector and the textile sector. Let's cross back to you guys and hear what your views are. It seems the color, I've been seeing a lot of blue. I'm seeing some silvers coming through, but it seems the color is blue tonight and it's looking absolutely gorgeous. Guys, what do you think? I'm giving you guys exactly 1 minute and you're coming back to me because I've got lots of guests. Okay.
It is 59 seconds. Let's go. So we're talking about the dress that Dr. Ramakgopa had, a gold outfit. Caroline Designs, she said. Stephen, what did you think?
I think it was well suited for me. She was, and also I like the message behind it again.
Yeah.
Caroline Designs, local fashion designer, but also has a fashion design school that teaches people the craft, which I think is important. That you're not only creating stuff for clients, but you're also giving back to your community. So, yeah, I'm behind Caroline Designs.
Okay.
I also like the styling. The necklace was a beautiful finish.
Yes.
And I love the collar of the dress. Beautiful and regal.
I love the choice of the color combination. So I really feel like she really owned that outfit. And she's proud. She even knows the story around it. So that it makes it mean that much more to us than as we're listening. Because now it is truly proudly South African.
And out of 10?
I would also give her a 7.
Right. You guys are very generous, you know?
It's because it is proudly local.
Stephen?
I'll give her a 7.5.
You're not going to get charged if, I'm just saying, you're allowed to be honest, just saying. And then we had the Deputy Minister of Defense, Mr. Bantu Holomisa. Thoughts?
I honestly, I was a bit shocked.
Okay.
Because I think even if you buy something in a store, you need to know where your garment comes from.
Okay.
Where was it made? So I think that is, you need to be, you need to know that. That's for me very important. It doesn't matter if it was imported, but if you bought it at the store and you paid a certain price for it, you need to know the chain. And if it's ethically created, that is for me important. And I understand his story about the connection and the value chain that you need to create. I wasn't behind giving young designers the capital. I think young designers need to go and pay their school fees. Go and work for established designers, work in the industry to understand where you want to go and what you want to be known for. Instead of just giving them capital, first let them bursaries, yes, to go and study it, business and fashion, but they need to go and do apprenticeships. You need to learn how to make patterns and how to sew.
And Nomkosi, how do you think there's room to sort of change the narrative around men? Men just walk into a shop, you buy a suit and that's it. They normally do not care about whether it's contoured or... Is there space for men to think outside of the box?
So we're very different. If he has a PA who is female, that is where she's supposed to step up. That is where she's supposed to say, nope, don't worry, sir, I'm going to source something for you.
And what if he's stubborn and he doesn't want to?
I don't believe so. and I'll tell you why. These gentlemen, they have so much to do and so much to think about than going into a store and buying a suit. So they'll have people that will do that for them on their behalf. So a man like him is supposed to be already, he doesn't even have to say or remember the like where it's made. Of course it needs to be local, but at least say that it is a Limpopo designer or a Cape Townian designer. At least if we can have that kind of a detail, it will go so much further for the campaign that we're trying to push now. Because he is standing there in front of us, he's a leader, and he has to lead by example. Although he's got really great valid points, there are valid points. There are valid points that he made.
And there you have it. Our fashion police has given Dr. Ramkhupa a 7 out of 10, and Tate Bantu Holomisa disappointed them. Sorry. Let's see what Tabi has for us on the red carpet.
Thank you. So earlier on you had Ms. Yupia speaking to you guys in a different outfit. I met her earlier on when I was getting my makeup done. She's back looking different again, representing Gauteng. And we're here talking about like proudly South African produced outfits. Who are you wearing?
David Tlale, a world-renowned South African fashion designer. I must confess I'm wearing this for the second time because...
Beautiful, beautiful!
It's beautiful, the dress is beautiful, it's good, and it has stood the test of time. And unless I'm properly policed, I'll wear it again, but I need to go back to him and get something new.
That's amazing to be able to support, but you say it's a very important thing about recycling. A lot of people tend to waste outfits, they'll scream at us and say we're not being creative. You're wearing this proudly. How important is it to recycle?
Okay, talking about recycling, you can do it in two ways. First, what I'm doing, wear it again, or if you want to use it once, you can give it to charities that support matric dancers, which I have done with some of the outfits that I have had over the years. So, but this one I love, so I will keep. So recycling, recycling in that sense means you are also empowering a young person from a family that may not have the wherewithal to buy a dress, but you're also making a young girl feel very important and, happy.
Why is it important to buy local?
Yeah, I hope the president speaks to that. We have our own industry, and you know that the creative industry is one of the industries that is in trillions, basically, of runs in its productivity. But it needs more support from government so that it grows and creates jobs for young people and everybody across the board. So I am a very strong supporter of it being funded and funded better.
Thank you very much. You're looking great again. You looked great earlier on. Enjoy tonight, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, Ringette. Do you want to pledge? Let's pledge. Let's pledge to always supporting. Let's pledge to always support by signing here. You're pledging. Sign my dress. Don't be shy. By signing here, you're pledging to always support local designers. So I've actually just turned this beautiful wedding gown of mine into a pledge dress now. So now we're pledging, and we're going to have it framed. In fact, we might take it and put it on sale.
Oh yes, it's funds for the industry, for young designers. I'm with you on that one.
Thank you very much. She's going to auction it. I know she often deals with money, and she's going to make sure that we find the right money.
Yes, I allow budget to come through the house and be passed. So I'll work with you on that one.
Release Mandela. She's going to release Mandela. She really does pass budgets, that legislature. And she speaks about the importance of just recycling and, passing on outfits and dresses to other organizations, but also maybe just restyle my style, I didn't have this idea until I didn't like, the shirt I was wearing, and then I cut it. So we're here now, and she looks gorgeous. Guys, what do you feel about her outfit and recycling?
There you have it, and now we're talking about recycling, but if you have noticed, I have another two people here in my fashion police. My panel has changed. I've upgraded these levels to this thing.
Oh, wow.
I am sitting here with Malondi and Craig, and they are part of our fashion police, and they will be judging you, the members and their esteemed guests. And the big question here is, are you wearing local?
Yes.
Now, Malondi, of course you saw the outfit, and the most important thing that the speaker said is recycling. And a lot of people have concerns about, well, I'm wearing this, it looks so grand and gorgeous. Where do I wear it again? Now, let's talk about that, the importance of recycling.
I think the first things first is to help people understand what is recycling and how can you recycle. Because sometimes people love the idea, and we are all about sustainable fashion now, but the issue is people still fail to understand what does that mean. So there's a lot of things that you can do. You can either pass it on, you can donate it, or you can just recycle it by using the same material and recreating it to something much nicer. So it's up to us as designers to teach our people what is it really to recycle and what is it really is sustainable fashion.
And Craig, your thoughts on her outfit? We're looking at the occasion. One, we're looking at contour, we're looking at fit, we're looking at makeup, we're looking at jewelry. What did you think?
Well, what I want to say firstly about sustainability, because I've always been an advocate about sustainability from when I started my brand in 2004. And I think it's really important for us to have these conversations. And I think it's also incredible, if you look internationally, I mean, Meghan Markle, Michelle Obama as well. They recycle outfits, and I think they opened up this idea that you can. There was this whole thing about you see people wearing dresses in the Oscars and that's only wear it once and then what happens to it. So I think it's incredible that the lady from the legislature,
Yes.
is thinking consciously about this, because we don't want clothes to end up on a landfill, which is the worst thing, because today clothing has become, I think it's the second biggest cause of landfill.
Yes, yes.
So absolutely any opportunity to recycle, upcycle, to renew, to invest in a tailor is really important. I loved the floral vivaciousness of what she was wearing. I didn't get to see the whole look.
Okay.
So I couldn't say too much, but I mean green always is a perennial color. So
Alrighty. And out of 10, would you give that the outfit?
You know what, I'll say a 6.
A 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could lean with you on a look. I'll say no. Let me say 7 because she's recycling.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
I
also
see
good.
you. I have, you know, this year my panel is very diplomatic. I must say.
We're just starting. Hey.
Now, of course, I just want to know, what are some of your expectations for tonight as well? What is it that you are expecting to see? And what is your no-go? Like, what if somebody just gets here and says, well, I'm in Gucci, what?
That will be very disappointing coming from a leader of the country. You know, we're trying to build a country where we try to recreate again, or we manufacture. Our manufacturing industry is dying down. So if we come out and encourage you to buy local, manufacture local, and you come here and you're like, I'm in a Gucci, then that's really disappointing coming from a leader. So we're hoping that they heard the message and they saw the message, and they're definitely going to do that.
And the message is buy local. Let's see what Tammy has for us on the red carpet.
Okay, cool. So we're back here at SONA 2026, and with beautiful guests, Sinazo Masina and Mr. Mzondile Masina. They are not new to the carpet of Proudly South African. Are you wearing local? And who are you wearing? Good evening.
Good evening, Tammy. Yes, of course we're wearing local. I'm dressed by Ryan Keys, whom you know quite well. I don't know what else you want to know about him this year.
The inspiration?
The inspiration, really, we just sat together. We're looking at the different colors. We looked at the past Sonas and we said, let's do something different. But him being playful as always is like, well, every cloud has a silver lining, meaning that even in difficult situations, you're always bound to find something to be hopeful about.
Cool. So I've watched your transformation in terms of outfits, and I remember saying, honorable member, who are you wearing? And you said to me this year, you're going to shock me. Who are you dressed by?
Not today. I'm proudly South African. I'm very proud, and I think that I've heeded the call that I have to be consistent. I'm inspired by my wife, who always says that let's go local, darling.
Local is
that's what I'm at now.
Yep.
And the color?
Well, the world is green. The world is green. I was inspired by this color. Obviously, more bias because green has to do with the land of the country, and there's a little bit of gold, which has to do with our minerals, and you can see my shoes are black, which has to do with our people. So in the way, I'm wearing ANC colors, if you ask me in total.
Without going there, you spoke about minerals and you spoke about land and all those things. How important are they to the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry?
Look, it's very important that we give back the land to our people to inspire them so that they can do more. As you know that you cannot do agriculture outside of the land, so issues of the land are very critical. So that's why at all times in our speeches and everything we say and do, we should remember that we need to give back the land to our people.
Yeah, you look absolutely stunning, and thank you for inspiring this look. Can I get you to turn around so we can judge? Let's see. Okay, that looks lovely. Our fashion police, they are looking at that. Let's have a look at you. You can turn around, You can turn around. Happy Valentine's Day already. You inspired us. Listen, I've got my trail, and I would like you guys to make a pledge to always supporting local.
100%.
By signing this, you're pledging to always support locally produced outfits. I see there Deputy Minister Tandi's next. We're going to talk about international relations. We're going to talk about fashion. The last time I saw her, I think she had long hair. Thank you, everyone. You guys must enjoy tonight. They look absolutely amazing. They've just pledged to always supporting local. We are now joined by the Deputy Minister of International Relations. Hello, darling.
Hi, dear. How are you? And hi to your viewers.
Thank you so much. Welcome to SONA 2026, proudly South African. I'd like to ask you, who are you dressed by?
I'm dressed by Mimi, the local designer here in Cape Town. Even the hair and the makeup is done by her.
Absolutely. How important is it to support local?
Remember, if we don't support this young talent, especially the creative industry sector, we won't be able to grow the much needed jobs. So this is the sector that can easily grow our economy by supporting the textile industry. The creativity of our youth needs to be embraced by us as their leaders.
And as a leader who always sees these creative people and in the sector, taking them all over the world, what is missing, and what more can we do to export and to take more of our local designers abroad?
I think to our local designers and the creative industry sector needs to take advantage of our free continental trade area that is there in the continent for us to trade amongst each other as countries of the global south, and also leveraging on the successes of our G20 presidency, because we have built a lot in terms of community engagement. How do we then create awareness of the role of multilateralism in the space of that group of 20? And we ought to really encourage our people to start to pay attention to what is happening globally, because South Africa exists within the entire global community. So we really need to utilize every forum, whether it's BRICS Plus, whether it's SADC, whether it's AU, for us to advance our national interest as a country.
Well, you've got that beautiful job and you are able to take them all over the world. Can you show us your outfit? Turn around, let's see. I love that pink. Oh, look at the tray. She's looking gorgeous. Dressed by Mimi up in Cape Town, and them hair and makeup. Thank you so much. Enjoy tonight.
I was inspired by your trail.
You know what? My trail says you must pledge. Okay? So I need you to pledge to always supporting local.
Oh, this is beautiful. So should I put
You can sign anywhere. There we go.
$1 million signature?
That's $1 million signature. Traveling all over the world. And you're taking all of us.
I'm taking all of you to the international space.
We're going all international, all thanks to the Deputy Minister of International Relations. She's looking absolutely gorgeous and tall, and the hair so bouncy and fabulous. You know? Oh, I cannot believe she... I always was like trying to look up, you know. Guys, what do you think of that outfit? You know, she talks about like taking all designers internationally, the free trade, you know. Let's discuss that.
Well, of course, those are some of the important aspects when it comes to fashion design, right? It's not just the glitz and the glam. I think, but first, before we get into that, let's talk about the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition, Mr. Mzandile Masina, and his wife, Snazo. What are your thoughts?
I think the wife looks absolutely beautiful. I think she's intentional. I love ladies who are intentional about their looks. She took her time, she sat down with the designer, and she wanted to be beautiful. So that's recommendable.
Yeah. And for you, Craig?
Well, what I want to say is, the thing about the SONA red carpet is women always make an effort.
Yes, right.
I need to acknowledge them. I think there's only one person amongst the male ministers or members of parliament who I always look up to, and I think he makes an effort, is Mandla Mandela. His wife, they always wear matching outfits, and he's intentional. He does that. With what a lot of the men, they're in the shadow of their wives and their partners, and I love that. Messina has this year made an effort.
Because last year he
start, but we're not there yet, because I was thinking about this when I was asked to be on the panel, and I thought, like, yes, I wear local in terms of my suits, but what about my shirts? What about my socks? What about my shoes? And I can promise you, having looked at his outfits, that I don't think the shoes, for instance, are local. And we've got an incredible clothing, footwear industry. And the industry has been harmed a lot through imports, and we need to support them. We used to have so many different incredible footwear manufacturers in South Africa, and they're all gone now. And we need the ministers and we need people in parliament to start wearing local head to toe.
Yes.
Out of 10?
Oh, I'll give that lady a 9.5.
Because you're a glamour girl. That's why.
Beautiful. You know what? She was, even her skin is flawless. You know, she took time and you know, someone who puts an effort to be in front of us.
Then you can see it.
Definitely, yes. So I'll give her that. I'll give the husband a 5.
And the husband will get a 5. Look, he wore
The
local.
husband will get a
so I think
5?
I would say I would give him 6 for the suit, right? And -1 for not head to toe local. Look, I agree that Nazo looked absolutely incredibly glamorous, but is it fitting for the occasion? I think if it was the Oscars, if it was a red carpet, appropriate. But when it comes to a ceremony that is part of nation building, I think that we need to dress for the occasion. And I think that it was beautiful and glam, but not necessarily appropriate for a SONA. So I think I would say probably a 7.
Ladies and
I hear you.
gentlemen, this panel is meaner than the one that I had. I just wanted to report that because people are watching.
We didn't speak about Sandy's outfit,
yes,
by the way.
we are. So of course, then we had the Deputy Minister of International Relations. She was in a hot pink.
I know.
What did you think, Craig?
Must I really say what I wanted to think?
Yes.
It was, who was the designer? It was
Mimi.
She said it's Mimi.
I love that Mimi did something from the hair to the makeup as
Yes.
But again, I'm like protocol. So a few years ago, I had to make dresses for a couple of first ladies. And you get taught in terms of protocol about what you're supposed to wear and not appropriate. And the one thing is you kind of cover your arms. You know, so I think that the outfit was a great starting point. I like that there was the level of volume in the skirt, but I think it would have been finished off if there was a jacket or something put over it. Because that strappy spaghetti strap, I thought it was, sorry. I mean, I love that she made an effort. It's fantastic. But, you know, it's not, we're not going to Bungalow and Camp Space.
And Melinda, did you agree?
I agree with Craig. You know, it's a beautiful dress, but definitely not for this occasion. You know, we were looking for elegance. We're looking for something that says, I am a leader of a country. You know, there's specific looks when you look at the likes of Michelle Obama when she's out, Melanie Trump, you know, those elegant looks that say, I am the leader of the country.
We don't even have to go that far.
Sorry.
Is Mrs. Mbeki, for me, dressed like a first lady?
Yes.
It was style, and it was...
This panel is very difficult. I think let's go to Tammy and see what's going on the red carpet. Tammy, save me.
God, look, another human who's not a stranger, the Deputy Minister, Ms. Pinky Kekana. Before we even start welcoming her, I want us to have a look at her outfit, guys. If you could turn around first, let's have a look at your outfit. Have a look at that. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. No stranger to our red carpet. Welcome to SONA 2026. Who are you wearing?
BGS always. She can't disappoint you. She's local. Her workmanship, very, very good. And you know, as always, stunning. And I can't even, mince my words.
Your love for fashion?
Yes, you are my inspiration. You are actually my influencer. You and Mpo, my personal friend. You are my influencer when it comes to must look nice. And you always, even on my casual times when I meet you informally, you always say, Sis P, please man, don't drop the ball. And I always make sure. Even when I saw you walking in the morning, and I said, that's my influencer. Thank you so much.
Look, you always speak to young people, and you speak about the creative sector and the textile sector. How important is it to support local?
Yeah. No, it is very important. And that's why, whether makeup artist, it's a lady from Ekurhuleni, Buitumelo, young woman, that I always support. Through and through. Even when I have occasions in Gauteng, I do my makeup with her. And I want to say to young people, there's a lot that they can benefit out of textile, out of, making us look as better and beautiful. And I think they have what it takes.
We all have what it takes. You have what it takes.
Thank you so much.
You look gorgeous. May you enjoy tonight. Thank you. Oh, have a look at the colors. Are absolutely stunning. Did you guys get that? Thank you. Enjoy tonight.
Yes.
And we're actually not even stopping. We're moving right along. And we welcome the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. Listen, guys, it's just gotten so hectic here on the red carpet. Welcome. Another human who's not a stranger to the proudly South African red carpet. Who are you wearing? Interesting outfit.
Very interesting. It's an infusion of different cultures. Xhosa, Sesotho, and a bit of Asian. Proudly made by local women. My seamstress, she's in Johannesburg. I'll remember her name now because she's new. But it is time for us to bring local talent out. You see women are looking quite very beautiful. They're all, I'm sure 90% of them, they're wearing locally made clothes. Look, this is the only time when Faith, my designer, can just hear her name being called on national TV. So we encourage more women to wear locally made clothes, especially members of parliament, because of it can only be this day that their brands can be marketed.
Absolutely, you look stunning. Can you turn around and show us your outfit? A fusion of multiple cultures, Xhosa, a bit of some Sesotho, the detailing in there. I see some tassels. This looks absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Peace Mabe. Fashion, youth, and your commitment.
As always, Tammy, we are now advocating for budgets that are going to be biased towards designers. We have never done that as South Africa. So we've looked at our documents for the past 30 years. We've never been intentional in promoting talent, especially when it comes to designing.
You look absolutely stunning. I'm going to see you later, but you must enjoy the SONA. I'm looking forward to hearing your contributions and how the President is going to speak to the issue of the dedicated and the intentional Mandela Release
Mandela campaign.
Thank you very much. And we keep it moving. We keep it moving. We welcome the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. Again, another one who's not new to the red carpet. You look absolutely stunning. Good evening.
Good evening, Tammy, and thank you very much for having me.
Who are you wearing?
I am wearing a brilliant young designer from Cape Town, but based in the province of Gauteng. His name is Mzuki Simbane of Imprint. Gorgeous, talented young man.
Inspiration behind the outfit?
The outfit is so me. You know, the writing says forever winner, future me and all. So the brilliant idea of personalizing the outfit to the person that will be wearing it, for me it fascinated me. And the message that is on the garments and how the garments were made, one would ask, how did this young man come out with such a brilliant idea? So yes,
I mean, this is fashion with purpose. I can see that there's a lot being said here about I see HIV/AIDS signs. I did it for me, for a lifetime of me. Know your status and use a condom. This is fashion and conscious fashion.
It's conscious fashion with a message for young people, because we are a country that is dealing with the HIV and AIDS pandemic. And our government has been key in ensuring that our people are cured during this time. And you would know the rollout of the medicines that are assisting. And it also tells young people the importance of safe and sexual protection and the use of condom, because it tells you that use a condom. So I am carrying a message for young people all the way from Imprint by Mizuki Simbane. And yeah.
You look absolutely stunning, and thank you for joining us. This is honestly like a beautiful garment that has got absolutely lovely message to it. She's not saying we shouldn't have sex. She's just saying we should use a condom.
Be safe. It's important. Yes.
Okay, well, we're not going to have a very sexual conversation, but you look absolutely stunning. I'm going to throw it back to the studio for our people to actually have a talk about these garments. These arms look absolutely stunning. The texture of the outfit is absolutely stunning. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. I am now going to pull, the pearls, sorry. The pearls are doing their thing. The pearls are doing their thing. The pearls are doing their thing. Good evening. Oh my God. Can we have a look at this outfit? Please, can you turn around for us? Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at that detailing. Oh, welcome to SONA 2026.
Thank you very much.
Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Siposihle Masango, and the company is Masango, and he's from Soshanguve in Pretoria, a young man who's a designer. And because he's in Ndebele, he believes in beading 99.0% of his garments. And he was just telling me that as Africans, we need to go back to beading, and that beading should become part of the economy. And African crafts should come back to the fore, and that we should take AI and also mix it with African crafts. So we came up with this beautiful outfit. As you can see, they also created pockets out of it, and it's 3 young girls who took 3 days to beat the whole outfit.
3 young girls who took 3 days. I mean, guys, can you just have a look at the detail and the hands and where they go? Look at that. How do you feel with your hands in there?
I feel gorgeous because this is my handbag and my pockets. I'm not carrying anything, and I feel very gorgeous in this year because they just outdone themselves in my expectation on what they said they're going to do. So I love it.
You look absolutely stunning. Enjoy tonight. Oh, she looks... Did you guys see all that beaded work there? Oh my goodness. Oh, it just... The beads are doing the thing.
The beads are doing the thing. It's the beading. It's the beading. It's a beading SONA.
Oh, Deputy Minister Nangaba in the presidency, Mhlawuli, you look absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
Tell us who you're dressed by.
Vuyongona of Inami Classics, a young black woman who's a designer, using her for the first time. Very happy with the craftsmanship.
What inspired it?
At the moment, we're very big on the traditional look, modern African traditional look, but most importantly, just celebrating our cultures, the rich African cultures. Cowrie shells, very African as well. So we thought, let's do that today.
As a young minister in the presidency, advocating for a lot of inclusion, but also the economy, right? The textile industry as a whole, what can we do to support and to improve on it?
First and foremost, support young, black, up-and-coming designers. I'm very big on particularly women. Every one outfit that you make with them, they're able to support their SMMEs. Most of them are small businesses, but also most important, the exposure that they get on platforms such as these. But more than anything, we're at a point whereby the fashion industry in South Africa has been taken over by Shein. When we have such talent, and we need to actually, as government, think about how we're going to ensure that industries such as Shein or all the other, online buying platforms do not actually, get our young black designers and fashion makers out of business.
I want you to turn around first so we can see the beautiful outfit. Yes. Oh, goodness. You know how many hours it took to make this?
I have no idea, but I know that our first consultation was 10 days ago. So she did this in 10 days. Yeah. So I don't know.
The hat? Oh my God. Look at the hat. Oh.
Thank you.
This is absolutely gorgeous. What are you looking forward to tonight?
Tonight, I think more than anything, I think for me, young people want to know what government is going to do about their plight. Yesterday, we released the numbers for the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which is our third quarter report, which actually gives an indication that we've actually done fairly well in terms of giving young people, opportunities, earning opportunities, skills development opportunities. But more than that, so for me, it's a message, it's a year that young people want to know what is government going to do for them this year. Of course, the economy is growing. We want to know what we're going to do in that regard as well. But of course, there are issues that are quite contentious. There's the issue around education. A lot of young people sitting at home, not knowing what's going to happen. What's the plan to ensure that we expand the higher education sector? What's the plan to ensure, that young people are not sitting at home, not in education, not in employment, and actually, active members of the economy?
I want to tag along with you as you do that change. But before you go, I'd like you to pledge to supporting and always buying local. So, yes, so now, you know what I mean? So, by signing this, you're pledging.
Okay.
This is our perfect wedding.
I am pledging to always buy and use local designers. Support local, it's very important. Buy local, wear local, design local, eat local, everything local.
Danko.
Dankie.
Be proudly South African. Thank you very much. That's Deputy Minister and the Presidency, Ms. Ngaba. And my dear friend, he's running to me for the first time. This is our head boy. This is Minister of Electricity. I'm finding you. You look absolutely stunning.
You maintain the standards, Mfana.
You think so?
I know.
So
this is the dish I know.
We're talking proudly South African.
Proudly South African.
Who are you dressed by?
Peter Magi.
Yes.
Yeah, every year.
Okay.
For the past 10 years or so. Even when I was the mayor. So this is my man. And it's growing leaps and bounds. Exceptionally talented. All that is required for us to provide the necessary support, and they will showcase their talent. Very grateful, and I know that a number of ministers are supporting him. So there's many others that ought to be supported, and we will support them.
Okay, what more can we do for that industry, the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry?
Well,
beyond providing electricity.
No. I think the heightens levels of consciousness amongst our people. What it means to grow a local economy, and that the talent next door is as good as the talent abroad. All that they need is a necessary support. Of course, government must put the necessary resources, inject these businesses, because after all, you also need capital, to get people going. But you must continue to grow the demand, and then they'll do the supply. They are the ones who, once they get more and more orders, they'll order more seamstresses, whatever you call them, and then create jobs. So government needs to use policy instruments to enable businesses to thrive. We have to believe in our own. I think it's important, and I think it starts at the top, and this is what we've been doing, but it's not enough. I think it's important that we must continue to support them.
Absolutely.
Yes,
you look absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
Let's have a look at your outfit. You know, men take an effort lately. They dress up in suits and they look stylish. Yes, there we go. Butler, there we go. Looking quite lean. Enjoy SONA tonight. But I would like him to pledge as well. So you're going to sign my dress. This is our perfect wedding. You're gonna pledge to support local.
Okay. So this is a confirmation that going forward we'll accelerate the support for local and also encouraging others to do the same. This is how we're going to grow the South African economy, bit by bit. Whatever the contribution, it matters a lot. Create one job, two jobs, before you know it, we're at 50,000 jobs. So this is the route. Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you. Enjoy tonight, yeah? The lights are on today. The lights are on. Okay, I always get excited every time we come to the red carpet. Welcome to SONA 2026. We're talking proudly South African. Mam Nomvola, you look absolutely stunning. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you very much. This is a product of Chamdo in Kagiso. 7 young women guided by a designer in downtown Maboneng. This is me.
What inspired it?
Being calm and collected, putting everything around my body and the shape of my body.
Talking about the shape of your body, can you quickly turn around and, ooh, yes, she's looking gorgeous. How, you know, earlier on we spoke about like the amount of pearls that were on another dress. There are a lot of pearls here. Do you know how much time it took to make this outfit?
They started working on it from the 9th of December. And I've only did 3 fittings. And I was not happy with the tasks yet. And they had to go back and put these ones almost a week ago.
How much do you think this outfit weighs?
When I went through Lanseria Airport carrying this this outfit, they said I need to weigh it, and it was almost about 5.2 kgs.
Oh my goodness, 5.2 kgs in one outfit. You are carrying a lot, ma'am. You look absolutely stunning. The importance of supporting local.
It's quite important because you create jobs. Where I bought the material, you've got local Kagiso people being employed there. Then you have the young women who designed and worked together with an established designer. All in all, with all that I am wearing, I created 11 job opportunities.
Amazing. Round of applause to 11 job employment and opportunities created. Please can you sign a pledge for us to always support local? She said she wasn't initially happy. The outfit was started on the 9th of December. Today is the 12th of February. So it tells you that people are dedicated to ensuring that this is perfection, and the craftsmanship is absolutely amazing. You look absolutely gorgeous. What are you looking forward to tonight?
Fixing local government and making sure that we've got inclusive growth that will create jobs for South Africans, including the small, medium enterprises.
And the guys? I'm joking.
You know you have been part of me. In anything I pursue, you are never left behind. Any child is my child. The right to exist and your freedom of choice must be respected.
Thank you very much. Enjoy tonight. We're going to go to the fashion police, but before we go, let's quickly talk education, right? You were here last year. We're talking about like fashion. You look stunning. Let me have a look at your outfit. That is the Minister of Basic Education. This is stunning. Who are you dressed by?
House of Ole. Really, what I wanted to go for was a really like a corporate look. We're here to work. This is a work day for me, but also supporting local. Remember last year I was dressed by also a local designer. I am finding that local designers in South Africa are killing it. They are killing it. Honestly, the craftsmanship in some of this work, we're not doing South African designers a favor when we are going with their work. We are doing them justice. And so long may we continue to really support them.
What inspired the colors?
So he's the one actually who came up with the create. I said I wanted something simple and black, and he said no, he wanted something textured and to be able to have that corporate look that I wanted, which is not bold with me. I'm really happy with it.
You look absolutely gorgeous. I've got a gown. Mine is very bold with me, but I'm also taking pledges from people to support local all the time. I want us to teach our kids from a very early age about supporting local.
Yes.
What are you doing about that?
I want us to tell children that actually in South Africa we've got lots of talent. I mean, from young people who are creating things, and I really want us to change the mindset that somehow we are stepping down or we are lessening the standard when we are looking and buying local. So from a young age, children must know that South Africa is full of talent and they must embrace it. So I'm happy to pledge.
Yes, please. I think it's also very important for us to discuss the fact that from very, very early age, these kids need to be taught how to support local in school. So thank you so much for your commitment, and you look absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. Enjoy tonight. Guys, I've been like running my mouth. They've been looking so gorgeous. You've got so much to discuss. I'm not even going to keep you. Let's go back to studio.
Where do we start?
We do have a lot to talk about. We really do have a lot to talk about.
What was the first
and I think let's do just briefly, right? We'll just run through.
Well,
briefly.
I just want to say one thing.
Okay.
So, I want to say one thing about a lot of things, but one thing about Mama Action. Mama Action has been consistently supporting local design for a long time.
That is
She
true.
makes an effort. She knows all the designers. She
Yes.
contacts us. She engages with us. She embraces and loves fashion. And I think that we need more of her.
Yes.
And I love the way with the beads and everything. I mean, it was thoughtful. You know, she worked with this co-op of people, young woman from. She planned the outfit from December last year. She made an effort in it, and she looks beautiful. And it's fitting for the occasion, so I absolutely love that. I love that there's a lot of beads going around. I wasn't crazy about the Sihle.
Let's go here.
Yes.
Out of 10 for Mama Numbul.
Oh, I think I would probably go 8.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. And for you, Melondi?
Yeah, I'll go the same.
Is it just
For me, it's mostly the intention. Like I love clients who are intentional about the look. She planned it, and it looks so beautiful on her.
And she respects the designers as well. I mean, if you've ever worked with her, she takes cue from you, and she appreciates the craft you do.
Let's talk about the Minister of Basic Education, the Minister
Okay.
Kwarube. Of course, she did say that she doesn't want anything boring.
She wants it.
She's coming to
Yes.
work. What are your thoughts, Melondi?
You know what? I love the texture. I know Ole, his textures are always beautiful. I'm not sure if the occasion is really for
If
what
the
she chose.
if the dress is for the occasion.
Yes,
Okay.
because it's still the state, you know, it's the States of the Nation's address. You know, let's put on more effort. We're not saying wear a ballroom dress, but you know, let's try and make it nice. It's like our Durban July. It's like their Durban July of
It
some
is.
sort. So I think she could have put in more effort, but when it comes to the texture and the craftsmanship, beautiful. I think Ole did a great job there.
Out of 10?
I'll give her a 6.5.
Okay. And Craig, your
We
thoughts?
are aligned. Look, I think that I know there was an intentional
Yes.
thought around it in terms of saying that I'm going to work. And I think the Minister for Basic Education has been quite clear in terms of how she's treating her portfolio. But I'm like, have a little bit of fun with corporate. I mean, I make a lot of corporate outfits all the time, and you can have a little bit of. It is pomp and ceremony. Yes, I was saying don't dress like over the top. But dress a little bit more than what you're going to do when going to the office. And Ole, yes, absolutely, the craftsman look. If you're going to go for tailoring, you go to House of Ole.
Yes,
I mean, he
true.
understands implicitly in terms of
Definitely.
how things need to be done. But it's not, it just, for me, it didn't work. I would
not for
even
today.
maybe even go lower. You said, what did you say?
6.
6. I think 6 might be a little bit too kind.
Okay.
Maybe a 5. Yeah.
Okay. Now, talking about not being too modest, but also not being over the top. Let's talk about that outfit with the beadings, the pearls. And yes, I found that very interesting.
I'm going to wait for Londeka to say something before I
Okay,
say
you know what?
What are your thoughts about that?
First things first, I just didn't like that material. I saw
it was
a
the
mermaid.
shiny. Oh, okay.
Do you see how mermaids look on TV?
Yes.
Yeah, that
yes,
material.
it's shiny.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think though the craftsmanship was beautiful. You know, it shows how talented Sihle is.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, well done. They really did it so well.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure about how it came together.
How it came together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of 10.
Ish. Can you give the number?
Okay, I'm going to do this, right? So firstly, where's the camera? Which camera am I looking at? Because firstly, Sihle, we absolutely love you. Sihle,
we
you do red carpet like no one else can.
Beadwork is always amazing.
Yes. But no, not this time.
Okay.
This for me look like, and you know, I know online they're probably going to be loving it. It's going to meme, you know, you can just see it's going to go viral. And they're going to say it, but she looked like she was about to go. She was a spaceship about to go out of space.
It was so costumey.
Yes.
You know, like we're acting in
and the hands in
Wakanda
the
or something.
pocket things that were there was like that killed it for me.
Out of 10.
Okay.
Out of 10.
I'll go first.
I said go.
Okay, you told me to go first.
Yes.
And I'm like, Sihle, it's not personal. 3.
Oh, 2.
Yeah, a 3 and a 2 for some of the outfits that we've seen on the red carpet. Tammy, save me.
Look, talking about the outfits that are on the carpet right now, I've just bumped into another beautiful one. I just keep identifying pearls everywhere I go. Good evening.
Good evening to you too.
Welcome to Proudly South African. Are you wearing local and the local fashion police? SONA 2026. We're talking local designers. Who are you wearing?
Of course, I'm the ambassador for buying local.
Yeah.
Because I'm the Minister of Employment and Labour. So there can be no jobs if we don't buy local. So all the time, I make sure I support my local designers. So my designer is House of Ole in Johannesburg.
Can we talk about the bag?
The bag is from a township in Kabeja. G is the designer. So I supported him. He's a young, coming up designer who is in a township back in the Eastern Cape, which is my home.
I love that. Can we talk about them shoes?
That is that shoe lady. That one is that shoe lady. Just a shop here in Cape Town. For sure, it's not a local one, but I support it because I buy that shoe lady shoes almost every time.
Look, a lot of people talk about, like, you know, the textile industry not being properly professionalized, and there are a lot of labor issues around it. What can we do to ensure that we are supporting a lot of our, you know, creative industry and the textile industry, because they work many long hours and it's one of the most underpaid industry.
I am happy that the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition has announced that they've got a special focus on textile industry. As we all know that manufacturing has decreased in terms of performance, economic growth and contribution of that sector, including agriculture. Is one of the areas that we are looking at. And I was happy when I was with the minister who said to us, special focus area for DTIC now is to ensure that we support the manufacturers, textile industry in particular, because it was once big. It is also big in terms of job creation. So we're looking forward to that. Working with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, we'll make sure that we go to our people. Actually, want to work with Proudly South African, Productivity South Africa, which is our entity, to ensure that by October we scale up the campaign to say buy local. If we don't do that, we end up shedding jobs.
Do you know what I'm doing next? I'm calling you.
That's good.
So that we can do that collaboration thing.
That's good.
That these individuals know how to support themselves. But as you say, you are excited about it. Are you willing to make a pledge and sign to supporting all local designers?
Yes, of course. Of course.
I'll hold that for you.
Okay.
You can put it on your bag.
I can pull hard.
There we go.
Pull hard.
So there's a beautiful collaboration coming up with Department of Trade and Industry, Labour, and talking about just being able to see how they can put extra effort in the textile industry. Thank you so much. We're counting
Count
you
us in.
We're already in.
Okay.
We're with you,
Okay.
and you look absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
This is a perfect wedding, ne? Can we agree that this is our perfect wedding?
Yeah, I guess.
Is it our perfect wedding?
Yes.
Perfect wedding. There we go. We just got married. Enjoy the evening. Guys, the outfits here are insane. The outfits here are absolutely insane. You know, last year when we were talking about like the Labour Department and we were talking about trade and industry, in fact, I think I saw Minister Pakstau walking in earlier. I'd like to pick up on that conversation because, you know, there's so many intersections there that have to deal with a lot of the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry. And talking about intersections, I'm seeing Auntie Pat here, the Minister of Tourism, who's spoke to us literally wearing African-inspired outfits. They're wearing South African-produced outfits, locally produced outfits, which talk to how important it is for us to support that sector and that economy. Guys in the studio, I don't know how you guys have just been feeling about, you know, the looks, the colors, you know. I see a lot of pearls. I've been identifying a lot of pearls, right? But also a lot of textures in fabric. Auntie Pat, how are you?
What is this, a white wedding?
This is a wedding between us. This is a wedding between us. Welcome. It is a wedding between us. You know what? I'm waiting for you to
put that ring on.
No, I'm okay. Put the ring on. There we go.
No, but you must put it in and while you.
Okay, all right. That's the ring. Getting married to 2026, SONA 2026. I just got married.
White wedding.
And we're basically saying that in South Africa is the safest and the most beautiful country where people can get.
In the world, say that.
In the world.
Yes.
From hosting those beautiful G20 summit.
Exactly.
To you walking the carpet.
And you know, in 2027, we're actually also hosting the World Economic Forum of Davos here in our country.
Let's talk fashion.
Yes.
And tourism.
Yes. Now, you know what? The inspiration is by my designer, Sandy Masabuko.
Yeah.
She knows what I like. She knows what I don't like. I just like plain, simple, elegance. And she always comes up with something that I like. Sandy Masabuko.
Tourism fashion. Let's talk about that. Yes. Supporting and buying local. How important?
Of course, we must always. You know, we can compete with the rest of the world. You look at on all of these. What do they call them? The fashion runways. South Africans are there.
Yeah.
We're also for nuts. You know, we can compete with anybody in the world. Okay, and there's the boss coming now. Thank you.
Sister Boss, what are you hoping we can do better for young people and the textile industry? And what does collaboration look like from a point of just tourism?
You see what, we had such a roaring textile industry. But then the world opened up. And then you get like these online stores and cheap imports and all of that. And so my solution, I think, is that we have to beat them at their own game. We need to start that kind of industry here so that we also put South African things out. But we have to compete. But for now, I think it's unfair that, you know, all those skills is lost. All the experience is lost. And we must do more. Local is lekker and local is the best.
Local is absolutely lekker. Do you want to pledge to doing more for our designers? I'd like you to sign. We didn't divorce. You're getting married again to committing yourself to always supporting local and buying local.
I will always buy local. Look at all the people that you've married already.
I've married a lot of people. You know why? Because we must actually take this beautiful wedding dress of ours on a tour. We must go on a beautiful route that allows us to be able to talk out more and more of our fashion. That was Auntie Pat, who's wearing a fabric sense. Thank you so much for loving my dress. Thank you. Guys, I want you guys to talk about the looks, okay? And then I'll be back in a sec.
I love Aunt Patsy.
Of course, Tommy is having so much fun on the red carpet, and we've seen quite a few other outfits there on this beautiful red carpet as we await the SONA 2026. Now, as you're listening outside, there's music, there's a flurry of things that are going on out there, and processions are going to start just shortly. Now, before that, we have some judging to do. Of course, how do you judge Auntie Pat? I mean, she's so
cute.
Let's talk about the fact that she always wears local. All her blazers are local.
Always, and she's always, I mean, when I've interviewed her on that SONA red carpet back when it was in Parliament, she was always wearing Sandy Mazibuko. I don't know who Sandy Mazibuko is.
It's Fabricens.
It's not Fabricens.
It is.
Is it Fabricens?
Fabricens is Sandy Mazibuko.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because she's always mentioned, but she's never said House of...
I think she forgets the name of the brand.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's been consistent in terms of supporting local designers. Look, it is a little bit dowdy, should I say, but I mean, she's wearing, in her age group, what she enjoys, and we need to appreciate her for doing that, because I think that also like fashion and making an effort is not in a certain type of category or person. Everyone should do it. So yes, okay for Auntie Patty.
Alrighty, now let's talk about the Minister of Employment and Labour. She had the white pearls, the blazer with the pearls. How did you find that?
I think it was well made. I'll say this again, Ole and craftsmanship, they always go well together. He is really good on that. So I love that you know, we've seen people, but they're carrying international bags. But when it comes to her, she even made an effort of having a local bag, wearing local shoes. You know, that's how far we need to go.
Absolutely.
So as designers as well, we need to have that offering so that they always choose us. You know, right now we're saying, oh, but you're carrying an international bag. We need to go there. We need to expand on our offering, have bags, have shoes, have earrings, so that we are able to say, so that our clients are able to say, I'm wearing local from head to toe.
And of course, that is Malondi and Craig. And earlier I had Stephen and Nomkosi, and they were part of this year's SONA 2026 Fashion Police, where we policed the members of parliament and their guests, asking the question, are you wearing local? And of course, this was a proud partnership with Proudly SA, and hopefully you get the message as to why we do this, because ultimately we're talking jobs, we're talking industries that are kept open, and ensuring that even that factory cleaner gets to keep their job. Now let's go on to the processions as we await the State of the Nation address that is to be delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa at 7 p.m. tonight. You're still with us right here on Parliament TV outside the Cape Town City Hall. Stay tuned. As you can see, those are the processions there that have already begun. That is the Guard of Honor, and that consists of children of various schools around Cape Town, and they provide a Guard of Honor. And these are some of the esteemed guests that are arriving for tonight's State of the Nation address. Of course, this is the second State of the Nation address under the government of national unity and will be delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa. One should always remember that the State of the Nation address is one of those rare occasions where the three arms of state, the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive meet under one roof. And this is where the president sets the tone for the year ahead. Of course, from then, there will be the debates that will come up from next week, and those will happen in the new Meester Dome. As you know, the Navy Band is playing right there. Like I said, there's a flurry of things that are happening outside. We have people that are already watching there, and these are some of the traditions that we have kept when it comes to the State of the Nation address. And that is one of the presiding officers. That is one of the old presiding officers, Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, and he was once the president of the Republic, and he has arrived with his partner. And earlier on, while we were speaking to the Speaker of the National Assembly, we did ask her of who we should expect to come to these proceedings, and she did say that one of the preparations and one of the invitations that they do send out is the previous heads of state, and they are invited to attend each annual State of the Nation address, and so we can expect to see more and more previous heads of state. And of course, again, if this is the State of the Nation Address 2026, and we are live outside the Cape Town City Hall right here in Cape Town. The President is expected to deliver his speech at 7 p.m. and this is a joint sitting, meaning that it is a sitting of both members from the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The presiding officers of these two houses will be presiding over this occasion, and that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Angela Diziza, and the chairperson of the National Council of Province.
As you can see, the Guard of Honor is still active and processions are yet to begin as esteemed guests arrive.
Of course, as you can see on your screen, it is getting closer to the time. We are now at 5 to 6, and of course we've seen some members of parliament arrive at parliament, and also on the red carpet their guests take a nice picture. That, as you can see now, formalities are about to begin as the stage has been set, waiting for the start of the arrival of the guests. Of course, you can expect to see quite a lot of number of prominent people, which include the members of the judiciary, which will be led by the acting Chief Justice, Justice Justice Mlambo is acting Chief Justice for this occasion, and as Tshepo would have said, of course, also expect to see some diplomatic corps, the guests of the presidency, the speakers of provincial legislatures, premiers of provinces, as I've indicated, the judiciary. So there's quite a lot of prominent people that you're going to see starting to make their way to the Cape Town City Hall.
And of course, all Chapter 9 institutions are also invited to the State of the Nation address, and leaders of these institutions, such as the Public Protector, the Auditor General, the IEC Chairperson, who we had in studio earlier, Ndadem Sutumiepa is also here, and also from the Human Rights Commission. And of course, this is a symbol that reinforces constitutional accountability structures.
And of course, as you can see, those little kids, they're waving their little white flags who are forming the Guard of Honor. They've been invited from various schools across the country.
And as the kids, as you can see them, they are part of the public participation element, ensuring that the public or just ordinary citizens of South Africa have access to Parliament and the State of the Nation address, which is a key constitutional mandate of Parliament, making it accessible to the citizens of the Republic. Of course, these processions are ceremonial and symbolic, reflecting South Africa's constitutional democracy and parliamentary tradition. Now, the evening begins with the President's arrival at Parliament, where of course he will be formally received by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NCOP. And this will happen after all the esteemed guests have arrived. As you can see on your screen, we are waiting for them, and one of them being the previous head of state, Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, who had just arrived earlier. And as we wait, of course, like I said, the President will arrive and he will be welcomed by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NCOP. There are military honors provided by the South African National Defence Force, underscoring the national significance of this occasion.
And of course, when the Deputy President arrives, Mr. Paul Mashatile, he will be welcomed by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Lottridge, as well as the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Les Governor, together with the Secretary to the National Assembly that we also spoke to earlier, Mr. Masibulele Kasha.
Yes. That, of course, inside the chamber, which is something that we're all waiting for, the presiding officers will enter in formal procession, and they are led by the Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod. And the mace for the National Assembly is carried into a house, and it's a powerful symbol of authority of Parliament. Once the mace is in place, the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the NCOP will be formally constituted, and that will be happening at 7 p.m. tonight, when President Cyril Ramaphosa delivers the State of the Nation address for 2026.
And as things stand, we await the arrival of the former President of the Republic of South Africa. He served for a short while when President Thabo Mbeki was recalled in September 2008, and that will be Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, who will be arriving, of course, with his wife, Mrs. Motlanthe, and they will be received by one of the members of Parliament, Mr. Khadebe, as well as the Secretary to Parliament. Then conduct Mr. Motlanthe and guests from the foyer to the roping room on the second floor, where he will be waiting.
And as I said, as we discussed in the morning, that this State of the Nation is held at the City Hall. The City Hall, which was constructed in the 1900s, and it was designed by the architects Harry Austin Reid and Frederick Green in a Victorian Edwardian architectural style. One of the iconic buildings in Cape Town that had been standing for years. And its iconic clock tower houses a bell modeled on London's Big Ben.
And as you can see there on your screen, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, they are waiting for the arrival of the acting Chief Justice of South Africa. And in this instance, that would be Justice Mlambo. And as soon as he arrives there, they will be ushering him into the holding room.
And for those asking, well, why do we need to have a State of the Nation address? State of the Nation address is not optional. It is a constitutional obligation. And of course, it takes place in a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the NCOP. And it sets the executive's policy agenda for the year ahead. Now, what does it do? It signals priorities, it reveals tone and direction, and can indicate shifts in policy emphasis. In coalition context, it often reflects negotiation and compromise.
Right, as you can see, once again, we said on the screen there, it should be at any moment. As I'm looking at the screen, I think that is the car that is coming, that is carrying the acting Chief Justice, Justice Mlambo. And as we await the arrival of other key principal and dignitaries, tonight is more than a ceremony. It's a constitutional moment at the State of the Nation addresses, where the executive accounts to Parliament and also outlines policy directions for the year ahead.
And that is the judiciary being received by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Tweni Sipane. Like I said earlier, the SONA is one of those rare occasions where the three arms of states come together under one roof. We're talking the legislature, we're talking the executive, and the judiciary.
The acting Chief Justice, they're being greeted, Justice Mlambo, they're being greeted by the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza. As you can see them walking up the red carpet.
And of course, the acting justice is being conducted to the reception room inside the Cape Town City Hall to robe and join other members of the judiciary.
And of course, we long await the delivery of the State of the Nation address by President Cyril Ramaphosa, where he will set out the tone for the rest of the year. He will reflect on some of the commitments that he made last year, some of the shortfalls and some of the achievements thereof. And then he will probably make some commitments with regards to some key priorities that have been identified for the year 2026.
And as the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP are ushering in the acting Chief Justice, the only time you will see them again now when they return is when they are to receive His Excellency, President Ramaphosa.
Yes, and now he's been walked in to go and robe, and he will also be received by Mr. Moimang, whom we heard earlier on, who's the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, and Advocate Pindela, who is the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces. And there also will be with the head of protocol in the office of the Chief Justice.
And of course, you can remember to join the conversation using hashtag SONA2026. Use our handle at Parliament of RSA and let us know what some of your expectations are with regards to the State of the Nation Address 2026. And just a reminder that SONA is a formal address delivered to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. It reflects the principle that the executive is accountable to Parliament. Furthermore, the President outlines government's program of action, giving Parliament a framework against which to exercise oversight during the year. Simply put, it sets the national agenda within a constitutional space. And of course, that affects you directly as a South African.
And the address will also be followed by a debate of the State of the Nation address, which will be held at the New Nestor Dome, which has recently been handed over to Parliament by the Department of Public Works. And the President will also reply to the State of the Nation address debate after 2 days, where political parties will engage and debate on what the President has set as priorities for this year.
Of course, Maseko, you are correct right there, but as we are sitting and waiting, we are still coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall, like this, the State of the Nation Address 2026. And as my colleagues have outlined, we're waiting for the President to outline government's priorities for the year ahead, and that will be happening at 7 o'clock, and that is exactly 55 minutes from now on. And thereafter, as Mashiko have just outlined, debates will take place, scheduled for Tuesday and Wednesday, and the President will be expected to respond to all the issues that would have been raised by the members over those 2 days on Thursday next week. And then the following week will, of course, be the Minister of Finance, who will then put a budget to the commitments that have been made by the President.
And it will also be held at the City Hall. And during our interview earlier on with the Secretary of Parliament, he made a commitment that the rebuilding of Parliament is underway, and they are hopeful that next year the State of the Nation Address 2027 will be held in the new Parliament that is currently under construction. As you might know, that since the fire that broke out in 2022, the State of the Nation Address has been held at the City Hall in Cape Town.
And unfortunately, Tsepo missed out.
I did.
But we are hoping that next year, Tsepo, you will be hosting the State of the Nation Address in the new National Assembly building. But just to look at some of the tweets that would have came in from Tsepo's hashtag, which is hashtag SONA 2025. Just lost it now. Tsepo, I'm looking for it. If you can just talk to us.
No worries. And of course, those are the flags of the Republic of South Africa as we await the President of the Republic to deliver the State of the Nation Address 2026. This is an annual event. It is a joint sitting where both houses of Parliament, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces come under one roof, and the President provides his priorities for that year.
The President will also take his salute right in front of the statue, the Nelson Mandela statue there in front of the City Hall, as it has been the tradition since the State of the Nation Address has been held at the City Hall. And also we just saw earlier on visuals of one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Table Mountain, also showing off on this beautiful summer day in Cape Town on occasion of the State of the Nation Address.
And what we can expect to see now coming on will be the military band, the state guard, and the ceremonial guard who will be marching up to Darling Street from the Castle of Good Hope. We should expect to see them making their way as they march through to the Cape Town City Wall, whilst we await the arrival of some of the guests, which will then include the speakers of the provincial legislatures. Will, after that march by the state guard, ceremonial guard will then also start making their way to the City Hall, and they will be followed by the premiers of the provincial legislatures, as well as then the acting Chief Justice and the judiciary. We saw the acting Chief Justice arriving. We explained that he's being taken to a reception room where he will be robed and then join other members of the judiciary, and then we can expect to see him leading the judiciary around 6:15.
Of course, some of you might be asking yourselves, well, why is there so much military presence here? And the ceremonial elements of SONA are deliberate and symbolic. They underscore that this is not an ordinary parliamentary sitting, but a constitutionally significant national event. Now, firstly, let's talk about the military honors. The South African National Defence Force plays a central ceremonial role. A ceremonial guard is mounted outside of Parliament. The President is formally received with military honors. A 21-gun salute is traditionally rendered in honor of the head of state. And of course, the national anthem is performed. Now, these elements affirm the President's role as the head of state and commander-in-chief
and signal the gravity of the occasion.
And also following the State of the Nation address, it is expected that in the provinces, they will also hold, different provinces will also hold their State of the Province addresses and also have their provincial budget speeches also delivered. This is so that they ensure that the commitments that are made by the President at national level also get to be implemented at provincial level. Each province will make a commitment of its own
And of
for the
course,
year.
that is the military band, and all SONAs include this. And these performances are part of the culture and the tradition that shows that this is a uniquely South African dimension to what is otherwise rooted in Westminster tradition.
And of course, 7 o'clock, the clock is ticking. We are now 50 minutes away before we get to listen to the president speaking to the nation, reporting back on government's achievements of the previous year, and also outlining government's priorities for the year ahead. And once that is done, as we had explained, it will be followed by the budget. And what follows thereafter is the departments who will then, from the policy direction that would have been given from the State of the Nation address, prepare their annual performance plan for tabling to Parliament. And such documents will then be scrutinized by the committees of Parliament that will then either, as Parliament is empowered by the Constitution, propose amendments or propose amendments to the budget through the relevant committees of Parliament.
Now, just to reflect on what the President said last year at the SONA 2025, he spoke to unity, partnership and democracy, spoke to economic growth and jobs, structural reform and competitiveness, inclusive growth and transformation, human development, health and social support, infrastructure and urban development, foreign policy and global cooperation. I think we can expect that he will speak to local municipalities, seeing that there's local government elections this year.
And on your screen, we have just seen walking in. Those were the speakers of the relevant legislatures, and as you can see now, the acting Chief Justice and the Judiciary also preparing to exit to make their way there.
And these are the premiers of the various provinces as well, being led by Advocate Benny, who is the Deputy Secretary and Deputy Secretary to the National Council of Provinces. The Under-Secretary, as is actually correctly addressed.
You can see that the Premier of Limpopo, Popira Mutuba, the Premier of the Western Cape, Mr. Alan Winde, and the other premiers from the various provinces of South Africa. And next up, it will be the Acting Chief Justice and the Judiciary, and they will be led to the gallery by none other than the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces, Advocate N.E. Pindela. And of course, that is the statue of the former President, Nelson Mandela. I spoke to it earlier because I got to experience that gentleman when he was standing right there on the balcony on the 11th of February 1990. And that followed his release from prison after serving, of course, the 27 years of his life.
Any moment now, we'll see the Acting Chief Justice and the Judiciary coming through Corporation Street, and they will be conducted along Darling Street to the VIP entrance of the City Hall so that they can also take their seats in the gallery. They will be led by the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces, Advocate Mudibedi Pindela.
And of course, the nation awaits the 2026 State of the Nation address. It is a powerful moment, not just to look forward to, but to look back as well. And that is why it was important that even throughout our conversations on Parliament TV, we've been reflecting on some of the commitments that the President made in the last State of the Nation address. And surely, even throughout the debates next week, that is what some of the political parties will be scrutinizing and checking whether has he achieved some of the commitments that he made, and what are some of the shortfalls.
And just to remind those who just joined us, you are watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. We're coming to live on DSTV channel 408. And of course, it's a build-up show to the State of the Nation address that the President will be delivering in the next 45 minutes. Of course, tonight is one of the most significant dates on South Africa's political calendar. The State of the Nation is where policy intent meets public expectation. It is not just a speech, it's a constitutional obligation delivered before the elected representatives of the people, those that will then be debating the State of the Nation address next week.
And that is the Navy, and the band is playing outside. And like I said, this is part of the ceremony and the tradition that shows how proudly and uniquely South African the State of the Nation address processions are.
And of course, as you can see there on your screen, the military band, we're hoping that we'll get an opportunity to have to listen to that music. It's playing very good music, but as soon as our mics have been connected, we will afford you an opportunity to listen to that music that is, of course, being played by the South African National Defence Force band. And of course, this SONA takes place at a pivotal moment, economically constrained, politically complex, and socially demanding. The President speaks tonight against the backdrop of COVID in governance, fiscal pressure, and of course, heightened public scrutiny. And that context will frame how every announcement that the President makes is interpreted. And of course, the country will also be listening for the three key themes that are likely to feature in the State of the Nation address, which amongst others include growth, governance, as well as delivery. And we do know that South Africans are not only looking for commitment, they are also looking for timeline, targets, as well as tangible outcomes. And right there, that is the military brand of the South African National Defence Force. They have been entertaining the crowds here from early afternoon, and we are expecting them to continue playing the music until at least the arrival of some of the prominent people that we have indicated that will be arriving. We are waiting for the acting Chief Justice Mlambo.
South Africans, let's listen in to the Navy.
And of course, as you saw there, that was Advocate Kindela, and he is the secretary to the National Council of Provinces, and he was leading in the judiciary under the leadership of the acting Chief Justice, Justice Mlambo.
Now what you can expect is the State Guard, which will march up from the parade and assume position on both sides of the red carpet in front of the VVIP entrance in Darling Street. And Darling Street is the road that you see in front of the City Hall. It is located within Darling Street. So when you talk that street, you must know we are talking exactly the front of the Cape Town City Hall. And we are located just across the road from there at a place that is known as the Grand Parade. And immediately after the State Guard, it will be the military band as well as the ceremonial guard, which will march up to take up their positions in front of the Cape Town City Hall facing the Nelson Mandela statue.
Expected also is that the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Lotshed, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Les Govender, and Mr. Gosso will conducted by the Protocol Liaison Officer, will from there go and receive the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Paul Mashatile. And Imbongi as well is expected, Ria from Northern Cape, and who is also expected to come and do praise singing for the President this evening as he walks into the City Hall to deliver his State of the Nation address.
And of course, let's talk to the importance of having the judiciary at the SONA. And it is a highly symbolic and institutionally significant occasion. It reflects South Africa's constitutional architecture and reinforces the principles of democracy and the rule of law. Of course, the judiciary represents the independent arm of state tasked with upholding the Constitution. Now, their attendance at the SONA underscores the separation of powers. The executive sets policies, the legislature debates and oversees, and the judiciary ensures laws and government action remain constitutional. Let's listen in to the Navy that is playing while the esteemed guests arrive.
Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
That's wide open. I did this one last year. I can't go further than that.
Up to date.
Oh,
you were
I
here
did it
last
year.
year.
Yeah.
Okay, no. So yeah, I think you know this. But there was a thought that I'm missing this. For us not to go beyond. Yeah, so everything is still. Yeah.
Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelien Lotriet, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. L. Govender, as well as the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Masibulele Xaso. Of course, they are conducted by a protocol liaison officer, Mr. Mandel. He's been doing this work for quite a while, and he's conducted them from the holding room, and they are now waiting the arrival of the Deputy President and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Mashatile.
We wait the arrival of the Deputy President, who will also be then ushered into the House. And after him, it's expected that the President will also follow. And the Imbongi, as the President walks in, will also do praise singing in Khoisan. And in Parliament, every year, a different language is chosen on rotational basis on the language that will be used for praise singing. And this year, it is the Khoisan. And the Ria, who is from Northern Cape, is the one who will be delivering the praise singing. As you can see, the Mrs. Mashatile and the Deputy President coming out of their car and being ushered, walking down the red carpet and walking towards the City Hall, the entrance of the City Hall, to be seated, being greeted by the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
And of course, this is how tradition is. And of course, after this, after the Deputy Speaker, Dr. Annelien Lotriet, and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Les Govender, have led the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Paul Mashatile, into the chamber. We await the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa.
And it's important that the procession proceeds to the chamber along the red carpet, that to just talk to the order, you can see in front is the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Xaso, and then behind him is the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy President, and right behind them is the Deputy Chairperson and the spouse of the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile.
And of course, as you can see, after they have been led in, the band is about to resume as we await the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to deliver the State of the Nation address for 2026.
Of course, that's the South African Navy band. That's been entertaining us. You can see them there in that corner, all dressed in white. We all know the colors of the Navy. And during the event, the band also joined other military units, including the Military Guard of Honor, in showcasing national pride and tradition, and safe to say that the band was established in 1954 and is a premier band in the South African National Defence Force, known for its exceptional talent and experience.
The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the...
That is the usher of the black rod there announcing the arrival of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces as they enter the chamber in the City Hall.
All right, and what we can expect now is to see the Speaker of the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces being conducted from their holding room by the same protocolizing officer, Mr. Mandel, to receive the President of the Republic of South Africa, and the Secretary of Parliament will also be in attendance.
And of course, like I said, the band is playing as we await the long-awaited arrival of the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to deliver his State of the Nation address for the 2026 year. And this year he will be outlining some of the priorities that will set the tone for the year ahead.
And of course, the military band and the ceremonial guard at SONA are typically comprised members of the South African National Defence Force, and the military band is made up of musicians from the SANDF's various bands, such as the Pretoria Band, the Cape Town Band, or other regional band. And the ceremonial guard, these are the soldiers from the SADF ceremonial units, often including the Guard of Honor, which is typically from the President's Guard and is part of SADF's ceremonial regiment, and other units may include soldiers from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, as well as the military police. And these members are selected for their ceremonial duties, showcasing the SADF professionalism and pride.
And as the president arrives, we'll see the aides-de-camp. They will be standing in their designated positions at the point of arrival of the president vehicle, just in front of the city hall. The aide-de-camp is a commissioned officer who assists the president, the deputy president, minister, premier, or any senior military office. They act as a link between the principal and the military. They also perform ceremonial, administrative, and coordination duties. And we will see them. They are also considered to be senior military officers. They are appointed basically to serve as personal assistants to high-ranking officials, especially heads of state and senior commanders within the military.
And of course, the helicopters that you can hear on your screen there are a crucial part of state security apparatus, keeping the president and attendees safe throughout the event. They also form part of the ceremonies that you are seeing and the processions that are currently underway as we await the President of the Republic to deliver his State of the Nation Address 2026.
And of course, we now await the arrival of the President of the Republic, as Tsepo had already indicated. I almost said Chepo. As Tsepo had already indicated that we await the arrival of the President. He will be received by the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and they will be led by the Secretary to Parliament.
And as we know that this is the President Ramaphosa's second State of the Nation address in the 7th administration of Parliament, he also had what we call the opening of Parliament, which is different from the State of the Nation address. The opening of Parliament happens after a government has been established following elections.
Let's watch those processions as the President arrives at the Cape Town City Hall to deliver the State of the Nation Address for 2026.
And that will be the second of the Government of National Unity.
And there you have it, and that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, and she is accompanied, or she is with, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtweni-Tsipane, together with the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Kolile George, as they are about to receive the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa.
And what is to happen, as you can see there, the President has just stepped out, and members of the SADF, you've seen there opening the doors for the President and his wife, and the aides-de-camp are standing in their designated positions at the point of arrival of the President's vehicle at the Cape Town City Hall, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, of course, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, together with the Secretary to Parliament in attendance, will receive and welcome the President and the First Lady of the Republic of South Africa.
And of course, some greetings there between the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Secretary to Parliament, and they are greeting the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, and the First Lady, Dr. Tsepo Motsepe.
And after this greeting, the President will ascend to the stage together with the Speaker and the Chairperson, where he will take the 21-gun salute as we sing the national anthem.
And of course, we are 10 minutes away from the long-awaited delivery of the State of the Nation address. But before that, we will have the 21 gunshot salute. And this is where it is a formal military honor that is reserved for President Cyril Ramaphosa as the head of state. It symbolizes respect for the president, national significance, continuity and tradition, and of course, state authority.
And of course, the President will now proceed to the saluting dais. But safe to say that the Secretary to Parliament will not be proceeding with them, but will rather proceed into the main entrance of the City Hall building. And the Secretary will then join the Sergeant at Arms and the usher of the Black Rod in the passage right next to the entrance of the chamber, whilst the First Lady is being taken to a seat in the gallery by a protocol officer in the presidency. And the acting Chief of State Protocol, Mr. DJ Sitole, seen him there assisting, who is a divisional manager, is also in attendance to the President, the Speaker, and the Chairperson of the NCOP.
As you can see, some conversation there between the Speaker, the President, and the Chairperson of the NCOP just before the President proceeds to the podium right in front of the City Hall.
And of course, the standing order on the saluting dais will be as follows. It will be the President of the Republic, it will be the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and then it will be the Speaker of the National Assembly together with 2 aide-de-camps. And on the command of National Salute, Present Arms, only the President acknowledges the salute by placing his right hand on his chest. While the national anthem is played, a 21-gun salute and salute flight is given by the South African National Defence Force.
And after that, the President returns his hand to his side on the command slope arms. The President does not inspect the guard of honor, and the aides-de-camp do not salute during the national salute as well. On the same command slope arms, the aides-de-camp execute an about-turn march and take up their positions on the red carpet. And on the command podium ground about-turn, the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces turn around and descend the saluting dais. And then the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the NCOP, they will then descend the saluting dais and proceed to the main entrance of the Cape Town City Hall.
Thank you. Yeah, it did. Let me go back inside. I'm probably still hooked up and stuff. I know. I'm tired of talking.
of National Council of Provinces as well as the Secretary to Parliament into the chamber. And of course, you would have seen there the President acknowledging the salute of the third guard with a nod as the procession passes at the VIP entrance of the City Hall and proceeds together with the Speaker of the National Assembly, as I've just outlined, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and they were led by the two aides-de-camp to the passageway to join the Sergeant at Arms, the Usher of the Black Rod, and the Secretary to Parliament to form up the parliamentary procession, which will proceed into the chamber.
And of course, what you have just witnessed is a public recognition of the President's office. It signals to citizens that this is a major state event, and it links South Africa to global ceremonial norms while maintaining a local identity. And in the chamber, members are awaiting the arrival of the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
And of course, we are waiting the Sergeant at Arms to announce the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council. But let's listen into the House.
Order, honorable members. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, we will try next time to add just 1 minute so that we can finish the prayers and meditation. Would like to thank our praise singer, and very importantly, that this year is the 30 years of our Constitution, and she gave the poem in Kuntail language, which recognizes the importance of the Khoi and the San members of our society. Honorable members, the leaders of our political parties who are here present with us in the gallery, our former heads of state, our former presiding officers who are here, our First Lady, the judiciary, the premiers of our provinces, the speakers, and all honored guests that have been invited by Parliament to grace this important occasion where we would be listening to the State of the Nation address. Would like also to acknowledge our members at home who are watching these proceedings online. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13, subsection 1, subsection A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honorable the President, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, to address the joint sitting. Honorable President. Honorable members, may we be seated to allow the President to address the nation. Honorable President.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Togoti Diza, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtsweni Tsipani, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Amos Masondo, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Dr. Naledi Pandor, Mayor of Cape Town, Alderman Jordan Hill-Lewis, he was nervous. He thought I wouldn't be able to pronounce